Jai Shri Mataji. Srimad Devi Bhagavath. If you want to know who Adi Shakti is, read Devi Bhagavath, said by Her Holiness Shri Mataji Nirmala Devi. Sankalpam. Mama Atmanaha Sahajyogi Kutumbanam Atmonnati Prityartham Moksha Prapti Prityartham Sakshat Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devyai Pujanam Karishe. The holy recital of Srimad Devi Bhagavath. Chapter 7, Episode 1. King Janmejay asks Vyasji about the creation. Suji says, O great tapasvis, after hearing this divine narration, son of Parikshit, Dharmatma King Janmejay asked Vyasji. Janmejay said, Swami, I desire to know about the kings of the solar and lunar races. You are all-knowing. Tell me this episode that grants release from all sins. I have heard that the kings of both races were great devotees of Bhagavati Jagdamba. Vyasji says, O king, listen carefully. I am going to tell you all the stories connected with the kings of the Suryavanshi, Chandravanshi and all other races. From the Nabhi Kamal of Sri Vishnu manifested the four-faced Brahmaji. He went into severe penance and renunciation and meditated upon that Mahadevi who grants darshan when she is pleased. Bhagawati granted a boon to the father of the universe, Sri Brahma. Only then was he able to perform the work of creation. But he could not succeed in creating human beings. He made many thoughts and plans, but executing and materializing them seemed beyond his powers. Then he had 7 sons, that is, Manas Putras, sons born out of wish. Maharishi, Angira, Atri, Vasisht, Pulaha, Kratu, and Pulastya. They became famous by these names. From the wrath of Brahma was manifested Rudra. From his lap manifested Narada. From his thumb manifested Daksh Prajapati. In the same way, many sons, including Sanak, were born out of Brahma's wish. From the left thumb manifested the wife of Daksh, who was most beautiful in face and form. Rajan, in the Puranas, she is known as Virini. She is also called Asikni. The divine sage Narada manifested from the belly of Asikni on Brahma's wish. Raja Janmejay said, Brahman, I am confused. You have just said that by uniting with Daksh, Virini was the mother of the great tapasvi Naradji. How can this be? All the learned ones say that Naradji was born out of the wish of Brahma. Then how could wife of Daksh, Virini, be the mother of Naradji? Please explain this to me. Muni, also tell me why and on whose curse Naradji renounced his first body and took a rebirth. Vyasji says, Brahmaji himself commanded Daksh Prajapati to start the process of creating progeny so that there would be a large number of descendants. So Daksh Prajapati and his wife Virini produced 5,000 handsome sons. All of them were filled with unyielding zeal and enthusiasm to continue the production of offspring and descendants. Under the instigation of the unconquerable Kal, Devrishi Narad laughingly said to them, Without knowing the dimensions, the length and breadth of this earth, how have you become engaged in populating it? If you do this, you will be scorned and ridiculed. There is no doubt in this. Therefore, you must find out the size of the earth before you undertake this project. Only then will you be successful. Otherwise, all your efforts will be in vain. Vyasji says, as per fate, the sons of Daksh accepted the advice of Naradji. They said to each other, Munivar is absolutely right. After measuring the earth, we should create the people. They reached an agreement and all of them left to measure the earth. Some went north, some south, some went east and some went west. When Daksh Prajapati saw all his sons going away, he became angry. But he was firm in his resolve. So he again created many sons to perform the creation of the descendants. Again Narada advised these sons and they also left to measure the earth. This time, Daksh Prajapati was furious. He cursed. Daksh said, Narad, you have destroyed all my sons. May you also be destroyed. As a punishment, you will have to occupy a womb. For this reason, Narada gave up his body and was born from the womb of Virini. After this, Daksh Prajapati and Virini produced 60 daughters. Prajapati Daksh had full knowledge of dharmas. Out of these 60 daughters, he gave 10 daughters to Dharma, 27 to Chandrama, 2 to Brigu, and 4 to Arishnemi. 2 daughters were married to Angira. Then there were 2 left. These also he gave to Angira. All the gods and Danavas are the children and grandchildren of these 60 daughters. All were valiant, strong, and brave. They were constantly quarreling. They were heroic, but under the influence of Maya, they were always in illusion and delusion. Chapter 7, Episodes 2 and 3. Start of the Suryavanshi clan. Story of Sukanya and Maharishi Chyavan. Janmejay said, O fortunate one, please tell me in detail the story of the kings of the Surya dynasty. Vyasji says, Bharat, I will tell it to you exactly as I heard it from the foremost of rishis, Naradji himself. Listen carefully. Once, Sriman Naradji, on his travels, reached the banks of the holy Saraswati river. I had my ashram there. When I saw him, I offered pranams to his feet. I spread a mat for him to sit, and I performed the welcoming rituals. After the prescribed puja, I asked him, Muni, I greatly respect and honor you. By your visit, my ashram has become holy and purified. Muni, nothing is unknown to you. Please tell me all that you know about the renowned and distinguished kings who ruled in the clan of the 7th Manu. Naradji says, Satyavati Nandan Vyasji, I will tell you the most glorious genealogy of the kings. This story, which is most pleasing to the ears, is filled with dharma and knowledge. It is well known from the Puranas that Brahmaji manifested from the Nabhi lotus of Sri Vishnu. The Swayambhu, that is self-existent, self-begotten, Brahmaji was all-knowing and possessed of all Shakti. Before he undertook the creation of the universe, the Vishwatma Sri Brahma first meditated on the most supreme, vital principle Bhagavati Jagdamba and went into tapasya for 10,000 years. It was after this that he produced, only by wishing, human sons of the highest character and quality. The first to manifest was Maharishi. From Maharishi came the famous Kashyapji. Daksh Prajapati had 13 daughters, all of whom became the wives of Kashyapji. They produced all the Devatas, demons, Yakshas, Sarpagun, that is serpents, animals, reptiles and birds. For this reason, they are called Kashyapi Srishti, that is creation of Kashyap. The foremost of Devatas was Surya. He is also called Vivaswan. His son was Vaivasvat Manu, who was given the responsibility to govern and control the world. From Vaivasvat Manu was born the famous Ishvaku, who enhanced and enlarged the Surya clan. He had 9 more brothers. I am going to tell you their names. Pay careful attention. Nabhag, Drisht, Sharyati, Narishyant, Pranshu, Nrik, Disht, Karush and Prishadra. These were known as Manuputras. The first Manuputra to be born was Ishvaku, so he is called the eldest. He had 100 sons. Out of these, the foremost, Atmagyani, who was knower of the spirit, was Vikukshi. These 9 sons of Manu, who are Manuputras, were full of bravery and valor. Besides Manu, I will tell you about the growth of their clans in brief. Nabhag had an illustrious son Darsht. Even though he was a Kshatriya, he became a Brahmin. All ambitions and thoughts of war receded from his mind. He began to perform all rites and ceremonies of Brahmins. To Sharyati was born Anard, who is well known. Also, there was born to him a most beautiful daughter, Sukanya. King Sharyati got this daughter married to a blind Muni Chyavan. Later, by her devotion and good qualities, Chyavan Muni regained his sight. The Ashwinikumars, sons of Surya, gave him eyes. Raja Janmejay said, Brahman, the part that you have just narrated, that Raja Sharyati gave his beautiful-eyed daughter Sukanya in marriage to a blind Muni, is causing a lot of distress. If the girl was ugly, lacking in qualities and totally devoid of pleasant nature, it would be understandable. But this girl was beautiful, sweet-natured, endowed with good qualities. Then what made him do a cruel thing like this? Please tell me the reason. Suji says, hearing these words of Parikshit Nandan Janmejay, Vyasji said, Vaivasvat Manu had a son called Shriman Raja Sharyati. He had 4,000 wives. All those princesses were extremely beautiful and possessed of auspicious qualities. Among them was a supremely beautiful maiden, Sukanya. She was the beloved of her father and all her mothers. Close to their kingdom was a lake, which compared in beauty and serenity with Manasarovar. There were steps leading down to the water. The lake was full of pure, holy water. Swans and red geese enhanced its beauty. Cranes and waterfowl nested in the trees nearby. 5 kinds of lotus bloomed in the lake and bumblebees droned lazily. It was surrounded by beautiful trees bearing fragrant flowers and of special nature: banyan, peepal, kadam, sal, tamal, deodar, nutmeg and ashok. Also, fruit-bearing trees like banana, lime, pomegranate, date, jackfruit, supari, coconut, kevda, kachnar, and flowering plants like juhi and malati. All these added to the beauty of the place. There were also trees of jamun, mango, tamarind, bale, karaj, koria, palash, neem, and kher, that is katechu. The sounds of koel and peacock filled the air with pleasant tunes. Very close to the lake, in the middle of a grove, lived Chyavan Muni. He was a great tapasvi whose attention was pure and peaceful. Believing the place to be deserted and secluded, he had begun his tapasya there. He had arranged the asan and sat down in deep meditation. In addition, he had taken the vow of silence. He was in full control of all his faculties and his life force. He had even renounced food and water. He sat with his total and unswerving attention fixed on Devi Bhagawati Jagdamba. Termites had built antils over him and creepers grew and covered him completely. He had been sitting for such a long time that he became a part of the anthill. Rajan, one day Raja Sharyati came to the place. The water of the lake was crystal clear and pure. Lotuses had bloomed in great numbers. With the frivolity of youth, Sukanya went with her attendants to pick flowers and wander in the forest. Moving from grove to grove, she reached close to the place where Chyavan Muni was sitting. He was not visible as he was completely covered with earth and creepers. She saw something glowing through two holes in the anthill. She was filled with curiosity and wanted to remove the covering and see that was inside. So she picked up a pointed stick and began to chip away the walls of the anthill. As the holes became bigger, she came into the view of Chyavan Muni. Without food and water, his body had become very frail. Seeing the maiden, he said, "O beautiful one, go further away from here. I am a tapasvi. Do not disturb the earth of this anthill." But she did not hear his voice. She continued to dig and poke and broke both the eyes of the Muni. By the instigation of fate, in a playful way, this horrible incident occurred. This injury caused Chyavan Muni unbearable pain. That very instant, the bodily excretions of all the ministers and soldiers came to a halt. This malady struck the king as well. Also, all the horses, elephants, and camels were in pain and discomfort. The king was perplexed and wondered what the reason was. King Sharyati was very despondent, and when he reached home, he called all his attendants and soldiers and made inquiries. He said, "Something is wrong. Some great misdeed has been committed by someone. On the western bank of this lake, the great Muni Chyavan is sitting in meditation and severe penance. He is more lustrous than fire. It is possible that someone has disturbed him. That is why we are afflicted by this terrible disease. There is no doubt about this. Bhrigunandan Chyavanji has great and venerable sons like Vridd and Vasisht. In my understanding, I feel someone has disrespected or dishonored him in some way. Whether it was committed knowingly or unknowingly, the fruit of the action will have to be borne." Vyasji says, Raja Sharyati had become exceedingly anxious. After making all inquiries, he also consulted his council of ministers. When the Princess Sukanya saw this gloom over the palace and the pain and discomfort being suffered by all, she realized that her digging of the anthill could possibly be the cause. So she went to her father and said, "O respected father, I was playing in that forest. I saw an anthill covered with creepers. Through holes, I could see a bright glow inside. Maharaj, I became inquisitive and pushed a pointed stick into the holes. I noticed that the stick was wet when it came out, and from inside, a very feeble sound of ah could be heard. Father, I became astounded, and now I am afraid because I must have hurt him somewhere with the stick. King Sharyati at once understood that this was the cause of all the inauspicious signs. The great Chyavan Muni had been disturbed and disrespected. He immediately went to the anthill. He saw Chyavan Muni in great pain and distress. His body was covered with earth from the anthill. He slowly removed the dust and prostrated before the Muni in Sashtang Pranam. He sang stutis and then, with folded hands, prayed to him, O most auspicious one, my daughter was playing here, and it is by her hand that this most unfortunate mistake has been committed. She did it in complete ignorance. Brahman, she is an innocent child. Please forgive her. It is the nature of Munis to forgive. This is what I have heard. So I beg you to forgive her for this great misdeed. Vyasji says, Raja Sharyati stood there very humbly and very repentant. Chyavan Muni said, Rajan, I never get angry. Even though your daughter has damaged my eyes and caused me pain, I did not pronounce a curse on her. O great king, I am blameless and innocent. My eyes are hurting a great deal. I know that this unfortunate incident has caused you a lot of distress. It has to be. After committing a grievous injury to a Devi Bhakt, who can be happy? Even if he has a protector like Shiva, then also it is impossible for him to be happy. Rajan, what am I to do? I have lost my eyes. I am overcome by old age. Now who will look after a blind old man? Raja Sharyati said, Munivar, I will put innumerable attendants on duty to look after you. Please forgive, because tapasvis do not have anger. Chyavanji said, Rajan, how can I, a blind tapasvi, stay alone and meditate? Your servants cannot sit and talk to me on subjects that are dear to my heart. If you want me to forgive, you must accept what I say. You must leave your lotus-eyed daughter in my service. Maharaj, I am pleased with her. I will stay with her and perform my tapasya, and she will look after me. Rajendra, if you do this, both you and I can live happily. When I am happy, all your subjects and animals can also live comfortably and peacefully. There is no doubt in this. If you do this, you will not be guilty. The reason is that I am an ascetic. Vyasji says, Janmejay, hearing the words of Chyavan Muni, King Sharyati was filled with misgivings. He could neither say yes nor no to the Muni. He thought, this Muni is old, blind and ugly. How can I give my divinely beautiful daughter to him and be happy? Is there any foolish and selfish father who would sacrifice his beautiful daughter for his own happiness and well-being? How will my daughter pass her life with this blind old man? Therefore, I will suffer all the hardships, but I will not give my daughter to him. Having made this decision, he returned home very sad and dejected. He called his ministers and asked their opinion also. Should he give his daughter or suffer the consequences? The ministers said, O king, this is a very difficult problem. It is not possible to give the princess to this unfortunate man. Vyasji says, seeing the agitation and sorrow On the faces of the king and the ministers, Princess Sukanya guessed the problem. She went to her father and smilingly said, "Dear father, why are you so worried and upset? I have understood that you are concerned about me. Most respected father, I will go to the distressed Muni and give him my assurance that I will surrender myself and try to please him by my care and attention." King Sharyati's heart melted with compassion. At the same time, his face showed that he was pleased with his daughter. In front of the ministers, he asked her, "You are so young and delicate. How will you stay in the forest and look after this blind Muni? He is very old and also extremely short-tempered. You are as beautiful as Rati, that is wife of Cupid. How can I give you to him as a wife? It is not proper to give you to a man who is old and frail. It is the duty of a father to find a match for his daughter who is suitable in every way, taking into consideration family, wealth, health and appearance. It is not right to get her married to a man who is far below her in status and wealth. Your delicate beauty can never compare with that old forest dweller. How can I agree to such a mismatched marriage? I cannot imagine what kind of life you will have with a man who lives in a house made of leaves in the middle of a forest. My soldiers, ministers, and I would rather accept death than give you in marriage to this blind old tapasvi. Whatever has to happen will happen. I will face it with courage. You keep your peace. I will never give you to a blind man. Whatever happens by fate or fortune, it does not matter. Daughter, I do not agree to this marriage." Sukanya began to plead with him lovingly. She said, "Dear father, do not worry about me. Just give me to this Muni. By this, all living things in your kingdom will live in peace and happiness. What can give me greater joy? I will be satisfied to live with this great Muni and minister to all his requirements with attention and devotion. I am well aware of Sati Dharma and I will be a chaste and virtuous wife. I have no desire for worldly pleasures, so please have no anxieties on my account." Vyasji says, when Sukanya spoke thus, all the ministers were astonished. In the end, King Sharyati agreed to his daughter's request and went to the forest. When he came before Muni Chyavan, he offered pranams and said respectfully, "Swami, I give my daughter into your service. Please accept her with the proper rituals and ceremonies." After this, the king made all the necessary arrangements and performed the marriage of his daughter Sukanya with Muni Chyavan. The Muni was pleased. The king offered the customary dowry, but the Muni refused it. He only accepted the princess and her promise to serve him faithfully. Once the Muni was pleased, all the diseases which had inflicted great distress on the soldiers, ministers, and animals in the kingdom vanished miraculously. This made the king very happy and joyous. When the king prepared to leave, his daughter Sukanya expressed a desire to speak to him. Sukanya said, "Most respected father, please take away all these rich clothes and ornaments. Give me the bark of trees and the skin of antelopes. I wish to live like a tapasvi's wife and serve my husband faithfully, so that you receive honor and renown in the three worlds. Never feel guilty that you have given me to a blind Muni, and have no fear that I will ever regret my decision or break my resolve. I wish to emulate the great woman Arundhati, wife of Vasishji, and Anasuya, wife of sage Atri. I will also attain a place in heaven, so do not have any anxieties about me." King Sharyati was a dharmic man. He bowed to his daughter's wishes and provided her with clothes made of bark and deer skin, but when he saw her, his eyes filled with tears. All the attendants also wept upon seeing their princess dressed as a tapaswini. Then the king bid farewell to his daughter and left for his kingdom. Chapter 7, Episodes 4 and 5. Sukanya takes care of Chyavan Muni, arrival of Ashwinikumars, and boon to Chyavan Muni. Vyasji says, after King Sharyati left, Sukanya lived as a chaste and faithful wife of Chyavan Muni and took care of all his needs. Walking on the path of Dharma, the princess never allowed a break in the daily routine of the ashram. She used to collect fruits and edible tubers and roots and offer them to the Muni. All her time was spent looking after the Muni. In the cold winter season, she would make hot water for his bath and cover him in deerskin clothes. Then she would seat him on the puja asan and place before him till, barley, kusha grass and kamandalu and pray, Munivarji, now you may perform your regular puja. After the puja, she would lead him by the hand and make him sit on an asan or lie on the bed. Then she would feed him ripe fruits or cooked rice. After he had eaten, she would wash his hands and offer water for rinsing the mouth. Then very sweetly, she would keep pan and supari before him. Only after he was completely comfortable would she look to her own needs. She also ate only fruits and tubers. She would always ask, Prabhu, is there anything else you need? If not, I will sit and press your feet. In this way, Sukanya was constantly engaged in caring for her husband. After Havan in the evenings, she would offer delicious sweet fruits to the Muni. Whatever was left over, she would eat with his permission. Then she would spread a clean bed and make the Muni sleep in it. And she would press his feet and make him tell her all the dharmic stories of the women of his clan. After the Muni slept, she would make her bed near his feet and sleep. In the hot summer months, she would fan him with the cool palmyra leaf, and in winter, she would collect wood and light a fire in front of the Muni. She would keep asking if he was comfortable and happy. She would wake up during Brahma Muhurt and get the water, vessel, and earth ready for the morning ablutions of the Muni. Then she would wash his feet with water and earth. She would get the prescribed stalks for rubbing on the teeth and keep them near him. Then hot water for bath. And again inquire if he needed anything. After his bath, she would inform him of the auspicious time for the morning Havan. Princess Sukanya had a pure and chaste attention. Having accepted the great Tapasi Chyavan Muni as her husband, she observed all the rules and maryadas while caring for all his needs. There was never a break in his daily routine, and fire and oblations were always treated with honor and respect. Her entire life was devoted to assisting and caring for her husband. One day, the sons of Surya Bhagwan, the Ashwinikumar twins, arrived near the ashram of Muni Chyavan. They saw Sukanya returning to the ashram after her bath in the lake. She was very beautiful and looked like a demi-goddess. The Ashwinikumars went to her and respectfully said, "O beautiful one, please wait. We are the sons of Surya Dev. We have come here as we have to ask you a question. You must answer truthfully. O you with beautiful eyes, who was your father and who was your husband? How is it that you are alone and unaccompanied in this dense forest and you have come to bath in this lake? O lotus-eyed one, you have so much luster that it seems as if Sri Lakshmi herself has descended here. We wish to know everything about you. Please tell us. When you place your delicate feet on this rough and uneven ground, we are filled with anguish. All vehicles are at your disposal, then why do you walk? What is the reason that you walk barefoot on these stones? Are you a princess or an apsara? That mother is most fortunate who gave birth to you. And we cannot find words to express how lucky and fortunate your husband is. This place is beautiful, and now it has become divine after you have walked on it. Those deer and antelope which look upon you in this forest are most blessed. So also all the other animals and birds. Where is your father and where does your husband live? We most respectfully wish to meet them." Vyasji says, Princess Sukanya became extremely shy and said, "I am the daughter of King Sharyati. Muni Chyavan is my husband. I am a chaste and faithful wife. My father gave me in marriage with all the proper rituals and ceremonies. My husband has lost his sight. This great Muni has grown old. It is my honor to serve him faithfully. Who are you and what is the purpose of your visit? My husband is in residence in the ashram. Please come there and make the place holy." Rajan, then the Ashwinikumars asked, "How did your father give you in marriage to this aged Tapasvi Muni? You give brightness to this forest like lightning. Even in the house of the gods, one cannot find someone as beautiful as you. You should be wearing divine garments. This dress of bark and skin does not suit you. How did you get a blind husband? It seems as if Brahma made a mistake in choosing a husband for you. You are not right for him. You are a princess with a delicate body. Some luck of good fortune has landed you in this forest." Vyasji says, Sukanya began to tremble. She picked up courage and spoke to them. "Devas, you are the sons of Surya Bhagwan. You are eminent and knowledgeable. I am a chaste wife who observes all the protocols of Dharma. You should not speak to me in this manner. When my father has given me in marriage to this Yogadharmi Muni, how can I walk on the path that loose-charactered women take? Surya, who is the son of Kashyap and giver of light, is the witness of the actions of all living things. He watches all. Therefore, such words should never be spoken by you. How can a woman of high birth become averse or hostile to her husband? You, who are aware of the illusions of this world, please leave me in peace. Otherwise, I will be forced to curse you. I am Sharyati Kumari Sukanya, chaste and faithful wife of Muni Chyavan." Vyasji says, the Ashwini twins were astonished beyond words. Fear of Muni Chyavan filled their hearts with terror. They immediately addressed Sukanya. "O gracious princess, your virtue, and righteousness has filled us with joy. Our hearts are bursting, and we are keen to grant you a boon. Ask for whatever you wish. We will give it to you. Know that we are the doctors of the Devas. We have the power to transform your husband into a handsome young man. After we have turned him into a youth like us, you will have to choose your husband from among 3 of us who will be identical. Sukanya was amazed to hear this. She went immediately to her husband Chyavan Muni and told him. Sukanya said, "You who illuminate the clan of Bhargav, O Muni, at this moment, the Ashwinikumars, sons of Suryadev, are visiting your ashram. They have a divine appearance. They were very surprised to see me in this forest. They said to me, 'We have the power to change your husband into a young man of divine appearance and also restore his sight. There is no doubt in this, but there is a condition. After they transform you, all 3 will look the same, and I must choose my husband from them. O Sadhu, I have come to seek your advice. What should I do? It is difficult to understand this Maya. I do not know what their intentions are. Whatever you advise, I am prepared to do." Chyavanji said, "O loved one, I will tell you. Go to the heavenly physicians, the Ashwinikumars, and try to bring them to me. Accept their offer. There is no need to think too much about it." Vyasji says, Sukanya went back to the Ashwinikumars and said, "O Devas, I accept your offer. Now you can do the needful." The Ashwinikumars accompanied her to the ashram. They asked the Muni to enter the lake. He was already keen to be transformed, so the Muni entered the lake. The 2 Devas also went into the water. Then all 3 of them came out. They were identical in every way. They were young and godly and dressed in divine garments and ornaments. They spoke in one voice, "O Princess, come and choose one of us as your husband. You must choose the one you love." Vyasji says, the 3 divine youths had the same voice and the same appearance. Sukanya was in a state of confusion. She began to panic and thought, "What shall I do? All 3 look the same. This is a very difficult situation. This is an illusion created by the gods to confuse me. For me, this is death. I cannot live with anyone who is not my husband." She surrendered herself to the lotus feet of Bhagavati Jagdamba in deep meditation. She also began to sing her praises. Sukanya said, "O Mother of the Universe, I have come to you in my deepest sorrow. O Devi, beloved of Shankar, who sits on a lotus throne, I bow my head to your lotus feet again and again. Now the protection of my Sati Dharma, that is chaste and pious wife, is in your hands. O beloved of Vishnu, Sri Lakshmi, Mother of the Vedas, Saraswati, I offer you my pranams. You are the sole creatrix of this living world. It is your nature to protect the universe. When the time comes for dissolution, you absorb it within yourself. You are the mother of Brahma, Vishnu, Shankar. They function for you. Those who are spiritually ignorant but have pure desire get Nirmal Vidya from you. The highly evolved people worship you unceasingly and attain moksha or freedom from worldly attachments. You give pleasure to Param Purush who witnesses your creation. You exist in the form of your creation, but all cannot recognize you. You are the source of happiness for all living things. Those who remain ignorant and refuse to recognize only reap sorrows. That is also your institution. O Divine Mother, you grant yogis fulfillment, victory, and honor. I am in deep distress. In this situation, only you can help me. Mother, I am floundering in this ocean of illusion. Please have mercy on me and indicate to me which one is my husband. These devas have spread a web of deception and my judgment has become blunted. Whom can I choose as my husband? You please show me the real Muni. I have never faltered in my duties as a chaste and faithful wife. You already know this. Vyasji says, Tripura Sundari Devi Bhagawati Jagdamba was pleased by the worship of Sukanya. She blessed her with knowledge in her heart so that she was able to identify her husband from among the three youths. She opened her eyes and they immediately rested on her husband Chyavan Muni. This pleased the Ashwinikumars and they gave more boons and prepared to leave. Chyavan Muni, with his sight and youth restored, said to the Ashwinikumars, Devas, you have bestowed great blessings on me. Even though I had such a young and beautiful wife, I had no happiness. My blindness caused me great hardships. Also, I had become very old. I lived like an unfortunate being in the forest. In this situation, you came and granted me sight, beauty, and youth. Now it is my desire to give you something. If one does not show gratitude to a benefactor, it is a great shame. In this world, even devas can become indebted, so how much more can humans? Therefore, it is my heartfelt desire to offer you some gift. You have given me back my sight and a new body. To free myself from this obligation, I can give you something which is difficult to obtain even for the devas and the danavas. I am very pleased with this great boon you have given me, so please ask me for something. The Ashwinikumars consulted each other. Then they went to Chyavan Muni, who was seated with Sukanya, and said, Muni, by the grace of our father Surya, all our wishes have been granted. But our desire to sit in the company of the gods and partake of somras, that is divine nectar, has not yet been fulfilled. During yagyas, when the moment comes for drinking of somras, the gods prohibit us, saying we are doctors. There was a yagya of Brahmaji on Mount Sumeru. On Indra's objection, we did not get somras. Therefore, O knowledgeable Tapasvi, if you possess the power to make us eligible to drink the nectar of the gods, we will be very happy. We have been thirsting for somras and it causes us great distress. Chyavan Muni spoke to them very gently. You did me the great favor of restoring my sight and my youth, and I have this most beautiful and virtuous wife. In my joyful state, I will certainly make you eligible for partaking of somras. Indra will be deceived. This is the absolute truth. At the present moment, a yagya is being performed by the illustrious King Sharyati. The Ashwini twins were very happy and returned to their abode in heaven. Chyavanji took Sukanya and went back to his ashram. Chapter 7, Episode 6 and 7. Raja Sharyati has doubts and suspicions On seeing the new Chyavan Muni, doubts are cleared. Sharyati performs Yagya and Ashwins drink somras. Raja Revath goes to Brahmalok. Raja Janmejay asked, how did Mahatma Chyavanji make the divine physicians eligible for partaking of somras? How did it materialize? How did the human Shakti overcome the divine Shakti? And how did Chyavan Muni succeed in overcoming Indra's objections? Please narrate this amazing incident in detail. Vyasji says, Maharaj, when Raja Sharyati hosted the Yagya on earth, Chyavan Muni also attended. I am going to tell you the whole story. Listen well. Chyavan Muni was as lustrous and glorious as God. Having married a beautiful princess Sukanya, his happiness knew no bounds. He honored her like a god honoring a goddess. One day, King Sharyati's wife became very concerned about her daughter Sukanya. She went crying to the king and said, Rajan, you gave our daughter away to a blind and aged Muni. We do not know how she is in the forest. Is she still alive or has she died? You should go and see how she is. Lord, please go and pay respects to Muni Chyavan and see how Sukanya is and how she is living with a most unsuitable husband. My heart burns when I think of her sorrowful state. She must have become weak and frail from tapasya. Please bring my beautiful daughter with bright eyes so that I can see her. She must be working hard to minister to a blind tapasvi, and she wears clothes made of rough bark. I long to see my daughter. Raja Sharyati said, O you with big, beautiful eyes, most chaste queen, I am leaving immediately to see our daughter and to offer respects to the great tapasvi Muni Chyavan. Vyasji says, speaking thus to the queen, he led her to his chariot and both started their journey to the ashram. As they neared the ashram, they saw a youthful Muni who looked like the son of a Deva. The king was filled with apprehension and misgiving. He thought, I hope my daughter has not committed any despicable act. Chyavan Muni was an aged man. Could it be that the old Muni died and she has taken another husband? No matter how placid and temperate one may be, the torments of desire and passion become the cause of committing base and contemptible acts. This Kamdev is insufferable and in young age impossible to overcome. This will leave an indelible stain on the holy clan of Manu. It will bring shame to the parents. In a way, I am responsible for this act of hers. In spite of knowing that the Muni was blind and old, I gave my daughter to him in marriage. It was the duty of a father to find a match that is suitable in every way and only then give his daughter in marriage. According to my action, the fruit is here before my eyes. If I kill my daughter for her shameful act, I will become guilty of Stri Hatya, that is murder of a woman. More so, because she is my daughter. I have brought disgrace on the most supreme Manu clan. The whole world will condemn me. What shall I do? I cannot think clearly. King Sharyati was sinking into despair. Just then he saw his daughter and their eyes met. She noticed that her father was very disturbed. She immediately came to him and asked, Father, it seems that you are wondering who this young Muni with lotus eyes can be and what he is doing here. Your eyes are filled with concern and fear. O king who adds grace to the clan of Manu, you are a noble being. Come and meet my husband. This is not an occasion for expressing sorrow. Vyasji says, when Sukanya said this, The king, who was already distraught, spoke. The king said, "Daughter, where is that revered old tapasvi Chyavan Muni? Who was this proud young man? I am full of suspicion. Have you become unprincipled and immoral? Could it be that you have murdered the old Muni? You have brought disgrace to our clan. Have you become a slave of this youth? The presence of this youth in your ashram is causing me grave concern and suspicions. You please unravel this mystery as soon as possible and put my fears at rest." Hearing her father speak like this, Sukanya began to smile. She took her father's hand and led him to Chyavan Muni and said, "Father, that son-in-law Chyavan Muni whom you are searching is this same youth. By the grace of the Ashwinikumars, his appearance has become so pleasing. They are the ones who gave back his lotus eyes. Both the Ashwinikumars had come to this ashram. Out of their compassion, they granted this boon. Father, I am your daughter. Upon seeing this young Muni, whatever doubts and imaginations you had about my activities are most unfounded, because I am incapable of committing any shameful deeds. Rajan, offer your pranams to this Muni Chyavan who illuminates the clan of Brigu. Father, you may ask him for all the details so that you get peace of mind." The king did pranam by bowing his head on Chyavan Muni's feet. Then he spoke. The king said, "O Muni, you who are an ornament in the clan of Brigu, please tell me quickly how you got your eyes and how your old age vanished." Brahman, there is no end to the astonishment and amazement I feel at seeing your present form. I am impatient to hear your story. Chyavanji said, "The Ashwinikumars are physicians to the gods. They came here. They have been benevolent and restored to me my sight and my youth. In gratitude, I gave them a boon. Both of you Devas will become eligible to drink somras at the Yagya to be performed by Raja Sharyati. Now be at peace and take your seat." Raja Sharyati accepted the asan offered by Chyavan Muni and sat down. The queen sat beside him. They talked auspicious things. Then Muni Chyavan said to the king, "Maharaj, I will preside over the Yagya in your kingdom. Keep all the samagri ready. My promise to the Ashwinikumars that they will drink somras will be fulfilled at your Yagya. Great and noble king, during your Soma sacrifice, if Indra shows anger, I will calm him down by my yogic powers. Then the Ashwinikumars can peacefully enjoy the somras." Maharaj, King Sharyati was very pleased with the Muni's words. He accepted the Muni's instructions and left with his wife back to his kingdom. After choosing an auspicious date, the king built a grand canopy for the Yagya. All great and well-known Munis, including Vyasji, were invited. When everything was ready, at the most auspicious time, Bhrigunvanshi Chyavan Muni commenced the great Som Yagya of Raja Sharyati. The Mahayagya was graced by Indra and all the gods. With the intention of drinking the somras, the Ashwinikumars had also come. When Indra saw them, he became suspicious. He asked all the Devas, "Why have these Ashwinikumars come here? They heal and cure and have no right to partake of somras. Who invited them?" During the Mahayagya of Raja Sharyati, when Indra asked this question, none of the gods replied. After this, when Muni Chyavan began to offer somras to the Ashwinikumars, Indra stopped him and said, "Do not give them somras." Chyavan Muni said to Devraj Indra, "O husband of Shachi, what makes these Surya Kumars ineligible for somras? Please give us the proper reasons and proof." "They are not Varnasankar, that is, hybrid, of mixed caste, generation, or species. They were born to the wife of Surya. Devendra, what defect or shortcoming do you find in these divine physicians that you are disqualifying them from partaking of somras? Shukra, let all the gods here present declare their decision. I will give Ashwinikumars somras to drink, because I have given them the right to do so. It is on my suggestion that this king is hosting this yagya. I speak the truth. All these efforts were made with the sole purpose of creating an opportunity for the Ashwinikumars to drink somras. They have done me the great favor of granting me youth. It is my obligation to give a favor in return. Indra said, Muni, because of their occupation as physicians and healers, the gods have opposed them and scorned them. They are not eligible for somras. Therefore, do not reserve any share for them. Chyavanji said, O killer of the demon Vrittasura, keep calm. Showing temper at a time like this is useless and to no avail, because I see no reason why these sons of Surya, Ashwinikumars, should be considered ineligible. Rajan, while this argument was going on between Indra and Chyavan Muni, none of the gods were able to say anything. Then, on the strength of the power of his tapasya, Chyavan Muni offered the vessel of somras to the Ashwinikumars. Vyasji says, Rajan, Indra fell into a rage. Showing his supremacy and might, he said, O friend of Brahma, you have no authority to establish a new maryada like this. If you insist on opposing me, I will treat you like another Vishwaroop and kill you. Chyavan Muni said, Devendra, this is an insult to those benevolent devas who have given me this divine body and youthful appearance. Apart from you, why do these devas drink somras? Please remember that these Ashwinikumars are also devas. Indra said, O dull and retarded soul, those who heal and cure can never be considered eligible for partaking of yagya offerings. If you insist on giving them the somras, I will cut off your head. Vyasji says, Rajan, disregarding Indra and as if in contempt, Chyavanji gave a share of somras to the Ashwinikumars. They were most eager to receive it and took the vessel. Indra became furious and threatened to use his thunderbolt as he did on Vishwaroop. Chyavan Muni observed all the protocols and handed over the vessel containing somras to the Ashwinikumars. Indra began to glitter like a crore of suns. He took his thunderbolt and in full view of all the gods, hurled it at Chyavan Muni. By his yogic powers, Muni Chyavan halted the thunderbolt and it became motionless. At the same time, he used the power of his tapasya to create a giant demon. He chanted mantras and offered oblations to Agni to empower the demon to kill Indra. The demon was called Mad and was fearful to behold. He had sharp pointed teeth and 4 tusks hung out of his mouth. He was as wide as he was tall. His arms could encircle a mountain. The top of his head touched the clouds, while his feet were in Patal. He had claws like a tiger, and his body and hair were jet black. Seeing this terrible form, the Devas screamed in fear. The demon leapt towards Indra to swallow him. He already had the thunderbolt in his mouth. Indra tried to release a second weapon, but his arms seemed paralyzed. Indra began to remember his all-knowing and all-powerful Guru Brihaspati, who could even stall fate. Brihaspati appeared immediately. He saw that Indra was in a difficult situation. He meditated on the problem and then said to Indra, Vasa, This Daitya Mad cannot be destroyed either by mantras or by your Vajra. He is invincible because he has been created out of the tapasvic powers of Muni Chyavan and has come out of Agni. It cannot be controlled by you, me, or any god. I would advise you to go to Chyavan Muni and seek refuge. Only he can control the Daitya which he has created. Actually, no one has even succeeded in neutralizing the wrath of a Bhakt of Bhagawati Jagdamba. Vyasji says, on the advice of Brihaspati and overcome with fear, Indra went to Chyavan Muni. Humbly he folded his hands and bowed before the Muni and said, Munivar, forgive me and please remove this Daitya from here. O all-knowing one, be pleased with me. I accept your decision. From today, the Ashwinikumars will be entitled to drink somras. Be pleased, O Brahman, as I speak the truth. All your efforts to give them the right to partake of sacrificial offerings have met with success. I know that you will not fight for a cause that is meaningless. Now, by your benevolent act, the Ashwinikumars will always receive their share of the offerings of all yagyas. At the same time, Raja Sharyati will also gain fame and renown in the whole world. Munivar, let it be understood that I was merely testing your power and prowess. Brahman, for my safe passage, please send away this demon Mad. The well-being of the Devas is in your hand. Muni Chyavan, who was a glorious tapasvi, removed all signs of his wrath and gently reassured Indra. Then he made arrangements for the demon to go and live in places where immoral women, intoxicating drinks, gambling, and hunting were flourishing. He escorted Indra and the gods back to the Yagyashala and completed the ceremonies for closing the Yagya. As per protocol, he first offered somras to Lord Indra. Then he gave permission to the Ashwinikumars to drink. Rajan, in this way, the great tapasvi Muni Chyavan obtained for the Ashwinikumars the right to drink somras. The ashram of Chyavan Muni became famous. Raja Sharyati gained name and fame and returned to his kingdom. A son, Anarth, was born to him, and Anarth had a son, Revath. Revath vanquished all his enemies and established a kingdom called Kushtal in the middle of the ocean. He had 100 sons. The eldest was Kukudmi. Also, Revath had a beautiful daughter, Revathi. When she grew into a maiden, her father began to look for a boy from a good clan. One day he thought, why not I go and ask Brahmaji to whom I should give my daughter? So he took his daughter and went to Brahmalok. In those days, the Devas, Yagyas, music, mountains, seas and rivers were all in the form of gods residing in Brahmalok. Standing before Brahma and singing stutis were the rishis, siddhis, gandharvas, serpents and bards. Chapter 7, Episodes 8 and 9. Raja Revath meets Brahma. Marriage of Revathi and Balram. Story of the birth of Mandhata. Raja Janmejay said, Brahman, it is very amazing to hear that Raja Revath and his daughter Revathi went to Brahmalok. I have heard that only those who have the knowledge of Brahma and who have a pure and tranquil attention can reach Brahmalok. Satyalok is very far from earth and exceedingly difficult to reach. All the scriptures say that only after death one can go to heaven. How can anyone with a mortal body enter Brahmalok? And even if one does go, how does he come back into the mortal world? How is this possible? Vyasji says, Rajan, on the summit of the holy Mount Sumeru, there exists Indralok, Vahnilok, that is Gandharvas, Sayamnipuri, that is Yamlok, Satyalok, that is abode of Brahma, Kailash, that is abode of Shiva, and Vaikunt, that is abode of Vishnu. It is Vaikunt which is called Vaishnav Pad. Just as Kunti Nandan Arjun went to Indralok and stayed there for 5 years in his human body, so also Kukutst and many other kings have visited Swarglok. Therefore, O king, one should not have doubts about this. Punyatmas and Tapasvis can visit all lokas as they are. O king, virtuous, meritorious action, pure disposition, and amiable nature are the prerequisites for permission to visit Brahmalok and other lokas. In the same way, those holy souls who perform yagyas can merit the right to visit all the lokas. Raja Janmejay said, Brahman, what happened after Raja Revath and his daughter Revathi reached Brahmalok? What advice did Brahmaji give, and to whom did Revath give his daughter? Please tell all this in detail. Vyasji says, Rajan, listen. When Raja Revath reached Brahmalok, the Gandharvas was singing, so he waited outside. The music stirred him and filled him with joy. After the music stopped, Raja Revath approached Brahmaji and offered obeisance. Then he placed before him his request. Raja Revath said, Devesh, this maiden is my daughter. Please suggest a suitable match for her. I have seen many princes from illustrious families, but my restless mind could not decide. So I have come to your lotus feet. Please suggest a prince who belongs to a good clan, who is brave and strong, who has all good qualities, and who is generous and dharmic. Brahmaji said, Rajan, all those princes who came before you as suitors do not exist anymore. Neither father, nor grandsons, nor brothers, nor friends. All have been devoured by time because the third part of the 27th Yuga is in progress. All the people of your clan are also dead and gone. Even the country has ceased to exist. The Daityas have destroyed it. At the present moment, kings of the Chandra, that is lunar dynasty, are ruling. The kingdom is known as Mathura, and the king is Ugrasen. He was born into the clan of Yayati. Entire kingdom of Mathura was under his rule. But he had a son Kansa, who was a manifestation of a demon. Kansa put his father into prison and took the reins of the kingdom into his own hands. Of all the kings, he was the most arrogant and egoistical. Mother Earth became distressed and could not tolerate his evil ways. She came to Brahma for help. All the great gods say that whenever Mother Earth is unable to bear the burden of evil upon her, then Bhagwan incarnates. So, at that time, the lotus-eyed Bhagwan Shri Krishna took his birth. He was known as Bhagwan Vasudev. It was by his hand that the evil Kansa was killed. Kansa's father-in-law was Jarasandh. He was very wicked and also very powerful. He reached Madura to fight with Sri Krishna. but he was defeated by the Lord. Then he sent Kalayavan with a huge army. But when Sri Krishna heard that he was coming, he left Mathura and went to Dwaraka. That city was in ruin, but Sri Krishna got architects and builders to rebuild the city with fortresses all around. Sri Krishna established Ugrasen as king of Dwaraka and made arrangements for the Yadava clan to live there. At the present moment, Bhagwan Sri Krishna is in residence in Dwaraka. He has an elder brother, Balram. He carries as his weapons the plough and the pestle, that is pounding hammer. He is very brave and strong and is said to be the incarnation of Sesh. He is the most suitable match for your daughter. Perform the necessary ceremonies and rituals and give your daughter Revathi to Balbhadraji. Rajendra, after the Kanyadan, you must go and start tapasya in Badrikashram, because only by tapasya and meditation all wishes and desires are fulfilled and the attention becomes purified. Vyasji says, Rajan, Raja Revath immediately obeyed Sri Brahmaji and left for Dwaraka. He gave his daughter Revathi in marriage to Baldevji. Then he settled on the banks of the holy Ganga and did severe penance. Then he renounced his mortal body and went to Divyalok, that is heaven. Raja Janmejay said, Bhagwan, you have just said that Raja Revath and his daughter waited in Brahmalok for 108 yugas before meeting Sri Brahma. How is it that they did not become old and infirm? Vyasji says, O sinless king, in Brahmalok, hunger, thirst, death, fear, old age, and inertia, nothing can affect or influence. While Raja Revath was in Brahmalok, the Rakshasas had demolished the clan of Sharyati. They all abandoned Kushtal and hid themselves in various places. Then, from Kshuv Manu was born the famous and illustrious Ishwaku. He was the founder of the Surya dynasty. He had performed severe tapasya and meditated on Devi Bhagawati for the establishment of the Surya clan. He had received advice and initiation from Naradji. Rajan, Ishwaku had 100 sons. The eldest was Vikukshi. Maharaj Ishwaku was the king of Ayodhya. He appointed 50 sons, including Shakuni, to look after the northern part of his kingdom, but 2 sons stayed back to serve their father. Vyasji says, Ikshwaku's son, Vikukshi, became king and was known as Shashat. He had a son Kukutst, who was also known as Indravah and Puranjay. Raja Janmejay asked, why so many names for one person? Please tell me the reason which caused him to have more than one name. Vyasji says, Rajan, when King Shashat died, Kukutst became the king and ruled very competently. At that time the Devas, greatly tormented by the Daityas, went to the Swami of Triloki, Bhagwan Sri Vishnu, for protection. Sri Hari advised them. Bhagwan Vishnu said, O foremost of Devas, you must pray to become friends of Shashat Kumar, King Kukutst. Only he can kill the Daityas. He is a virtuous king. By the grace of Bhagavati Jagdamba, he has been blessed with incomparable strength and valor. Maharaj, on receiving this advice in the divine and lucid tones of Bhagwan Vishnu, the Devas led by Indra went to Ayodhya and met Shashat Kumar, King Kukutst. He received them with all the respect and protocols and inquired the reason for their visit. Raja Kukutst said, O Devas, I have become blessed and auspicious. The purpose of my life has been fulfilled by your coming and giving me darshan. Now please tell me what I can do. Even if it is difficult for other people, I will carry out your wishes. The Devas said, Rajendra, we need your help. Become the ally of Indra and defeat the Daityas. They have become invincible. You have the grace of Bhagavati Jagdamba upon you. Therefore, nothing is impossible for you. We came here on the advice of Bhagwan Sri Vishnu. The king said, O divine ones, I am ready to help you. But during the war, Indra must become my vehicle if I am to get any success. I am speaking the truth. To succeed in this war, it is imperative that I fight seated on Indra. Only then I can defeat the Daityas. I speak the truth. The Devas considered this strange condition and said to Indra, Shachipati, forget your shame and become the vehicle of this king. Indra fell into deep thought. Then, remembering the advice of Sri Vishnu, he assumed the form of a bull, almost as if this was Bhagwan Shiva's vehicle, Nandishwar. The king mounted the bull. Because he sat on the hump of the bull, that is Kukut, he got the name Kukutst. And because Indra was the vehicle, he got the name Indravah. And because he got victory over the city, that is Pura, of the Daityas, he got the third name Puranjay. After defeating the Daityas, he handed over all the wealth to the Devas. This is how Maharaj Kukutst got so many names. Kukutst and his wife had a son Anina, and Anina had a most virtuous and illustrious son, Prithu, who was a partial manifestation of Bhagwan Vishnu. He was a devotee of the lotus feet of Bhagavati Jagdamba. Prithu had a son, Vishwarandi, and his son was Shriman Raja Chandra. Raja Chandra's son was Yuvnashva, and his son was Shravant. He built the city of Shravanti, which compares favorably with Amravati. Mahatma Shravant had a son, Brihadashva, and his son was Kuvalashva. He became famous by killing the Daitya Dundu and got the name Dundumar. His son Dridashva protected the earth in many ways. He had a son Shriman Haryashva. Haryashva had a son Raja Nikumb, and his son was Baharnashva. His son Trishashva had a son Prasenjit. Prasenjit had a very auspicious son called Yaunashva, and he had a son Shriman Raja Mandhata, who built 108 grand palaces. To please Bhagavati Jagdamba, he built temples in famous places of pilgrimage. He did not take birth from his mother. Instead, he was taken out from his father's abdomen. Raja Janmejay said, Mahabhag, what an astounding story this is. It has never been heard or seen before that a child is born from the father. Please tell me in detail the reason for such a birth. Vyasji says, Rajan, the great Dharmic king Yaunashva had 100 queens, but none of them bore him a child. This made him very sad. He left the palace and went into the forest and began to live in the holy ashrams of the rishis. Many Brahmins were meditating in those regions. When they saw the king, they felt compassion for him. They asked him, O king, why are you so sad? What worldly problem is giving you so much sorrow? Please tell us the truth. We will try to solve your problem. Raja Yaunashva said, O Munis, I have a kingdom, untold wealth and highly bred horses. In my palace there are 100 chaste queens. In all the 3 worlds there is no enemy who is more powerful than I am. My ministers and petty kings all owe allegiance to me. O Tapasvis, my only sorrow is that I have no child. You have done penance and meditation and acquired all the knowledge of the Vedas and Shastras. If there is anything that can be done for me, please let me know. Vyasji says, the Brahmins were filled with concern for the king. With great care, they made the king perform a yagya with Indra as the presiding deity. The Brahmins had placed the kalash with water near the yagya, and by chanting mantras over the kalash, they prayed that the king should have a child. In the night, the king felt very thirsty. He went to the Yagyashala. The Brahmins were asleep. There was no water anywhere. So he picked up the sacred kalash and drank the water. Actually, the Brahmins had prepared this water by chanting mantras to be given to the queens in that palace. Unknowingly, the king had drunk this water. In the morning, when the Brahmins could not find the kalash anywhere, they were in panic. They asked the king, and he said that he had drunk it. Then the Brahmins realized that fate is all powerful. After concluding the yagya, the Brahmins went back to their ashram. By the power of the mantras, the king became with child. When the time for birth approached, the lower abdomen of the king was cut open and a son was born. This operation was performed by the trusted ministers of the king Yavanashva. The gods protected the king and he did not die. After the birth, everyone asked, whose milk will the prince drink? Just then, Indra placed his forefinger in his mouth and declared, I will take care of this child. He grew up to be the famous king Mandhata. Rajan, this is his story. Chapter 7, Episodes 10 to 12. Reason why Satyavrat is called Trishanku. By the grace of Bhagawati, he is freed from a curse. Story of Harishchandra. Vyasji says, Maharaj Mandhata was a just and upright emperor. His victory banners flew all over the earth. Out of fear, all the robbers and dacoits had fled to the hills and caves. For this reason, Indra gave him the name Trasadasyu. Mandhata was married to Princess Vindumati, daughter of King Shashvindu. They had two sons, Purukuts and Muchakand. Purukuts had a son Aranya and he had a son Brihadashva. He had a son Haryashva who had Tridanva, and Tridanva had a son Arun. Arun had a son Satyavrat who became famous. He had enormous wealth. He became wayward, immoral, foolish and greedy. As a punishment for a mistake, King Arun banished him from the palace. He committed many more misdeeds which caused Vyasji to pronounce a curse on him. You will be known as Trishanku in this world, and all living things will only see your devilish and diabolical form. Vyasji says, Rajan, after being cursed thus, Satyavrat began a severe penance. A son of a Muni taught him a precious mantra. He began chanting this mantra and at the same time kept his unswavering, pure attention on the most auspicious Bhagawati Jagdamba. Raja Janmejay said, O great Guru, after Vyasji cursed him, how did Trishanku rid himself of the curse? Please tell me. Vyasji says, Rajan, because of the curse, all the characteristics of a demon began to manifest in Satyavrat, but he started his worship of Devi Bhagawati. One day, after completing the chanting of the Navakshar, that is 9-syllable mantra, Satyavrat wished to perform a Havan. So he went to the Brahmins and humbly requested them, O gods of the earth, I have come to you for help. Please preside over my Yagya as the sacrificial priests. You are learned in the Vedas and you are compassionate. The success of my Yagya depends on the proper chanting of mantras. Only you can help me. My name is Satyavrat. I am a prince. By this Yagya, I can get many boons to make me happy. Please accept my invitation. The Brahmin said, Brother, your Gurudev has put a curse upon you. You are manifesting all diabolical traits. You have no right to the Vedas and you cannot perform a Yagya. When a living being manifests diabolical signs, he becomes an object of contempt in all the worlds. Vyasji says, Janmejay, these words of the Brahmins filled Raja Satyavrat with remorse and sorrow. He thought, my life has no meaning. My father has disowned me. My guru has cursed me. I have no right to the kingdom. These horrible traits are afflicting me. What shall I do? Where shall I go? Thinking these thoughts, Satyavrat began to collect wood and build a pyre. He lit the fire and big flames appeared. First he went and bathed. Then he stood beside the fire and with folded hands he praised Bhagawati Mahamaya and got ready to enter the burning pyre. Seeing that he made up his mind to end his life, Bhagawati Jagdamba appeared before him in the sky. Maharaj, the Devi was seated on a lion. She spoke in a voice as loud and clear as thunder. Devi said, O pious and holy one, what are you doing? Do not burn your body in the fire. Auspicious one, be in peace. Your father has become old. O brave one, he has given the kingdom to you and is about to retire into the forest. Rajan, stop feeling guilty. 3 days from now, your father's ministers will come to take you. With my blessings, there will be a Rajyabhishek and you will be anointed king. After this, your father will leave for Brahmalok. This is the absolute truth. Vyasji says, Rajan, after this, the Devi removed herself from his sight. The prince was filled with grace and gave up his idea of jumping into the fire. At that very moment, Naradji visited Ayodhya and narrated everything about the prince to the king. When the king heard that his son was preparing to die, he was filled with remorse. Then King Arun said to his ministers, You are aware of my son Satyavrat, whom I had banished to the forest. Even though he knew that he was the lawful heir to this kingdom, he left without a word. I have just heard that he is wandering in the forest. The curse of Vasisji has made him appear like a demon. Unable to bear his misfortune, he was getting ready to die by fire. But Bhagawati Jagdamba prevented him. He is still in the forest. All of you please go there and reassure him and bring him back to the palace. He is most capable of ruling the kingdom. I have decided to enter the state of tapasya. I will perform his coronation and then leave for the forest. King Arun sent his ministers to bring Satyavrat back. He felt a great surge of love for his son. The ministers returned with Satyavrat. The king saw that his son had become very lean and weak. His clothes were in tatters and his hair was matted. His eyes were darting about full of fear. The king realized that he had committed a grave mistake in banishing this wise and able son. Rajan, The king embraced his son, and after coaxing and reassuring him, he made him sit next to him. Then he spoke to him in loving tones. Raja Arun said, "May your wisdom be rooted in dharma. May you respect your elders. May you keep only that wealth which is earned honestly. May you always strive to protect your subjects. May you never speak an untruth, and may you never walk in the path of sin. May you always consult wise men before you act. May tapasvis receive honor and protection in your kingdom. May you destroy robbers and plunderers. May you be victorious over your senses. May you always take your ministers into confidence. Son, a king is the Atma of his kingdom. He should be wary of even weak enemies. He should not trust any minister who keeps connection with the enemy. He should keep a careful watch over friends and enemies. He should observe dharmas and lead a righteous life. He should be generous. He should not cause emotional upsetting to anyone. He should never support wrongdoers. He should regularly perform yagyas. He should support the Maharishis. He should never trust a woman, a gambler, or a trickster. He should not be overly fond of hunting. He should not indulge in gambling, drinking, indecent and vulgar music, and immoral women, and should also protect his subjects from them. He should get up during Brahma Muhurtam, take a bath, and perform worship to Adi Shakti Bhagavati Jagdamba. After taking initiation, he should sing her praises and offer flowers. Son, it is only by worshipping the lotus feet of this Parashakti that we can fulfill the purpose of our lives. Whoever performs puja even once to Bhagavati Jagdamba and drinks Charanamrit, he will never have to occupy a womb and take birth again. This is the absolute truth. This is her entire creation. She is the enjoyer. She is the witness. Keeping this always in mind, stand fearlessly on the truth. Every morning, you should observe the protocols and call your ministers and Brahmins to the council hall. Go into consultation and determine the moral and spiritual aspects of the business of the kingdom. Honor the learned and wise Brahmins with gifts of cows, gold, and other materials. If ever you have to entertain an unwise Brahmin, do not give him anything more than food. Son, out of greed and covetousness, never transgress the codes of Dharma. In addition, there is one important Maryada. Never be the cause of insult to a Brahmin. A Brahmin is Bhudev. On earth, he is considered to be a god. Always treat them with respect. A Brahmin is the causal of a Kshatriya. There is no doubt about this. It is believed that from water comes fire, from Brahmin comes Kshatriya, and from stone comes iron. Brahmins, who are realized souls, transmit divine vibrations into the atmosphere. Therefore, a king who desires auspiciousness for his kingdom should honor and please the Brahmins. A king should see that justice is properly meted out and laws and edicts are established. Vyasji says, Rajan, Trishanku listened carefully to this valuable advice given by his father. Then he folded his hands and said in a loving voice, Very well, father, I will obey all your advice. Then King Arun invited learned Brahmins and under their supervision made arrangements for the coronation. He installed Trishanku on the throne of Ayodhya and left to a Vanprasth ashram. He settled down in a forest on the banks of the holy Ganga and entered tapasya. When his lifespan was over, he went to heaven. Even the Devas welcomed him there and gave him a place close to Indra's throne. Raja Janmejay said, Prabhu, you have said that Satyavrat had been cursed by Guru Vasisht and he started manifesting demonic symptoms. How did he get free of this curse? Because a man with demonic tendencies is not eligible to become a king. Did Satyavrat perform any virtuous act which prompted Vasishtji to free him from the curse? Prabhu, please tell me this and also the reason why King Arun brought his banished son back with such honor. Vyasji says, Rajan, as soon as Vasishtji pronounced the curse, all signs of demonic nature began to manifest from Satyavrat. He became grotesque, disfigured, ugly, and fearful to behold. All living things shunned him. But he started his meditation and worship of Bhagawati Jagdamba. Rajan, when the Devi became prasanna, that is pleased, a great change came over Satyavrat. He began to look divine. All the demonic manifestations got destroyed. Even a spot did not remain. Now there was no limit to the luster that radiated from King Satyavrat because he had received the Shakti of the Devi Bhagawati. Not only this, but by her grace, even Vasisht became pleased with Satyavrat and the king felt extreme love for his son. When Satyavrat became king, he hosted various yagyas to worship the eternal Deveshwari Bhagawati Jagdamba. He had a son Harishchandra who was very pleasing in appearance and possessed all dharmic qualities. After many years, Trishanku decided to take sannyas. So he installed his son Harishchandra as heir to the throne and left his kingdom. He went to the ashram of Vasishtji. He offered pranams with folded hands and said, O you who have complete knowledge of all the mantras, O Tapasvi, son of Brahma, be pleased to hear me. Now I desire to experience the joys of heaven. It is my desire to enjoy it in my present state with this human body. So please advise me which yagya I should perform to acquire the boon of entering heaven with this human body. O foremost of Munis, please be kind to do me this favor. That yagya, which is difficult even for the devas, should be performed by you on my behalf so that I get entry into heaven. Vasishtji said, Rajan, it is impossible to find a place in heaven with a human body. The rule is very clear that only after death, on the merits of virtuous deeds, one gets permission to live in heaven. Therefore, O wise being, I am afraid to help you in this pursuit, because it is not possible for living beings to stay in heaven in the company of Apsaras. O fortunate one, you may certainly host the yagya, but only after death you can enter heaven. Vyasji says, these words of Vasishtji made Raja Trishanku impatient and angry. He said, Brahman, in your arrogance and self-conceit, if you refuse to help me, I will invite someone else to be the presiding priest at my yagya. This made Vasishtji pronounce another curse on Trishanku. He said, O ignorant and foolish one, may you become a low caste untouchable, that is, Chandal. With this same body, may all the Chandal traits manifest in you. King, you are a hypocrite who is corrupting and defiling the transit route of saints. You are a great sinner. Even after death, there is no way for you to gain heaven. Vyasji says, Rajan, as soon as Gurudev Vasishtji pronounced this curse, King Trishanku immediately became a Chandal. The gem-studded golden earrings that he wore turned into stone. The sandalwood paste that covered his body immediately became a foul-smelling layer of dirt. His yellow-colored silken robes turned black. The curse of Mahatma Vasisht gave him large, flapping ears, that is, Gajakarn. Rajan, Vasisht was a devotee of Bhagawati Jagdamba. The effect of his wrath was clear to see. Therefore, one must be very careful and never insult a Devi Bhakt. Rajan, seeing the change that had come over his body, Raja Trishanku became very depressed and helpless. He did not go back to his palace. Instead, he went into the forest and thought, "What shall I do? Where shall I go? I have become repulsive. I cannot see any solution for getting out of this state. If I go back home, even my son will turn me away. No woman will marry me. My ministers will disrespect me. My family and friends will disown me. I will have to live in isolation. Death is a better alternative." He thought of killing himself but was prevented by the knowledge that in all subsequent births he will be reborn as a Chandal. And as a fruit of his action for killing himself, he will never get released from the curse of the Muni. He decided that it would not help him if he committed suicide. He would stay in the forest and live out this lifetime. Only then would the curse come to an end. He would live close to the ashram, offer homage and hospitality to holy men and spend his time in the worship of Bhagavati Jagdamba. He thought, "If I live in this way, I will be able to make reparation for my sins, and by some good fortune I might even meet a saint." King Trishanku gave up his kingdom and settled on the banks of the holy river Ganga. When his son Harishchandra came to know about the curse on his father, he was very upset. He sent his ministers to meet his father. When they came before him, he was filled with shame. But they were most respectful and bowed before him, saying, "O king, we are the obedient servants of Harishchandra and have come here on his command. He has sent this message. Most respectfully bring my father back to the palace. He will be looked after by the ministers and subjects. We will try to appease Guru Vasisht to win his compassion. It is possible that Vasisht will feel merciful and release you from the curse." Rajan, your son repeated this message many times. If you agree, please come with us to the palace. Vyasji says, Rajan, King Trishanku, who was now in the form of a Chandal, listened to the message from his son, but he had no inclination to go to the palace. He said, "O faithful ministers, return to the kingdom and give this message to Harishchandra. Son, I do not wish to come. You look after the kingdom. Hold as many yagyas as you can. Honor the Brahmins and worship the gods. This present form of mine is despicable and shunned by great Mahatmas. I will not come to Ayodhya in my present state. Now you must not linger. Go back to the palace. My son is very wise and capable. Make necessary arrangements and install him on the throne of Ayodhya. This is my only command." The ministers wept to see the king. They left him to continue his vanaprasth life of renunciation in the forest. They returned to Ayodhya and coronated Harishchandra as king on an auspicious day. After this, Harishchandra took the reins of the kingdom in his hands. But concern for his father still filled his mind. Chapter 7, Episodes 13 to 17. Trishanku receives a boon from sage Vishwamitra. Story of Harishchandra. Raja Janmejay asked, Muni, as per the command of King Trishanku, Harishchandra was anointed king of Ayodhya. Did Trishanku get freed from the curse? Did he die in the forest? Did he jump into the river Ganga, or did Guru Vyasji release him from the curse? Please tell me the story. Vyasji says, Janmejay, Raja Trishanku was very pleased after the coronation of his son. He settled down to continuous meditation on the lotus feet of the embodiment of auspiciousness, Devi Bhagawati Jagdamba. One day, the great sage Vishwamitra, after completing his tapasya, came to that forest to meet his wife and sons. When he saw that his family was well and happy, he became pleased. He asked his wife, O beautiful eyed one, there was great famine in this land. How did you manage in those difficult days? In the absence of food grains, how did you sustain these children? O beautiful one, I was completely engrossed and thoughtless in my meditation. That is why I did not come. Please tell me how you passed those difficult days. Vyasji says, the very soft-spoken and beautiful wife of Vishwamitra said, Munivar, as soon as you left, we faced very difficult times. Hear me, I will tell you. All your children were hungry, and I used to roam in the forest to collect wild rice. Clouds of despair hovered around us. Somehow I found some fruits. In this way, we passed a few months. When the season ended, I was again in distress. Nowhere in the forest could I find rice, nor was there any possibility of receiving alms. All the trees had become barren. Even roots and tubers had dried up under the parched earth. Children used to cry continuously from hunger. There was no place I could go and no one to whom I could tell my sorrow. In desperation, I thought I would sell 1 or 2 children to rich families and with that money feed the other children. There was no other way. I told my eldest son about my plan. He became full of fear and wept. I suppressed all my feelings and my shame, took the child and went out. On the way, I met the royal sage Satyavrat and he asked why the child was crying. I told him, O king, I am taking this child to sell him. He felt great pity and his heart melted. He said, take this boy and go back to your home. After that, somehow he provided food for the children. Because of me, Guru Vasisht cursed Satyavrat and gave him the name Trishanku. He also cursed him to become a Chandal. Kaushik, seeing the distress and dishonor being suffered by the king, I am also very sad. It was for my sake that he was cursed. Therefore, it is now your responsibility to free him either by tapasya or by your yogic powers. Vyasji says, O vanquisher of enemies, King Janmejay, seeing his wife so full of concern, Vishwamitra gave her this assurance. Vishwamitraji said, O lotus-eyed one, I will most certainly free that great king who helped you and the children during your difficult days. By my knowledge and powers, he will be freed of the curse very shortly. Rajan, this Muni Kaushik was the knower of the highest and most subtle truth. After due consideration, he went to meet Trishanku, who was staying in the hut of an untouchable. He was greatly surprised to see sage Vishwamitra. He prostrated on the earth and touched the feet of the sage. Kaushikji lifted him up and spoke gently to him. O king, because of me, you received this curse. Now I will fulfill a desire of yours. Tell me what I can do for you. The king said, Muni, a long time ago, I requested Vasisji to preside over my yagya. I had asked him to perform such a yagya that would grant me entry into heaven with my human body. Vasisji became very angry and refused. He said I was foolish to have such a desire, as no one can enter heaven with the body. I was so determined that I told him I would ask some other Muni to preside over my yagya. O gracious Muni, I have told you the cause of the curse. Now only you can help me. Vishwamitra Muni began to think of a way to remove the curse. Vyasji says, the great Tapasvi Vishwamitra decided to hold a yagya. He gathered together all the prescribed samagri and sent invitations to Munis to attend. The invited Munis understood the motive of the yagya and declined to come. Also, they had been advised by Vasisji to refuse. This made Vishwamitra ji very sad. He went to the place where Raja Trishanku lived and told him, Rajendra, Vasisji has prevented all the Brahmins from accepting my invitation. Not a single Brahmin came for the yagya. Now, see the power of my tapasya, by the strength of which I will send you to heaven, because I must fulfill your wish. Saying this, the greatest Muni of all, Kaushikji, took water in his hands and by chanting Gayatri mantra, made a solemn declaration transferring all his punyas to the king. After bestowing on Trishanku all his punyas, Vishwamitra ji said, O king, now you can go to heaven in the way you wish. Rajendra, after many years of tapasya, this punya was granted to me. By the power of this punya, you can go to Indralok. You will be blessed there. Vyasji says, Janmejay, as soon as the great sage Vishwamitra said this, Trishanku was lifted from the earth and began to rise like a bird in flight. His appearance was still like that of a Chandal. When he neared heaven, the Devas ran to Indra and said, Someone is trying to imitate the Devas and is flying in the sky with the speed of wind. He seems to belong to a very inferior caste and is terrible to look at. Indra immediately went to see and he recognized Trishanku. He shouted out, You low-down Chandal! How dare you try to enter heaven? Go back to earth. You cannot stay here. Hearing Indra's fearful voice, Trishanku began to slip downwards just like the gods do when they fall from grace. As he was falling, Trishanku kept calling to Vishwamitra, I am falling down from the heaven. Please save an unfortunate being like me. Hearing his cries, Vishwamitra directed his glance towards him. He saw him falling with great speed towards the earth. He shouted, Stop! Trishanku had already left heaven, but by his powers, Vishwamitra stopped him in mid-air. Then Vishwamitra made a decision to create another heaven. He took water in his hand and began to rinse his mouth in preparation. Then he built a very big Havan Kund for a yagya. Seeing this, Indra came down from heaven. He said, Brahman, what are you doing? What is the reason for your anger? Tell me, what can I do for you? Vishwamitra said, Lord, the most unhappy and afflicted Raja Trishanku has just fallen from your kingdom. Kindly take him, lovingly, back to heaven with you. Vyasji says, when Indra discovered the decision of sage Vishwamitra, he was filled with apprehension. But knowing the might and power of his tapasya, he accepted the suggestion. He immediately transformed King Trishanku into a godlike form, made him sit in his heavenly vehicle, and took him to Amaravati with him. Vishwamitra became very pleased and returned to sit on his tapasya asan. At that time, King Harishchandra was ruling Ayodhya. When he heard that his father had entered heaven as per his wish, He knew that sage Vishwamitra had done him this favor. King Harishchandra had a young and beautiful wife, but she had not borne any children. So he went to the ashram of Guru Vasisht. He offered pranams to the Guru and expressed his concern at not having a child. O generous and compassionate Muni, you are well versed in the science of astrology and the knowledge of mantras. Please do something which will help us to have a child. Vyasji says, the human son of Brahmaji, Muni Vasisht, listened to the troubled king. Then, after contemplating for some time, Vasishtji said, Maharaj, you are right to be sad. You must perform worship to the deity of the waters, Sri Varun. He will certainly help you because there is no other Deva who grants this boon of a child so readily. O Rajendra, you who observe all the dharmas, you engage yourself in worship of Varun. I am sure your desire will be fulfilled. Man must respect and accept both destiny and the object of his birth. Without effort and exertion, one cannot accomplish anything. O King, great philosophers make their efforts within the boundaries of morality and honesty. Only if you try, you can succeed. There is no other alternative. Rajan, on the advice of the great Guru Vasisht, King Harishchandra decided to do meditation and renunciation. He offered pranams to the Guru and left. On the banks of the holy river Ganga, he set up his asan and settled down to meditate. He put all his attention on Varundev and began his tapas. Very soon, Varun was pleased and he smiled like a lotus that has just bloomed. He appeared before Harishchandra and said, You have pleased me by your worship. Ask any boon that you desire and I will grant it. Raja Harishchandra said, I have no child. Please grant me a favorable son so that when I die, I will be free of all debts. Varun Devata granted him his wish and a son was born to him. Chapter 7, Episodes 18 and 19. Raja Harishchandra incurs wrath of Vishwamitra, gets deceived into giving away his kingdom as alms. Vyasji says, Rajan, it happened once that Raja Harishchandra went hunting in the forest. He saw a maiden with large, beautiful eyes crying. Full of pity, he asked her, O you with eyes as large as lotus leaves, why are you crying? Tell me, who has caused you sorrow? How are you alone in this forest? Who is your father and who is your husband? In my kingdom, even demons do not trouble another man's wife. Tell me the name of your tormentor and I will kill him. Evildoers cannot live in my kingdom. The maiden wiped her tears and said, For my sake, the Muni who is doing severe tapasya in this forest, that Muni Vishwamitra is the cause of my sorrow. O King, you are most dharmic, but living in your kingdom, I am suffering at the hands of this Muni. My name is Kamna. The king said, O large-eyed one, you may live here in peace. I will request the Muni to desist from troubling you." After that, the king went immediately to Vishwamitra ji. He bowed his head and offered pranams. Then he said, "O great Muni, why do you torture your body by this severe penance? What is it you wish to achieve? Please tell me. I am ready to fulfill your requirements. So end your tapasya and get up. No one in my kingdom should perform such severe austerities and penance because it puts the body to great hardship." Thus, preventing Vishwamitra from continuing his tapasya, King Harishchandra went home. Muni Vishwamitra was very angry. He went back to his ashram but began to contemplate revenge. After considering many plans, he sent a frightful Danava to King Harishchandra. By his powers, he turned the Danava into a ferocious wild boar. Grunting and screaming, the boar rushed into the palace gardens. He frightened the palace guards and destroyed the gardens. The gardeners chased him with rods and weapons, but he fearlessly continued his destruction. All the guards ran to the king, crying for help. The king said, "Tell me who has caused you so much fear. I am not afraid of gods or demons. I will kill him with a single arrow." The gardeners said, "Rajan, this is neither a god nor a demon, nor a yaksh nor a kinnar. It is a huge animal like a boar. With his tusks, he has uprooted all the flowering plants and trampled them. Our weapons are of no use, and he turns and charges at us." Vyasji says, Maharaj Harishchandra got very angry when he heard this. He immediately mounted his horse and rode towards the gardens. His army followed him with horses, elephants, and chariots. They saw the huge boar grunting and growling. The gardens were in ruins. The king put a sharp arrow to his bow and shot it at the boar. The boar turned and began to charge the king. He shot a volley of arrows to kill the boar. This made the boar run, and the king gave chase, shooting arrows as often as he could. Sometimes the boar would come into sight, and sometimes he would disappear completely. The king changed horses for a faster one and chased the boar from one forest to another. The army lagged behind. At exactly midday, the king found himself in a dense forest. He was overcome with fatigue, hunger, and thirst. He began to wonder how he would ever find his way out and whether anyone would come to help him. Just then, he spied a river with clear, clean water. He was relieved and thankful. He gave his horse water to drink and then quenched his own thirst. His mind became calm and he decided to go back to his kingdom. But he became disoriented and could not judge the directions. Just then, Vishwamitra, disguised as an old Brahmin, came into sight. The king bowed to the Brahmin, but before he could say anything, Vishwamitra said, "Maharaj, may you prosper and live long. Why have you undertaken this visit to a lonely and dense forest? Rajendra, be at peace and tell me the reason for your visit." Raja Harishchandra said, "Munivar, a most ferocious and huge boar came to my gardens and caused great havoc. He has uprooted and trampled all the fruits and flowers. I chased after him on my horse and shot many arrows at him. My army followed behind, but the boar ran so fast that the army lost me and went in a different direction. The boar led me into this dense forest and has disappeared. Muni, I am not able to find the direction to go back to my kingdom. I am so fortunate that you have come here. Can you please show me the way? I am Harishchandra, king of Ayodhya. At the present, I am observing the Rajasuya Yagya, that is, a sacrifice that only a universal monarch is entitled to perform. anything that anyone wants, he can obtain it from me. O twice born one, O Brahmin, if you desire wealth for performing your yagyas, you must do me the honor of coming to Ayodhya. I will give you untold wealth. Vyasji says, Vishwamitra smiled. He said, Rajan, this most holy and auspicious river destroys all sins. Take your bath here and perform tarpan, libation of water to the dead ancestors. It is also an auspicious time. So after the rituals, you should also give alms according to your status. Manu himself has said that he who visits a holy place and leaves without the ritualistic bath is worse than a person who commits suicide. Therefore, O king, it is advisable that you put attention on your status and well-being and perform holy bath, charity and good works, that is, Snan, Dan, Punya. After this, I will show you the way and you can return to your kingdom. This advice of Vishwamitra was full of deceit and revenge. Obeying him, the king went to the river's edge and prepared for bath. He tied his horse to a tree. King Harishchandra was completely insensitive to the venom in Vishwamitra's suggestion. Fate cannot be averted or altered. Maybe that is why he succumbed to his guile. He had his ritual bath and made offerings of sacred water to the gods and the ancestors. Then he went before Vishwamitra and said, Swami, I am ready to offer gifts to you. Whatever you wish, I will provide. Cows, land, gold, elephants, horses, chariots, and any other vehicles. You may choose what you wish. There is nothing that cannot be given away. When I hosted the glorious Rajasuya Yagya, many great munis attended. In their presence, I made this solemn promise to give any Brahmin anything that he wanted. I am most fortunate that I have met you in this holy place. Please express your desire. I am here to fulfill it. Vishwamitra said, Your reputation as a liberal and generous king has spread far and wide. I heard about you before I met you. Vasisji has said that in the whole world there is no one like you. You were born in the clan of Surya. Your father was Trishanku. The world has never seen, nor will they see again, a king as noble and generous as you. That is why, O Rajan, I am placing before you my problem. I have to celebrate the marriage of my son, and for that I need wealth. The king said, O Brahman, please go ahead with the marriage. I will provide all the money you need. Vyasji says, Rajan, with the intention of defrauding him, Vishwamitra used Gandharva Maya, that is illusory images, and brought before the king a boy and a 10-year-old girl. He said, O foremost of kings, I have to get these two married today. If one performs the marriage of the children of Grihastis, that is householders, then they get more punyas than from a Rajasuya Yagya. Therefore, if you perform this marriage, you will be greatly blessed. The king had lost his sense of discretion under the spell of Vishwamitra. He promised to meet all expenses. Then Vishwamitra showed him directions and the king left for his kingdom. Some time later, Vishwamitra went to the palace and said, Rajan, you may now give me the money for completing the marriage ceremonies. Raja Harishchandra said, O twice born one, ask for what you want. The only thing I cannot give is fame and glory and reputation. After accumulating wealth, if one does not achieve renown and glory, then his life has been wasted. Pure honor entitles one to happiness of heaven. Vishwamitra said, Maharaj, on this auspicious occasion, give the bridegroom as dowry your entire kingdom with its horses, elephants, chariots, gold and gems. Vyasji says, Rajan, the king was so stupefied by the Maya created by Vishwamitra that he did not hesitate. He said, Very well, I give you my kingdom. Immediately, the stone-hearted Vishwamitra said, Yes, I accept. But O king, for the completion of almsgiving, there is still dakshina, that is remuneration to the Brahmin, to be paid. Because Manu has said, without dakshina, the almsgiving becomes null and void. Therefore, to make it fruitful, you must arrange for the payment of dakshina. Rajan, when Vishwamitra said this, King Harishchandra was astounded. Still he said, Swami, what else do you wish me to give? Tell me what it is and I will make necessary arrangements. But please keep your peace. Vishwamitra said, King, you must give 250 seers of gold. For this also the king agreed. Just then the army reached the palace. They were overjoyed to see their king again. But they noticed that he looked worried. They asked him what was troubling him. Vyasji says, the king did not answer. It seems he was introspecting. He wondered why he agreed to make a gift which involved the total surrender of all his possessions. This Brahmin has acted like a swindler and a cheat and has duped me with his smooth talk. I have made a commitment to give my entire kingdom and possessions, and I still have to give 250 seers of gold. I cannot understand the motive for his deceit. It is evident that one cannot understand the workings of fate. One cannot know what lies in the future. The king had gone deep into his concerns. The queen came and asked the reason for his concern. She said, Prabhu, what is troubling you so much? Please tell me. Your son is well. You have just completed the Rajasuya Yagya and earned great punyas. Then why the sadness? At this moment, you have no enemies. Even the god Varun is pleased with you. O wise king, worrying makes one weak and is akin to death. So please come out of it and become normal. He wanted to tell his wife, but he could not. Every cell of his being was overcome and distraught. He could not eat or drink or sleep. In the morning, when he was performing his prayers and rituals, Vishwamitra arrived. The king offered pranams. Vishwamitra said, Leave all these attachments and hand over your kingdom to me as per your promise. Now give me the gold and prove what an honorable king you are. Raja Harishchandra said, O you who illuminate the clan of Kaushik, this is not my kingdom. I have already given it away. I will leave immediately. Have no fear. All my possessions I surrender to you. At the present moment, I do not have the gold to give you. But as soon as I get some wealth, I will pay you. Then the king declared to his wife Madhavi and son Rohit, I have gifted my kingdom to this Brahmin. That includes all my property, houses, elephants, gold, precious gems, chariots and everything. Excepting the three of us, he now owns everything. We must leave Ayodhya and go into the deep forest. Rajan, the king took his wife and son and left the palace. At all times, he showed only respect for Vishwamitra. The whole kingdom began to weep. They cried, O king, what have you done? From where did this misfortune come upon you? It is clear This Brahmin has cheated you." All the subjects and the Brahmins began to condemn the Brahmin who had caused the king to lose his kingdom. Even as the king was leaving, Vishwamitra followed him and cruelly said, "Rajan, give me my dakshina of gold just now, or say you will not give it. Then I will forego it. Rajan, if you still have any attachment to your kingdom, you can have it back. If you have promised to give it, you must honor the promise. Then why the hesitation and delay?" The king humbly bowed before Vishwamitra with folded hands and began to speak. Chapter 7, Episodes 20 to 22. To pay the dakshina, King Harishchandra goes to Kashi and sells his wife and son. Raja Harishchandra said, "O Muni, you who observe the highest austerity, I hereby promise that until I give you the dakshina of gold, I will not eat. Have no fear. I belong to the Surya dynasty. I am a Kshatriya king. I have just completed the Rajasuya Yagya. After freely giving away all my possessions as gifts, how can I deny dakshina? Paying your debt will be my first obligation. Be assured, I will pay all that I owe you. Please give me some time." Vishwamitra said, "Rajan, from where will you get wealth again? You have lost your kingdom. You have no right over your treasury. You have no army to make new conquests. Rajan, it is useless to hope for wealth, and I cannot tempt you. Therefore, O king, say it. Say that you will not be able to pay me. Then I will give up the idea of waiting for the gold. So why don't you declare, 'I have no gold'? What can I give you? Then you and your family can leave." Vyasji says, "Rajan, the king said, 'Brahman, please believe me. I will give you the gold. I have nothing of my own, but the sacred bodies of my wife and son are available. I will sell them and give you the gold. Prabhu, please make enquiries in Kashipur for a buyer. All three of us will get into bondage and serve him. With that money, you can buy the gold and be happy and satisfied." King Harishchandra took his family and left for Kashi, where Shiva and his consort Uma are enthroned. That city gives joy and auspiciousness to all who visit it. When the king saw it, he exclaimed, "What a radiant and splendid place this is! I am blessed." Then he went to the banks of the holy Ganga, took his bath, and offered libations to the gods. Then he went around to take a better look at the place. He thought to himself, "This beautiful land is the property of Trishuldhari Bhagwan Shankar." Sad and forlorn, the king went everywhere on foot. The queen was by his side. On entering Kashipuri, the king seemed to derive solace and peace. Suddenly, in order to collect his dakshina, there came before him Munivar Vishwamitra. The king folded his hands and spoke respectfully. "Muni, here with my life, my son, and my wife are all at your disposal. Whichever one of us will serve your purpose, you may take. If there is still anything left to be done, please let me know. Vishwamitra said, Rajan, may you prosper. Today completes 1 month. If you remember your promise, then make arrangements to fulfill it. The king said, O Brahman, who shines with the luster of your powerful tapasya, the month will be completed today, but there is still half a day left. Please wait until then. Vishwamitra said, Maharaj, let it be so. I will come later. But when I come, if you still do not give me the gold, I will pronounce a curse on you. The Muni left and the king became desperate. He thought, how can I ever pay the dakshina that I promised? Where will I meet a wealthy friend, or where will I get so much wealth? Even if I meet a wealthy man, how can I ask him for gold? In the Dharma Shastras, 3 conditions have been laid down for kings. He cannot beg, he must honor his promise to a Brahmin. If he dies without doing so, he will have to take birth in the insect yoni, or he will have to become a goblin or an evil spirit. The best thing would be to sell myself. Suji says, King Harishchandra was very dejected and was sitting with his head down. His condition was pitiable. The queen spoke to him in gentle, loving tones. Maharaj, stop worrying and act righteously. Anyone who is not honest and truthful is shunned and abandoned like an evil spirit. To be faithful to your promise is the greatest dharma. For the one who speaks a lie, all his yagyas, study of the Vedas, and pious and generous deeds are of no avail. In the Dharma Shastras, it is written that truth is the main causal for a wise man's salvation and untruth is the main causal for the damnation of a sinner. If a king conducts 100 Ashwamedas and Rajasuya Yagyas but speaks a lie even once, he has to forfeit entry into heaven. Raja Harishchandra said, Gajagamini, that is, one whose gait is as graceful as an elephant, our son here will preserve and enlarge the clan. Therefore, whatever suggestion you have, I will carry it out. The queen said, Rajan, I hold you to your promise. A wife completes her mission in life after giving birth to a son. Now you sell me, and with that money, you pay the dakshina to that Brahmin. Vyasji says, Rajan, the king was struck dumb on hearing his wife's words. Then, when he regained his composure, he said, It is a very sad and grievous situation that you have had to say a thing like this. How can I sell you? Saying this, the distraught king fell down in a faint. The grief-stricken queen began to speak compassionately to her husband. Maharaj, by whose negligence and carelessness has this misfortune come before us that you are now grovelling on the earth like a miserable pauper? The same person who happily gave away crores of wealth to Brahmins, who ruled the world as an emperor, is now lying in the dust. It is very sad. O fate, O destiny, what misdeed has this king committed that you have caused his ruination and destruction? Saying this, the queen also fainted. Their son Rohit kept crying from hunger and thirst. Vishwamitra arrived on the scene. His appearance was like Yama. He had come to collect his dakshina. Seeing the king in a faint, he sprinkled water on him to revive him. Then he said, Rajendra, get up and pay the dakshina because indebtedness increases with every moment of delay. The water that Vishwamitra sprinkled on the king revived him, and he looked at the Muni. In spite of this kindly act, Vishwamitra was still angry. Vishwamitra said, Rajan, If you stand on firmness and constancy, kindly hand over my dakshina. The reason? Truth and dignity makes the sun give heat. On the power and might of truth, the earth gets a gravity and stability. The supreme principles of dharma are based on truth, and the attainment of heaven is dependent on truth. If 100 Ashwamedha Yagyas are put on a balance with a single truth on the other side, it will always tilt in favor of truth. But what use it is to me to speak or listen to all these things? You should give me my dakshina immediately. Rajan, if I do not receive the dakshina before Surya goes to Astachal, that is, a certain mountain in the west behind which the sun is supposed to set, I will certainly pronounce a curse on you. Saying this, Vishwamitra left. The king sank into fear and despair. Suji says, at this very same moment, a Brahmin, who was very learned in the Vedas, came out of his ashram. Many Brahmins accompanied him. He reached the place where Raja Harishchandra sat. When the queen saw all these Brahmins, she spoke aloud to the king, making a suggestion which was filled with significance. She talked of the codes of righteous conduct, the merits of virtue and justice. The queen said, Prabhu, it is said that a Brahmin is the father of 3 castes or tribes. A son has a right or privilege to his father's wealth. This is the absolute truth. Therefore, I would advise you to pray to this Brahmin for some wealth. Raja Harishchandra said, O part of my being, I am a Kshatriya. It is not fitting for me to accept charity. To claim or solicit befits a Brahmin, not a Kshatriya. A Brahmin is a guru for all castes and should always be honored and respected. To implore or demand from a guru is neither proper nor decorous. Kshatriyas are supporters and patrons. Giving of alms, studying, hosting yagyas, giving refuge to those who come for help, and protecting their subjects, these are the occupations instituted for Kshatriyas. A Kshatriya should never utter the inauspicious words, give me something. Every corner of my heart is filled with the sentiment, I give, I am generous. I am always ready to arrange for wealth and give it to Brahmins. The queen said, Swami, fate causes favorable and adverse situations to come before us. It is fate which brings honor or disgrace upon a man. Whether a person becomes the receiver or the benefactor is also caused by fate. A learned and powerful Brahmin feels offended by a king. As a fruit of his action, the king has to give up his kingdom and lose all his peace and happiness. It is evident that all this is working of fate. The king said, I would rather have my tongue cut off with a sharp blade than utter the words, please give me, please give me. O auspicious one, I am a Kshatriya. I cannot ask anyone for anything. The queen said, Maharaj, if you cannot bring yourself to petition anyone, then I am your wealth and property. All the gods with Indra gave me to you in marriage. You have always protected me. Therefore, O splendid one, sell me and use that wealth to pay dakshina to Guru Vishwamitra. Rajan, this caused the king great pain and sorrow. He began to cry out, This is too much, this is too much. But the queen persisted. She said, Please accept my advice. Otherwise, the fire of the Brahmin's curse will turn you to ashes and we will have to take a birth in a very inferior strata. You are not doing it to finance some bad habit like drinking, gambling, expanding your kingdom, or for satisfying your carnal desires. You are doing it so that you can honor your promise with my cooperation and pay dakshina to your guru. Vyasji says, when the queen kept repeating her request, Raja Harishchandra said, "O pious and gentle one, you have worn down my resistance. I have become harsh and cold-hearted, and I am accepting your suggestion to sell you. If your sweet and gentle voice could utter such a merciless suggestion, then I am about to commit a vile and despicable deed which even the lowest and meanest person will hesitate to do." Saying this, Raja Harishchandra went into the city. There was an arena which was used for public entertainment. He made his wife sit on the platform. Tears were pouring out of his eyes. He was choked. He kept calling out to the people, "O all you town dwellers, kindly come and hear me. This wife of mine is dearer to me than life, but if anyone needs a maid servant, you can pay the price and purchase her." Among the crowd, there were many wise men. They asked, "Who are you and why are you selling your wife?" The king said, "You want to know who I am? Then listen. I am an inhuman, brutal person. You may even consider me a murderous Rakshasa. That is the reason for this brutal inclination and tendency." Vyasji says, "Rajan, hearing these terrible words, Vishwamitra disguised himself as an old Brahmin and appeared suddenly. He said, "I am ready to pay your price and purchase this maid servant. Give her to me. I have boundless wealth. My wife is of delicate constitution and cannot do housework. Therefore, give her to me. But tell me, how much wealth will I have to pay?" Raja Harishchandra became exceedingly sad and confused. He could not utter a word. The Brahmin said, "Taking into consideration your wife's capability, state, appearance, and disposition, I am giving you this much wealth. Accept it and hand her over to me. According to the Dharma Shastras, the worth of a man and a woman have been calculated and valued like this. If a woman possesses all 32 prescribed auspicious characteristics, is efficient, is virtuous and amiable, and is endowed with attributes, then her value is 1 crore mudras, that is silver coins. If all these qualities are present in a man, then his value is 1,000 million coins." Hearing the Brahman's words, King Harishchandra was sad and no sound came from his mouth. Then the Brahman placed the money on the deer skin. He caught the hair of the queen and began to drag her. "O honorable one, please let go. Leave me. I cannot go till I have seen my son. Please forgive me. I do not know when I will see him again." "Look, son," she said, "your mother has become a slave. O son of a king, do not come near me, because I am not worthy to be touched by you." The child cried out "Amba" and ran towards his mother. He caught hold of her clothes and, dragging and falling, he clung to her. The Brahmin scolded him, but still he did not leave his mother. The queen said, "Lord, have compassion on me and purchase this boy as well, because even though you have bought me, my mind will be distracted towards my child and I will not discharge my duties efficiently. I am most unfortunate. Please help me." Suji says, "For this also, the Brahmin put some wealth on the deerskin and bought the boy also. Mother and son got united. Then the Brahmin took both of them and went towards his house. The queen was in a most pitiable state. Before leaving, she did pradakshina of the king, that is, circumambulation, walking around an object of reverence with the right side towards it, and then went down on her knees and offered pranam. She said, "If I have given charity, if I have performed yagyas, and if Brahmins have received food and gifts to their satisfaction, then May all the punyas thus accrued cause me to get Raja Harishchandra as a husband very quickly. The king, who greatly respected and loved his queen, was shattered seeing her prostrated at his feet. He wailed, "O most faithful and chaste wife, you are leaving me and going. Is it possible for the shade of a tree to leave the tree?" Then he turned to his son, "Son, where are you leaving me and going? Where will I go, and who will remove my sorrows? O twice born one, leaving my kingdom and becoming a Vanvasi has caused me great sorrow. Now I am also losing my son." Then he spoke to the queen, "It is the duty of a wife to always remain beside her husband and be the cause of his happiness. Then, O auspicious one, how have you chosen sorrow as your partner and left me alone? I was born in the clan of Ikshvaku. I had unlimited wealth and the greatest kingdom. But today, you have been reduced to the state of being a servant. Devi, keeping the spotless words of the Puranas as my witness, I ask who will deliver me from this abyss of grief and sorrow." Suji says, "Then the old Brahmin, who is Vishwamitra, began to take away the queen and the prince." Vyasji says, "While the king was lamenting, the old Brahmin vanished. At the same time, Muni Vishwamitra arrived. He spoke in a very stern manner. Vishwamitra said, 'Rajan, you with powerful arms, if you have even a little self-respect, then honor your promise at the Rajsuya Yagya and pay me dakshina.' Harishchandra said, 'O sinless one, I offer you my pranams. The dakshina is ready as per my promise. Please accept.' Vishwamitra said, 'What is the source of this wealth that is being given as dakshina? Tell me clearly how you acquired this wealth.' The king said, 'O Rishi, you who observe the highest austerities, what is the use of telling? It will only increase my grief and sorrow.' The Rishi said, 'I do not accept corrupted and defiled wealth. I should get pure and honestly acquired wealth. Tell me truthfully the source of this wealth.' The king said, 'Muni, I sold my chaste and pious wife for 1 crore coins. For my son Rohit, I received 10 crore coins. In this way, I collected 11 crore coins. Please accept.' Suji says, the wealth received from the sale of his wife and son appeared insufficient to Vishwamitra. He became angry and said, 'Rajan, the dakshina for a Rajsuya Yagya is not so little. Make arrangements to procure more wealth so that the dakshina amount is complete.' O king, you are disinclined and disinterested in your observance of the duties laid down in the Shastras. If you think that with this much wealth you can fulfill the dakshina due to me, I will demonstrate to you the scope of my power. Listen, I am a Brahmin tapasvi of the highest and purest mind and consciousness. I have made a pure study of the greatest scriptures. I have done severe tapasya. I possess all the Shakti." The king said, "Bhagavan, I will give you more wealth in addition to this to complete the dakshina. Kindly wait for a little more time. Just now I have sold only my wife and son. I am still left." Vishwamitra said, "The 4th quarter of this day is coming to an end. As soon as it ends, it will be time to end my waiting." Chapter 7, Episode 23. King Harishchandra sells himself to a Chandal and pays Vishwamitra. Vyasji says, after speaking these harsh and cruel words, Vishwamitra picked up the wealth and left. The king was bowed with despair and kept shouting, as I have sold myself for money, I have become a fiend, worse than a dead spirit. Whoever can alleviate my sorrow should come before the fourth quarter ends. Just then, Dharm, in the guise of a Chandal, came before him. His body emitted a foul smell. He had huge teeth and a long matted beard. His chest stuck out and he looked merciless. His appearance was black. He had a long belly. He had smeared fat on his body. He wore a garland of skulls and had an old whip in his hand. The Chandal said, I am in need of a servant. How much will I have to pay if I want to buy you? Vyasji said, Rajan, that Chandal looked fearful. He looked harsh and cruel. The king asked, Please tell me who you are. The Chandal said, Rajendra, I am a Chandal. Here everyone calls me Pravir, that is bold and valiant. You can work under my command. Your job is at the Smashan Ghat, that is burial ground, where you have to take charge of the shrouds and palls bearing dead bodies. The king said, I would prefer rather a Brahmin or a Kshatriya bought me. Vyasji says, Maharaj Harishchandra was just saying this when the great Tapasvi Vishwamitra arrived. His eyes were red with anger. He said to the king, This Chandal is prepared to pay your price. Then why don't you accept it and complete my Dakshina amount? The king said, Bhagwan, Kaushik, I consider myself to have been born in the Surya dynasty. For the sake of wealth, how can I become a slave of a Chandal? Vishwamitra said, If you do not sell yourself to this Chandal and give me the wealth due to me, I will curse you this instant. Take the wealth from Chandal or Brahmin, but pay me my due. At the present moment, excepting for the Chandal, there is no one else who can give you the wealth. And without taking the wealth, I will not leave. This is my decision. King, if you do not give me my wealth now, there is only Adi Ghadi, that is, space of 24 minutes, left of the last quarter of this day. Then, with the fire of my curse, you will be turned to ashes. Vyasji says, Rajan, the dam of his patience and tolerance burst. He said, Be happy. Then he caught hold of the feet of Vishwamitra. Harishchandra said, O revered Brahmin, I am a sad devotee of yours. My condition is miserable. But what is important is that I am your Bhakta. Being a servant of a Chandal is an insult I cannot bear. Therefore, please have mercy on me. To pay the balance well to you, I will be your slave and work for you. I will do whatever you command. Vishwamitra said, Very good, let it be so. You become my servant. Rajan, the condition is that you will implicitly obey every command of mine. Vyasji says, Hearing the king, Harishchandra's plaguing spirits revived, and a smile lit up his face. O one with the purest mind and conscience, O twice-born one, I will obey you continuously and implicitly. There is no doubt in this. Give me your order immediately. Vishwamitra said, O Chandal, how much will you pay me for this servant of mine? Take him, because I have no need of a servant. I want wealth. Vyasji says, Rajan, the Chandal was overjoyed. He came closer to the Muni and said, The border of Prayag is 10 yojans from here. 1 yojan is 4, 8 or 16 miles. I will cover the entire distance with gems as payment. By selling him to me, you have relieved me of great sorrow. Vyasji says, the Chandal gave Vishwamitra gold and countless gems and pearls which he accepted. King Harishchandra did not feel even a little bit of sorrow. He had accepted the fact that Vishwamitra was his master and could do with him as he wished. He thought, it is my bounden duty to do as my master wishes. At that very moment, a voice spoke from the heavens. Maharaj, by giving the dakshina, you are liberated from the debt. Flowers rained down on the head of Raja Harishchandra. Indra and all the gods praised him. He was very happy and spoke to Vishwamitra. The king said, O great soul, you are my mother, you are my father, and you are my friend, because in one moment you have released me from my debt. By your kindness, I am free of all obligations. Now please give me your command. Vishwamitra said, Rajan, from today it will be your foremost duty to obey every wish of the Chandal. Now may you always prosper. Saying this, Vishwamitra took all the wealth and left. Chapter 7, Episode 24. Harishchandra goes to Smashan Ghat, that is cemetery. Shaunak asked, Most respectful Suji, what did Harishchandra do after going to the Chandal's house? I am impatient to know. Suji says, After Vishwamitra left, the Chandal was very pleased. He bound King Harishchandra and began to beat him with a rod, saying, Will you tell lies again? The king's attention became restless and unsteady, and his senses became foggy and dull. As it is, his heart was broken over the separation from his wife and child. The Chandal took him to his house and put him in a prison. He spent his time locked up in a room. He renounced food and water. He constantly thought of his wife, who now must be weak and pitiful, and his son. They must be thinking, I will get them released very soon after paying the dakshina to the Muni. That beautiful wife, with the eyes of a deer, does not know that I have become a Chandal. I lost my kingdom. My friends abandoned me. I was forced to sell my wife and son. What mockery of sacred percept is this? In this way, with his memories and remembrances, Harishchandra passed his days in the house of the Chandal. 4 days passed. On the 5th day, at noon, the Chandal took him out of the prison and ordered him to go to the Smashan and take charge of all the corpses that would be brought. Using harsh language, the Chandal said, In the southern part of Kashi, there is a huge Smashan Ghat. You go and look after that place. Do not move from there. Take this old rod with you. Let everyone know that this rod belongs to the powerful Pravir. Suji says, Shaunak, obeying the Chandal, Harishchandra left for the funeral place. It was in the south of Kashi. Dead bodies were cremated here. The air was always pervaded by the foul smell of burning bodies and acrid smoke. There was always the sound of weeping and wailing. Hundreds of jackals and vultures lurked nearby. Wherever one looked, there were only dead bodies, and the whole place was strewn with bones. The stench was unbearable, and the screaming and wailing of friends and relatives of the dead was maddening. Sons, friends, relations, brothers and students would weep and say, "Today you are leaving us and going away," or "Come back, come back." The sound of the living and the silence of the dead and nothing else. The hissing of the fire consuming flesh and fat and the crackling of the burning wood. A grim scene, as if the final annihilation of the universe had begun. Raja Harishchandra had to run from one corpse to another. His body was covered in dirt. This running hither and thither had made him as thin as the rod he carried. Now, his mind was always busy with collecting funeral fees. "I will get this much for this body and that much for that body. This is mine, this is for the king's tax collector, and this is for the Chandal." Daily, he faced insurmountable difficulties. He had only one dress, which was in shreds and knotted together. He had a patched quilt. His hands, feet, belly, and face were full of dust and ashes from the pyres, and his fingers were coated with blood and partially burnt flesh. Working in these horrible and depressing conditions, he had lost his appetite. Neither did he sleep in the daytime nor in the night. In this way, he passed 12 months, which seemed like 100 years. Chapter 7, Episode 25. Rohit dies of snake bite, Queen in grief and cruel behavior of the Chandal. Suji says, "Shaunak, one day Prince Rohit went outside to play. Many boys were with him. After playing, he began to gather kusha grass. He pulled it out with the roots and said, 'This will please my Guru.' Then for the Yagya, he collected wood of the palash tree. He tied everything into a bundle, put it on his head and began to walk back home. On the way, he felt tired and thirsty. He found a small pool. He put his bundle down and drank the cool water. Then he rested. When he went to pick up his bundle, Vishwamitra, by his powers, caused a venomous snake to come out of its burrow. It was a dangerous looking snake. It bit the prince and put its poison inside him. Prince Rohit fell to the ground. Seeing that Rohit was dead, the boys ran trembling with fear to the ashram of the Brahmin. When Rohit's mother came, they said to her, "O servant of the Brahmin, your son went out to play. We were also with him. A snake bit him and life is gone out of him." This news hit her like a thunderbolt, and she fell down in a faint like a banana tree that has been chopped. The Brahmin became angry and splashed water on her face. When she revived, he scolded her. The Brahmin said, "O you impious woman, Weeping in the eventide is an evil omen. With this, misfortune comes into the house. Knowing this, why are you crying? Don't you have any shame? The queen made no reply. She was drowning in the sorrow of the death of her child. Her face was wet with tears, her hair was in disarray, and she was covered in dust. The Brahmin again spoke in anger, "O untruthful one, you have cheated me. Even though I paid and bought you, you are purposely neglecting your duties. If you were unable to do work, why did you take wealth from me?" In this cruel way, the Brahmin repeatedly scolded the queen. With great sadness in her voice, she explained to the Brahmin the reason for her weeping. "Swami, my little son went out to play. He was bitten by a poisonous snake and he is dead. I wish to go and see the boy. Please give me permission." But the Brahmin only got angrier. The Brahmin said, "O you who commit low and base acts, have you no understanding of sin? The person who takes wages from the master but does not do the job satisfactorily, he falls into a formidable hell called Raurav. After staying in that hell for one kalp, that is, 1 day of Brahma, consisting of 432 crore years, he takes birth in the yoni of poultry. If you have even an iota of fear of the netherworld, you better continue with your housework." The queen was shaking with grief and fear. She fell at his feet and implored him, "Please have mercy. Kindly give me enough time to see my son and come back immediately." Still, he would not relent. The Brahmin said, "Of what concern is your son to me? First, complete all your work. Are you not aware that my anger is like a whiplash?" The queen composed herself and quietly began to do the housework. By the time she finished massaging oil and pressing the legs, it was midnight. Then the Brahmin said, "Now you may go to your child. Complete all the formalities and come back as soon as you can so that there is no disruption in the work of my house." The queen went alone in the darkness, weeping and calling out to her son. When she saw the body of her son, she was stricken. She looked like a cow which had lost its calf. She kept calling, "Son, please get up and come to me. Why have you left me and gone away? You always called out, 'Amba, Amba.' Why are you so silent?" Then she fainted. Later, when she revived, she again cried, "Please wake up from this terrible sleep." It was long past midnight. Hundreds of jackals were howling. Ear sounds were coming from ghosts, goblins, and evil spirits. Suji says, Shaunak, in her sorrow, the queen also called out to her husband, "Rajan, come and see in what condition your son is. The same child who used to color his face with my sindoor, who used to rub out the kasturi sandal paste from your forehead, is now lying in the dust, and flies are buzzing around him. O fate, O destiny, what heinous crime did I commit in my past that there is no end to my fruit of suffering? O my son, my child!" The queen wept loudly and unashamedly. Her sound woke up the townspeople from their sleep. They immediately came to her. The townspeople said, "Who are you? Whose child is this? And where is your husband? How have you come here alone, and why are you weeping?" The queen did not say a word. This made the people suspicious and fearful. They said, "This is not a human. She does not speak." The hair on their skin stood up in goose pimples. They picked up their weapons, saying, "She must be a child-eating demoness. We should try to destroy her. If she was a respectable woman, She would not be out of her house at this unholy hour. Definitely, she is a fiend and she has killed this child to eat it. They caught hold of her hair, some caught her hands, and many encircled her throat with their fingers. Rakshasi, now there is no escape for you. They dragged her to the Chandal's house. They said, Chandal, this Rakshasi catches children and eats them up. That is why we have brought her to you. Take us somewhere and kill her. The Chandal looked at the queen and said, I know this woman. I have heard about her from many people. She does eat people's children, but before this, no one has ever seen her. By catching her, you have done a punya. Your fame will spread in the whole world. Now you may go in peace. You accumulate merits if you kill a person who murders cows, Brahmins, women or children, who steals gold, who commits arson, that is fire, who obstructs roads, who drinks alcohol, who sleeps on his guru's bed, and who opposes virtuous men. Even if a Brahman's wife indulges in these misdeeds, it is not a sin to kill her. Therefore, I will be justified in killing her. The Chandal bound the queen with strong ropes. He caught her by the hair and dragged her. Then he called Harishchandra and said, Hey servant, without any hesitation, kill this demonic woman. These words were like a thunderbolt. The thought of killing a woman made Harishchandra tremble. He said to the Chandal, I cannot do this. Give me some other order. Accepting this, I will do anything else that you order me to do. Hearing this, the Chandal said, don't be afraid. Just take my sword and cut off her head. You will get merit by doing this. You should never protect a person who terrifies children and eats them. She is a Rakshasi. King Harishchandra said, No matter what, one should always protect women. At no time should one kill a woman. Because our learned and wise elders have said that it is a great sin to kill a woman. Anyone who kills a woman knowingly or unknowingly will have to suffer the tortures of a hell called Rav. The Chandal said, There is no need to discuss so much. Take that gleaming, sharp sword of mine, because to kill one who is terrorizing so many is actually a punya. This horrible woman has killed and eaten many children. By her death, the world will be rid of one fear. The king said, Chandal Raj, I have sworn never to kill a woman as long as I live. Therefore, I cannot even attempt this heinous act. The Chandal said, O wicked one, what greater work is there than obeying your master? Now that you have taken money and sold yourself to me, why are you refusing to carry out my orders? He who disobeys his master and does only half his work has to suffer in hell for crores of kalpas. The king said, Chandalnath, please give me any other work, no matter how difficult or impossible. Tell me who your enemies are. I will kill them instantly and give you the earth. I can even defeat the gods, including Indra, the Nagas, and the Gandharvas. This enraged the Chandal. He said, You are overstepping the behavior prescribed for servants. Having accepted to serve a Chandal, you are talking of defeating gods. Stop all your talking. If you were so afraid of committing a sin, why did you accept slavery to me? Now pick up the sword and cut off her lotus-like head from her body. Saying this, he put the sword into Harishchandra's hand. Chapter 7, Episodes 26 and 27. Raja Harishchandra and Queen Shaivya meet. They prepare for death. Arrival of the gods and Harishchandra enters heaven. Suchi says, Shaunak. Then King Harishchandra hung his head and spoke to the queen. O innocent woman, I am a sinner. Please sit here in front of me. If my hand will rise, I will try to cut off your head. The king prepared to commit this gruesome act. Up till this time, neither did the king recognize the queen, nor did the queen recognize him. But having surrendered herself to death, the queen spoke, Chandal, if you think it is right, please listen to me. Outside this town, my little son lies dead. Please wait till I bring him here to you for the last rites. After that, you may kill me. The king Harishchandra gave her permission to go. She left, wailing and lamenting. She brought the dead child to the Smashan Ghat and laid him on the ground. She began to call out, Rajan, your dearly beloved son was playing with his friends. A horrible snake bit him and his life flew out of him. That same child now lies in the dust. Can you see him? Harishchandra came near and moved the cloth from the child's face. But still, he did not recognize the queen because so many days of difficulties and unbearable sorrows had made her very lean. The king also had changed. He used to have thick, shining hair. Now it was matted and full of dust, and his dirty skin resembled the bark of a tree. The queen could not recognize him either. When the king looked at the child, he began to admire its royal features. His face was round like a full moon. He had a straight nose and chubby cheeks. His hair was curly and black. His closed eyes were like lotus petals, and his lips were pink like the bimba fruit. He had a broad chest, high shoulders, and long arms. His feet were long with small toes. The king thought, the sad thing is that this child took birth in some unfortunate king's clan. That is why Yamraj tied him in his noose of time so early in life. Suji says, seeing the lifeless child lying on his mother's lap, the king began to remember his own son. He said aloud, I hope my son is not in similar circumstances. I hope Yama has not taken him as well. The queen was also thinking of her past. She said, Dear child, I must have committed some terrible sin to get this kind of fruit. I cannot understand. O child, O Rajan, having left me in such sorrow, how can you be peaceful? You have lost your kingdom. Friends have abandoned you. You were forced into selling your wife and child. Oh fate! To what dreadful state you have reduced Raja Harishchandra. When King Harishchandra heard this, he came nearer because now he knew that this was his pious queen and this was his dead son. He exclaimed, Oh misfortune, what a calamity! This is my queen and this is my child. The floodgates of his emotions burst and he fell to the ground in a swoon. When the queen realized that this wretched Chandal was none other than the king, she too fainted. When they revived after some time, they wept together. The king said, O son, I always remembered your smiling face and the way you used to call, Father, Father, when will I ever call out to you again? O son, now who will climb on my clean bed with dirty knees and dusty hands? You brought endless joy to my mind and my heart. Even when I lost my kingdom and friends, you were always with me. Yet, I had to commit the crime of selling you. And now, unkind fate has reunited us, but in a way that you will never know." Then he picked up the body of his son and again fell in a faint. The queen suddenly realized that the voice of this man was enough proof that he was indeed the great king Harishchandra. How did he end up in a smashan ghat? Leaving aside her grief for her son, she began to feel concern for her husband. Seeing her husband and son both lying on the ground filled her with mixed emotions. She began to address fate. "O merciless, lawless, and culpable fate, shame on you. You have turned a godlike king into a chandal. He lost his kingdom. His friends deserted him. He even had to sell his wife and child. By your workings, he has fallen to the depths of becoming a chandal. There is no throne. There is no canopy. The emperor, whose path used to be swept clean by lesser kings, is now roaming in a smashan ghat. In his path, there are skulls and bones, broken pots and shreds of cloth. The hair and half-burned limbs of the dead are strewn all over. All the drippings of fat and blood from the burning bodies are giving out a foul smell. Jackals, vultures, and other scavenging birds are calling and screaming. Smoke has enveloped the place in darkness." The queen went and embraced the unconscious king and kept asking, "Is this a dream or is it really happening to us? Please tell me the truth, because if this is really happening, then of what use was our virtuous life, protection of Brahmins, and worship of the gods? It seems as if there is no value of our dharma, truth, innocence, and compassion. That is why a virtuous king like you has lost his kingdom." Suji says, "Shaunak, the king let out a deep breath. Then he told her all the circumstances which brought him to this chandal state. Then the queen told him all that happened to her and how their child died. Both were drowning in grief. Then the queen entreated the king, 'Rajan, now carry out the orders of your master and prevent yourself being branded disobedient and a breaker of promises.' The king again fell down senseless. Then when he got up, he said, 'Priye, how can you speak such harsh words? When I cannot even utter such brutal words, how can I put it into action?' The queen said, 'Prabhu, I have worshipped Bhagawati Gauri. I have also worshipped the gods and the Brahmins. By their blessings, you will always be my husband in every life.' The king said, 'Priye, I cannot bear this sorrow any longer. I want to renounce this body. But look at my misfortune. If I sit on this burning pyre without the permission of my master, the Chandal, then in the next life I will again have to come as the servant of the Chandal. My only child, who would have carried on the clan, also became a victim of fate and got bitten by a poisonous snake and died. I cannot bear to live. When I light my son's fire, I will definitely jump into it. Whatever has to happen, let it happen. So please forgive me and do not prevent me. I order you to return to the Brahmin's house. If you have led a chaste and righteous life, if you have given alms, done havans, and satisfied the Brahmins with food and gifts, then in the next life you will be reunited with your son and with me. If I have ever caused you any emotional upsetting, please do not remember it. Do not get conscious that you are a king's wife and ever insult the Brahmin. It is the duty of a servant to do work which pleases the master." The queen said, "O king, now I will also turn into ashes. I cannot bear any more trials. We will make the journey together. That is only my salvation. With you by my side, I can suffer hell or heaven." The king said, "So may it be." Suji says, "Then the king set up a pyre and laid his son Rohit's body upon it. Then both he and the queen folded their hands and meditated upon the creatrix of the world, who possesses 100 eyes, who exists eternally within the 5 sheaths, that is, Panchakosha, of whom Brahma is a manifestation, who wears red garments, who is the ocean of compassion, who holds in her hands all varieties of weapons, and who constantly protects and preserves her creation, Parameshwari Bhagavati Jagdamba." They were absorbed in this beautiful state of meditation. At that very moment, Indra and all the gods arrived, keeping Dharma in the forefront. They spoke in one voice, "Rajan, O great soul, look, all the gods are here. Brahma, Dharma, saints, deities of the wind, god of the earth, deities of the 4 quarters, serpent gods, Gandharvas, Ganas of Shiva, Ashwinikumars and many other gods. The great Muni who establishes peace and friendship in the 3 worlds, Vishwamitra, is also here. He is expressing a wish to fulfill all your desires." Dharma said, "Rajan, please do not make this rash decision, because it is your high level of tolerance, your capacity to bear hardships, your victory over your senses, your honesty and truthfulness, your goodness, and all your admirable qualities have pleased me and brought me before you." Indra said, "O fortunate Harishchandra, I, Indra, am present before you. Rajan, today, together with your queen and your son, you have gained victory and mastery over this ancient universe. Now, do us the honor of entering heaven with your wife and son. Besides you, for anyone else to enter heaven in this way is an almost impossible task." Suji says, "Then Indra ascended into the sky and sent reviving rain onto the pyre where Prince Rohit's body lay. In addition to this rain of nectar, he also showered fragrant flowers. Drums began to beat. Maharaj Harishchandra was a great soul. His son slowly came to life and sat up. The king embraced his son. The queen was also present. All the lost wealth reappeared. They were gradually covered in royal garments. There was great peace all around. Every corner of their hearts was filled with divine joy, that is Niranand. In an instant, everything changed dramatically. Then Indra said to Harishchandra, "Maharaj, now all of you come to heaven. This superlative course of events is the fruit of your virtuous life." Harishchandra said, "Devraj, Chandal is my master. I have not taken leave of him. Without his permission, I cannot go to heaven." Dharma said, "Rajan, after reflecting on the predestined trials and tribulations that were coming your way, I decided to become the Chandal. Even the Smashan Ghat and all its distressful surroundings were illusions created by my power of Maya." Indra said, "Harishchandra, please come to that most holy and sacred place that all mortals pray for. Only those who have led a righteous and pious life merit entry." Maharaj Harishchandra said, "Devraj, Namaskar. Please hear one prayer of mine. In Ayodhya, there are many subjects of mine who are filled with sorrow at my plight. How can I leave them and go to heaven? Killing of cows, killing of women, and killing of Brahmins are considered grievous sins. Deserting your bhaktas is also counted among these. I cannot renounce my faithful friends, so you may please return to Devlok. Lord, If there is a provision for all of them to also enter heaven, then I will most willingly come. If I must accompany them to hell, then I am willing to go there also. Indra said, Rajan, the townspeople of Ayodhya have severally committed sins and good deeds. Why are you expressing a desire that all common people should enjoy heaven? Harishchandra said, Devraj, the subjects are part and parcel of the king. Because of them, a king has a kingdom. It is with the cooperation and help from the subjects that yagyas are performed and the gods are worshipped, and the king succeeds in administrative projects like digging of wells and lakes and building of monuments and places of worship. It is only by their Shakti that I accomplish all my functions as king. That is why I cannot abandon those who have stood by me for the lure of heaven. Therefore, Devesh, whatever merits have accrued to me and whatever length of time I am entitled to the joys of heaven, divide them and give all my subjects and me only one day in your Devlok. I await your decision. Suji says, Indra agreed and said, So may it be. Dharm and Gadinandan Vishwamitra was exceedingly pleased. Then all those present went to Ayodhya, which was thickly populated with people of all four castes. Devraj Indra addressed all of them in the presence of their king. He said, All citizens of Ayodhya, prepare to go to heaven. By the grace of Dharm, this great gift is being given to you. Then the king confirmed, Yes, all of us are going to heaven. Suji says, everyone was overjoyed. All the elders handed over their responsibilities to their sons and got ready to leave. Divine transport had arrived. They all began to glow with the radiance of the sun. All hearts were light and joyful. Harishchandra performed Rajyabhishekam, that is coronation of Rohit. There was no unhappy person in the whole of Ayodhya. Then all those who were to accompany the king took their places in the celestial cars, decorated with bells which were hovering in the air. Witnessing this most amazing and beautiful sight, Shukracharya, Guru of the Daityas and most learned of all the Shastras, composed a shloka. Shukracharya said, Aho titiksha mahatmyam ho dan phalam mahat yada gato Harishchandra mahendrasya salokatam, which means the dignity and magnitude of endurance, patience and fortitude and the fruit of generosity is the most exalted. It merited for Raja Harishchandra entry into the kingdom of Indra. Suji says, Shaunak, I have related to you the entire story of Raja Harishchandra. If any sad person listens to the story, his sorrows will be turned into joy. Those who desire heaven and those who desire a child will have their wishes fulfilled. Also, he who desires a chaste and pious wife will have his wish fulfilled. Chapter 7, Episodes 28 and 29. Illustrations to show how Bhagavati Jagdamba got the names Durga, Shatakshi and Shakambari. Withdrawal of Shaktis, Mahagauri and Mahalakshmi. Raja Janmejay asked, Muni, you have just narrated the most magnificent story of Raj Rishi Harishchandra. You mentioned that the king meditated on Bhagavati Shatakshi, that is, who has 100 eyes. How did this name Shatakshi come to be attributed to Bhagavati Jagdamba? My life will have additional meaning once I know this. Vyasji says, Rajan, I will tell you how Bhagavati Jagdamba manifested as Shatakshi. Listen, you are a devoted worshipper of Devi Bhagavati. There is no story about her that you are not qualified to listen to. It happened in ancient times. There was a famous Daitya called Durgam. His appearance was most fearful. He was born into the clan of Hiranyaksh. His father was Raja Ruru. The chief strength of the Devas is the Veda, that is sacred scripture revealed by Brahma, preserved by tradition and arranged in the present form by Vyas. They were originally 3 in number, which are Rig, Yajas and Sama. The 4th, Atharva Veda, was added afterwards. If the Vedas disappear, the Devas will cease to exist. There is no doubt about this. So this horrible Daitya thought, first of all, I must destroy the Vedas. He went with these intentions to meditate and do tapasya on the mountain Himalaya. He fixed his attention on Brahmaji and started his severe tapasya. He only lived on air. He did this for 1000 years. All the gods, Danavas and all living things became distressed with the heat of this tapasya. Then the god with the 4 faces like lotuses, Sri Brahma, came before him, seated on a swan and eager to grant him a boon. At that time, Durgam was in deep meditation and his eyes were closed. Brahmaji spoke to him in loud and clear tones. May you always have good fortune. Whatever desire you have in your mind, ask me for it. I am the god of benefactors. Today, I am pleased with your tapasya and have come before you. Rajan, hearing this, Durgam stood up carefully and cautiously. He worshipped the creator Sri Brahma and asked for his boon. Sureshwar, kindly give me all the Vedas. All the Vedas should come to me. Also, give me that power and strength by which I can defeat all the gods. Sri Brahma, the origin of the Vedas, said, Tadastu, so may it be, and went back to Satyalok. From that moment, all the Brahmins forgot the Vedas. It vanished from their minds. All the Vedic rites for bathing, evening prayers, homams, shrats, yagyas and chantings got wiped out of existence. All the Brahmins were confused and did not know what to do. The whole world was invaded with improper and harmful ideas and thoughts which would grow unchecked into frightful negative forces. The Devas were starved of their nectar and other sacrificial offerings. Those who were untouched by age began to grow old and infirm. Then the Daitya used his power and strength and surrounded Amaravati. The gods were no match for his newly acquired strength and they left heaven and ran away. They hid in the mountains and valleys and spent all their time in prayer and worship of Parashakti Bhagavati Jagdamba. Since no havans were performed to Agni, even the rain stopped. Absence of rain caused severe drought. There was not a drop of water on earth. Wells, ponds, lakes and rivers all dried up. These unfortunate conditions lasted for 100 years. Animals, cattle and birds died. even household witnessed deaths of their loved ones. The Brahmins decided to besiege the embodiment of auspiciousness and compassion, Bhagavati Jagdamba. They all went to the sacred Mount Himalaya. They fixed their attention and meditated on her holy lotus feet and sang stutis. They renounced food and water and meditated with single-minded devotion. They sang, Parameshwari, Bhagavati Nirmala, have mercy on us. Ambike, we have committed many transgressions. We are not worthy of your attention. O Devi, who abides within all beings, it is on impulses from you that this Daitya is doing all this. Without you, what can he do? O Maheshwari, why are you only witnessing? Whatever you desire, you can accomplish. O Devi, great calamities have befallen us. Please deliver us from distress. You, who preside over millions of Brahmans, that is universes, Maheshwari, Jagadambe, be pleased. We offer you our pranams, our worship, our surrender. O you who are constant and immovable, you who are the embodiment of attention, you who are the quintessence of the Vedas. O Bhuvaneshi, praise be to you again and again. After negating everything by uttering Neiti Neiti, what is left is you. O Supreme Causal of all existence, O Devi Bhagavati, we have come to your lotus feet for refuge and protection. When the Brahmins praised her in this way, Bhagavati Parvati, who is also Bhuvaneshi and Maheshwari, granted a darshan of her aspect, which is possessed of countless eyes. That divine form was more fuliginous, that is, magnificent black, than Mount Kajal. The eyes were like dark blue lotuses. The shoulders were proud and the hips were wide and grand. She held in her hands a bow, a lotus, edible tubers and shoots. She also held all varieties of fruits, vegetables and grains which satisfy hunger and thirst and conquer old age. This nourishing form of the Devi was most satisfying and pleasing. The brilliance of 1,000 suns radiated from her, and she was the embodiment of love and compassion. After giving them this glorious darshan, the compassionate Bhagavati, who was constantly engaged in the preservation of the world, began to emit streams of pure water from her countless eyes. This satisfied the thirst of the parched universe. The pouring of water caused continuous rain on all the 3 worlds for 9 nights. Seeing the extreme difficulties being experienced by the 3 worlds, tears poured out of the eyes of the Devi in the form of sacred rain. All living things revived. The forests were green again. The rivers and oceans swelled with the water. All the gods came out of hiding. The Brahmins and the Devas together praised and thanked the Devi. O Devi, embodiment of Brahma, you can only be experienced through complete knowledge of the Vedas, that is Nirmal Vidya. Obeisance to you again and again. O Devi, who manifests as the universe, O Devi, who in her generosity manifests as Kalpavriksha, that is, a tree which yields everything desired and other nourishing and beneficial resources, 1,000 pranams to you. O Devi, whose only desire is to give contentment and satisfaction to her creation, O Bhuvaneshwari, we worship you. O Devi, to remove our difficulties and to give us relief, you have assumed the most incomparable form with 1,000 eyes. Please keep this divine form and may this aspect of yours be known as Shatakshi. Due to extreme hunger, our worship and prayers have not been worthy to be offered at your lotus feet. O Ambike, O Maheshani, please do us the great kindness of retrieving the Vedas from the horrible Daitya Durgam. Vyasji says, hearing these pleas of the Devas and Brahmins, Bhagavati Shiva gave them with her own hands a great variety of delicious and nourishing fruits and vegetables. She also gave them different kinds of grains. For the animals and birds, there were tender shoots, roots, and tubers. Rajan, from that day, Devi Bhagavati was known by one more name, Shakambari. When Durgam heard from his spies that there was great activity in the three worlds, he understood the situation. He got together a huge army and prepared for war. He surrounded the Devas and went and stood before the Devi Bhagavati. The Devas and Brahmins were overcome with fear and cried, "Protect us! Protect us!" Devi Shiva surrounded them with a protective chakra consisting of brilliant light and herself stepped out of it to face the Daitya. A terrible war began. Showers of arrows hit the sun. Sparks flew when arrows collided in mid-air. Deafening sounds came from taut bowstrings. After that, from the divine form of the Devi, many formidable and terrible Shaktis emerged. Kalika, Tarini, Bhala, Tripura, Bhairavi, Rema, Bagala, Matangi, Tripura Sundari, Kamakshi, Devi Tulja, Jambini, Mohini, Chinnamasta, Guhya Kali, and Darsahastra Bahuka. In all 32 Shaktis and then 64 more and countless others. All the Devas held weapons in their hands. The battlefield resounded with drums and blowing of conches. These Shaktis destroyed a large part of the Daitya army. Then their chief, Durgam, came to the forefront and began to fight with the Devis. Rivers of blood flowed. In 10 days, the entire army was destroyed. The 11th day was dreadful and fearsome. Durga made elaborate preparations. He wore red clothes, red garland, and smeared his body with red sandal paste. Then he mounted his chariot. In a short time, he defeated all the Shaktis. Then he brought his chariot alongside the Devi's chariot. A terrible battle ensued between Bhagavati Jagdamba and Durgam Daitya. It continued non-stop until midday. Then the Devi directed 15 arrows at Durgam. 4 horses were struck down with 4 of the arrows. 1 arrow killed the charioteer. 2 arrows pierced the demon's eyes and 2 arrows cut off both his arms. 1 arrow cut down his flag. 5 arrows entered his chest. The Daitya fell down dead before Bhagavati Parameshwari. The luster from his body flew towards the Devi and got absorbed into her form. Upon the death of this strong and powerful Daitya, the blaze and turbulence being experienced in the 3 worlds became tranquil and peaceful again. All the gods with Brahma, Vishnu and Shankar in the front began to praise the Devi in sweet loving tones. The Devas said, "O primal cause of the rotating universe, Bhagavati Parameshwari, Shakambari, Shatlochane, namaskars to you again and again. You who are praised and extolled in the Upanishads, you who have slain the Daitya Durgam, you who reside in the Panchakoshas, that is, 5 receptacles within the body, to you, O Kalyan Swarupini, who is embodiment of auspiciousness, Bhagavati Maheshwari, our obeisance. The one who is meditated upon with peaceful attention by the Munis, and whose form is verily Pranava, all life's breath, we worship that Bhagavati Bhuvaneshwari, the one who has given birth to crores of Brahmans, the one who is absolute divinity, and the one who created Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh. We place our heads at the lotus feet of that Bhagavati Bhuvaneshwari. Mother Shatakshi is filled with love and compassion, and there is no king or emperor who can weep so many tears on seeing their subjects in distress. Vyasji says, Rajan, when Brahma, Vishnu, Shankar, and other gods worshipped in this way, Bhagavati Jagdamba was pleased. The goddess whose tones are sweet and melodious like a cuckoo took away the Vedas from the Daitya and gave them to the gods. Then she spoke to the Brahmins. The Vedas, in whose absence all these difficulties befell you, have emanated from my body. You should protect and preserve them in every possible way. It is imperative that you should always be engaged in my pujas because you are my devotees. For your prosperity and auspiciousness, there is no greater advice or counsel. You must continuously venerate and worship this Nirmal Vidya. It will please me, and I will protect you and remove all your difficulties. The Daitya Durgam has been vanquished by me. Therefore, one of my names is Durga. I am also called Shatakshi. Those who worship these names, they will regain mastery over Maya and overcome it and attain a place at my lotus feet. Vyasji says, Rajan, Satchit Anand Rupini, where Sat is absolute truth, Chit is the consciousness, Anand is the bliss. These are the three components of the ultimate. They are therefore her forms. Devi Bhagavati Jagdamba withdrew herself from their sight. Rajan, I have just narrated to you the most supreme and consummate revelation. By its influence, the most auspicious blessings are endowed on those pious beings who continuously engage in worship and meditation. And finally, they attain the Param Dham, that is, lotus feet of the Devi. Vyasji says, Rajan, I have told you some episodes in the lives of Suryavanshi and Chandravanshi kings. By the grace of Bhagavati Parashakti, those kings gain great glory, honor, and dignity. It should be understood that when the Devi is prasanna, that is pleased, nothing is impossible to be obtained, because whatever has dignity, majesty, splendor, power, and energy, all that substance should be recognized as a manifestation of the ingredients or cells of the luster and effulgence of Devi Bhagavati. These and many other noble kings have by their worship of Devi Bhagavati Jagdamba put a hatchet to the roots of the tree of worldly bondage. Therefore, in every possible way, strive to please the Devi by your worship and your righteous life. Just like the farmer who discards the husk once he gets the grain, so also we should discard all attachments and concerns. Rajan, Devi is the Parashakti, that is, the Supreme Self beyond the range of perception or comprehension. Her lotus feet are the most precious and priceless divine gems. By the churning of the Vedas, symbolic of the ocean of milk, I obtained them, and it has given purpose and completeness to my existence. When none of the gods would agree to sit on the Pancha Brahma Manch, this Mahadevi accepted to take that seat. It happened once that Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra, and Ishwar, these four deities, took the form of a pedestal. On top of this, a dais was erected. Sadashiva stood as a canopy over the throne. This is the Pancha Brahma Manch. She, who is supremely beyond these 5 deities, is called as Avyakrit, that is, secret, not open to view in the Vedas. Within her, the whole creation exists like beads on a string. It is this unmanifest Shakti who is called Bhagavati Bhuvaneshwari. Without acquiring the knowledge of this form of hers, one cannot be freed of worldly bondage. In the Shvetashvatar, that is, a branch of Krishna Yajurveda, this has been revealed by great and learned sages. By constant meditation and reciting of her holy names, they got a darshan of that supreme divine Shakti, Bhagavati Jagdamba, who very rarely appears in all her splendor and attributes. Therefore, to fulfill the purpose of our birth, we should spend all our life meditating and contemplating on Bhagavati Bhuvaneshwari. Whatever be the cause or the excuse, fear, shame, devotion, or love, it should guide us into the state of worship. The advice of the Vedas is very clear. Completely detach yourself, bring your mind and heart into a peaceful state, and engage yourself in meditation. Whosoever puts attention on Bhagavati when walking, sleeping, or working, that person gets released from the worldly bondage. There is no doubt in this. Therefore, Rajan, make the proper preparations and get involved into worship of the Devi, Bhagavati Maheshwari. Bhagavati Parashakti also reigns supreme in the Virat Roop, Sutra Roop, that is precept, Antaryami Roop, that is pervading the internal parts of the universe, and Satchitanand Brahma Roop. Once the conscience is clean, then worship can be started step by step. She is neither pleased nor impressed by the ostentation or artifice of the world. All the business and endeavor to keep the attention fixed on her lotus feet is called worship. Rajan, all the stories of the kings of the Surya and Chandra clans bear testimony to this. Now I have completed this. What would you like to hear next? Janmejay said, O great Muni, in the 6th episode of the 3rd chapter, you have mentioned that Bhagavati Jagdamba, who resides in Manidweep, manifested Gauri, Lakshmi, and Saraswati and commanded them to live with Shankar, Vishnu, and Brahma. At the same time, it is mentioned elsewhere that Gauri is the daughter of Himalaya and Daksh Prajapati and Mahalakshmi of the ocean of milk. Then how did these goddesses who were manifested out of Jagdamba come to be the daughters of others? Munivar, please unravel this mystery. Vyasji says, Rajan, listen, I will tell you. You are the greatest devotee of Bhagavati Jagdamba. Therefore, nothing should be hidden from you. Rajan, from the moment Bhagavati Jagdamba presented the 3 Devis to the gods, they began the business of creation. O king, it happened once that a race of Daityas called Halahal came into being. They were very strong and powerful, and in a short time they invaded Triloki. They had received a boon from Brahmaji that made them invincible. They took their armies and surrounded Kailash and Vaikunth, and Sri Shankar and Sri Vishnu entered into battle with them. The war was fierce and lasted a long time. Finally, Bhagwan Shankar and Vishnu defeated them. Rajan, it was only by the power of Mahashakti that they were able to kill the Daityas, but they began to disdain and disregard the Shaktis. This caused Mahagauri and Mahalakshmi to laugh. The gods took this as an insult and reproached the Shaktis. In a divine play, that very instant, the 2 Shaktis, Mahagauri and Mahalakshmi, separated themselves from the great Ishwars and vanished. As soon as they departed, the 2 gods, deprived of Shakti and luster, were cast down in bewilderment and confusion. They even lost their power of understanding and discretion. Seeing this, Brahmaji became very concerned, and in panic, he closed his eyes and meditated. He got the knowledge that this was the result of the abandonment by the Parashakti. Brahmaji immediately became cautious and vigilant. He took into his own hands the responsibilities of Shankar and Vishnu. With complete surrender to his Shakti, he managed the business of the entire creation for some time. Then, for the benevolence of Vishnu and Shankar, he called his sons Manu and Sanak and others. All of them came and bowed before Brahmaji. Brahma said, "I am extremely busy with the work of creation. I cannot perform the difficult tapasya to please Parameshwari. The entire responsibility is on my head because Bhagavati Shakti Parameshwari has withdrawn herself from Shiva and Vishnu and they have become devoid of energy. Therefore, O sons, perform that quality of worship that will reunite Shiva and Vishnu with their Shaktis. You will earn fame and glory in the three worlds." The clan in which these two Shaktis, Mahagauri and Mahalakshmi, deemed to take their births will not only attain fulfillment, but they will also make the earth sacred. Vyasji says, "Rajan, in absolute obedience to their father, the creator Brahmaji, all his sons including Daksh, went into the forest to praise, worship and meditate on the Devi, Bhagavati Jagdamba. Chapter 7, Episode 30, Siddhapeeth and the Presiding Shaktis. Vyasji says, "Rajan, on receiving the command from the god with 4 faces, Sri Brahmaji, the Munis went through the forest and reached the Himalaya mountains. They calmed their thoughts and with full attention chanted the Maya Bij, which is the sacred mantra of Bhagavati Bhuvaneshwari. Rajan, the sole object of their attention was Bhagavati Paramashakti. After meditating for a very long time, the Devi Bhagavati was pleased and gave them a Sakshat Darshan. She bore in her 4 arms gold, noose and Abhay Mudra, that is, boon and promise of protection. 3 eyes enhanced the beauty of her face, which was filled with benevolence and compassion. Her form was of Sat, Chit and Anand. On beholding the creatrix of the entire universe, the Munis of pure conscience began to sing her stutis. They said, "Devi, you are of the form of the universe, Vishwarupa. You are the form of the Almighty, Vaishvana Rupa. You are Teja Rupa, effulgence and luster, and you are Sutra Rupa, the formulator of precepts. Obeisance to you. We worship that divine form of yours, which encompasses the subtle form of the corporeal body, who is verily wisdom and learning, who is the hidden supreme soul, who becomes perceivable and manifests in Sarvaroop all existing forms. And we pay obeisance to that form which beautifies Sarva Lakshmi Roop, wealth, prosperity, fortune, beauty, success, splendor, royal dignity, and queen of the household. In this humble and loving way, the Munis headed by Daksh sang the praises of the goddess with their heads permanently bowed at her lotus feet. Then the Devi, with voice as sweet as the koel, began to speak. O fortunate Munis, ask for a boon. Know this always. I am ever ready to grant boons. Rajendra, the Munis made their request. They said, Devi, in your great mercy, be pleased to restore the Shaktis to the great god Shankar and Vishnu. Then Daksh prayed, Devi, Ambe, please deign to take your avatar in our clan so that the purpose of my existence is fulfilled. Bhagavati Parameshwari, please tell us in your divine voice the prescribed chanting, meditation, pujas, and the sacred places where you can be worshipped. Devi said, Shiva and Vishnu insulted and disrespected my Shaktis, and that is why they are in their present pitiable and deplorable state. One must never commit this great transgression against my manifest forms. All right. By the tiniest bit of my compassion, their Shaktis will be restored to them. My Shaktis, Gauri and Lakshmi, will take birth in the clans of yourself and Kshir Sagar. By my instigation and intervention, the Shaktis will go back to them. The Maya Bij is my principal mantra which pleases me. You should meditate upon my Virat Roop, or the form that you see before you now, or my Satchitanand Roop. And for performing worship to me, the entire universe is available to you. It is for your benevolence that you should always be engaged in puja, worship, and meditation upon me. Vyasji says, Rajan, after saying this, the Devi who resides in Manidweep, Bhagavati Jagdamba, removed herself from their sight. Daksh and all the Munis went to Brahma and respectfully told him all that had happened. Rajan, in a short while, Shiva and Vishnu revived and regained their lost glory. They received the Shakti to resume their business of preservation and annihilation of the creation. Maharaj, after some time, a ray of light of Bhagavati Jagdamba took incarnation in the house of Daksh. Music and songs of joy filled the air in all the three lokas. The god showered petals from heaven. All saints and sages of pure consciousness felt the pure joy. The water of the rivers became holy and nirmal. Bhagwan Bhaskar, that is the sun, spread golden light all around. The whole universe became auspicious by this manifestation of the most auspicious Bhagavati. As this incarnation was the manifestation of her quality of righteousness and truth, Satya Ansh, this incarnation of Parabrahma Swarupini Bhagavati Jagdamba was called as Sati. Later, this Devi Sati became the wife of Shiva because previously it was she who was given to him as his Shakti. As per the workings of destiny, this Sati immolated her body in the sacred fire of Daksha's Yagya, which turned to ashes. Janmejay asked, Muni, this story does not please the mind. When a person is surrounded by burning flames, the mere utterance of her name saves him. Then how can that Supreme Shakti Sati turn to ashes in the sacred fire? Of what unfavorable act was this the result that such an unfortunate happening took place in the house of Daksh? Vyasji says, Rajan, hear the reason for Sati turning into ashes. The story is ancient. Once, Muni Durvasa went to the primal goddess Bhagavati Jagdamba, whose abode was Jambudweep, that is, one of the 7 divisions of the world according to the Puranas, which includes the whole of India. He got a Sakshat darshan of the Devi. After that, he began to chant the Maya Bij mantra. Deveshwari was pleased and gave him as a prasad the flower garland from her neck. The filaments of these divine and sacred flowers were bursting with fragrant pollen, and the bees were swarming and buzzing around them. The Muni bowed and accepted the mala on his neck. Then he left, and taking the heavenly routes, he reached the place governed by Daksh Prajapati. Daksh asked him, "Prabhu, whose divine garland is that? It is completely out of reach of mortals. How did you come by it?" Hearing the words of Daksh, tears came into the eyes of Durvasa. His heart swelled with love. He replied, "This most precious prasad has been given to me by Bhagawati Jagdamba." Then Sati's father Daksh requested sage Durvasa, "Please be kind and give me this mala. In the Triloki, there is no object that cannot be given to a bhakta of Bhagawati Jagdamba." Thinking this, the Muni gave the flower garland to Daksh. Daksh bowed his head to accept the garland. Then he placed the mala on his conjugal bed and slept on it with a woman. As an effect of this most disrespectful and sinful behavior, the negativities of hatred and rancor entered the mind of Daksh against Shiva and Devi Sati. The end result or fruit was that Sati took birth in Daksh's house, and in a demonstration of the chastity of a faithful wife, entered the Yagyagni and turned to ashes the body that she got from her father Daksh. Then that ray of the light of Bhagawati Jagdamba manifested in the house of Himalaya. Janmejay asked, "Muni, what did Bhagwan Shiva do when his beloved Sati burned herself to ashes?" Vyasji says, "Rajan, it is beyond my capacity to fully describe what happened. The fire of the wrath of Bhagwan Shiva began to annihilate the 3 worlds. There was a manifestation of Veerbhadra, and together with Bhadrakali, the destruction of the 3 worlds seemed imminent. Then the gods, led by Brahma, went to Bhagwan Shiva for protection. Daksh had been killed and the Yagya was in shambles. Then the ocean of compassion, Bhagwan Shiva, gave protection to the gods. He also ordered a goat's head to be placed on the neck of Daksh and brought him to life. Then the great Lord Maheshwara became very sad and retired to his Yagyashala. He saw the sacred and luminous body of Sati burning in the fire. Then he picked up the sacred body, put it over his shoulders, and began walking as if in a daze from country to country. Brahma and all the gods felt deep concern. Then Bhagwan Vishnu picked up his bow and arrows to search for the body parts of Devi Sati, which kept falling from Shiva's shoulders. The arrows cut the parts into pieces, and wherever the pieces lay, an image of Shiva manifested. Shiva said to the Devas, "Whoever worships Bhagawati Shiva in these places with full attention and devotion will get all their desires fulfilled, because in every part of Sati resides Devi Jagdamba. These places are extremely auspicious and efficacious for the uttering of the Maya Bij mantra." Then Sri Shiva himself, deeply grieved by this separation from Sati, spent his time in these holy places in meditation. Janmejay said, "O learned one, how many Siddha Pitas are there? That is, holy place where devotion quickly brings about the desired end. Where are they located and what are their names?" Please tell me this. Also, kindly tell me the names of the presiding Devi forms so that my existence becomes meaningful. Vyasji says, Rajan, hear this. I am going to tell you about the Devi Pitas, where by devotion and worship alone, one can get freedom from the bondage of sin. In Varanasi, the divine face of Gauri fell. The presiding Devi is called Vishalakshi. In the ancient forest Naimisharanya, the presiding Devi is Lingadharini. In Prayag, she is known as Lalita. In the Gandhamadhan mountain as Kamuki. In Manas, she is called Kumuda. In the south, Vishwakama, and in the north, she is called Vishwakam Prapurini. In Gomant, she presides as Gomati. In Mandrachal, she presides as Kamcharini. In Chaitrarath, she is called as Madhutkata. In Hastinapur, she presides as Jayanti. In Kanyakubj, she is called Gauri. In Malayachar, she is called Ramba. In Ekambrapeet, she presides as Kirtimati. In Vishwapeet, she is Vishweshwari. In Pushkar, she is called Puruhuta. In the sacred region of Kedar, she is Sanmargadaini. In Himavanpeet, she is called Manda. In Gokarnapeet, the Devi is Bhadrakarnika. In Stanishwari, she is Bhavani. In Bilvakpeet, she presides as Bilvapatrika. In Sri Shaul, she is Madhavi. In Bhadreshwar, the Devi is Bhadra. In Varahapeet, she is Jaya. In Kamalalay, she is Kamala. In Rudrakoti, the Devi is Rudrani. In Kalanjar, she is Kali. In Shalgram, she is called as Mahadevi. In Shivaling, she is Jalpriya. In Mahaling, she is Kapila. In Makut, the Devi is Mukuteshwari. In Mayapuri, she is Kumari. In Santanpeet, she is Lalitambika. In Gaya, the Devi is Mangala. In Purushottampeet, she is Vimala. In Sahasraksh, she is Utpalakshi. In Hiranyaksh, she is called Mahodpala. In Vishaka, she is Amogakshi. In Pundravardhan Peet, she is Padla. In Suparshva, the Devi is Narayani. In Chitrakoot, she is Rudrasundari. In Vipul Kshetra, she is Vipula. In Malyachal, she is Bhagawati Kalyani. On Mount Sahyadri, she is Ekvira. In Harishchandra Peet, she is Chandrika. In Ram Tirth, the Devi is Ramana. In Yamuna Peet, she is Mrigavati. In Koti Tirth, she is Kotvi. In Madhavan, she is Sugandha. In Godavari, the Devi is Trisandhya. In Gangadhar, she is Ratipriya. In Shivakund, the Devi is Shubhananda. In Devika That, she is Nandini. In Dwarika, she is Rukmini. In Vrindavan, she resides as Radha. In Mathura, she is Devaki. In Patal, the Devi resides as Parameshwari. In Chitrakoot, she is Sita. In Vindhyachal mountain, she is Vindhyavasini. In Karvir Kshetra, she is Devi Uma. In Vaidyanath Dham, she is Arogya. In Mahakal Peet, she is Maheshwari. In Ushna Tirth, she is Abhaya. In Vindhya Parvat, she is Nitamba. In Mandavya Peet, she is famous as Devi Swaha. In Chagaland, she is Prachanda. In Amarkantak, she is called Chandika. In Someshwar Peeth, she resides as Vararoha. In Prabhas Kshetra, she is Pushkarvati. In Saraswati Teerth, she is Dev Mata. In the Peeth called That, she is Paravara. In Mahalay, she is called as Mahabhaga. In Payushini, she is Pingaleshwari. In Krit Shauch Teerth, she is Singika. In Kartik Kshetra, she is Atishankari. In Vartak Teerth, she resides as Utpala. At the Sangam, that is confluence, of Subhadra and Shona, she resides as Lola. In the forest Siddhavan, she is Mata Lakshmi. In Bharat Ashram Teerth, she is called Anangha. On Mount Jalandhar, she is Vishwamukhi. On Kishkinda Parvat, she is Tara. In the Devadaru Van, she is called Pushti. In Kashmir Pradesh, she presides as Medha. On Mount Himadri, she is called Devi Bhima. In Vishweshwar Kshetra, she is Tushti. In Kapal Mochan Teerth, she is Shuddhi. In Kaya Varohan Teerth, she resides as Mata. In Shankodhar Teerth, she is Dhara. In Pindarak Teerth, she resides as Dhriti. On the banks of the river Chandrabhaga, Kali. In Achot Kshetra, she resides as Shavdharini. On the bank of river Vaina, she is Amrita. In Vadrivan, she is Urvasi. In North Kuru, she is Oshadi. In Kushdweep, she resides as Kushodka. On Hemkut Parvat, she is Manmatha. In Kumudvan, she is Satyavadhini. In Ashwada Teerth, she is Vandaniya. In Vaishravanalaya Kshetra, she is Nidhi. In Vedvadan Teerth, she resides as Gayatri. In close proximity to Shiva, she is Parvati. In Devalok, she presides as Indrani. In Brahmalok, she is Saraswati. In the glimmer of the sun, she is Prabha. In Matrika, that is mothers, she resides as Vaishnavi. In the Satis, that is virtuous and chaste, she is Arundhati. In the Apsaras led by Rema, she resides as Tilottama. And in the consciousness and attention of all living things, she resides as Brahmakala. Janmejay, these are the 108 Siddhipitas and the presiding aspects of the Devi. They are related to the sacred parts of the divine body of Devi Sati, which fell on this fortunate earth. The person who visits these pitas with devotion and worship finds a place in the Param Dham of Devi Bhagawati. Pilgrimages have to be undertaken with full protocol and understanding. On reaching, one should offer libation of water to the deceased ancestors and offer food to the Brahmins in their honor. Then, special puja should be performed with full attention and devotion to the Supreme Devi Bhagawati. One should ask forgiveness for all transgressions committed knowingly and unknowingly again and again. Brahmins should be given gifts and food to their satisfaction. Rajan, married ladies, that is, Suvasini, unmarried girls and brahmacharis should also be served food. Even the Chandals who live in the region are considered aspects of the Devi. Therefore, they also should be honored. In all these Siddhipitas, it is prohibited to accept alms or charity of any kind. The mantras of the Shakti should be uttered. Maya Bij is considered the crowning mantra. In all the pitas, this is the mantra to be used during puja to the presiding Devi Bhagawati Jagdamba. Rajan, there should be no miserliness when arranging for the puja. Samagri should be of the highest quality and devotion should be boundless. Then only the ancestors get permission to live in Brahmalok for a period of 1000 kalpas. One kalpa is 432 crore mortal years. After that, they merit a place in Nirmal Dham. The person undertaking the pilgrimage is also blessed with Nirmal Vidya and gets self-realization. Even the gods bow their heads when such a person utters the mantras, because at that time he becomes Ananya. Wherever these 108 names of Siddha Pitas and the presiding form of the Devi is written, in that place there can be no attack of negative forces. In fact, the auspiciousness increases like the ocean swells with the phases of the moon. Rajan, whatever you desire to know about Bhagavati Parameshwari, I have told you. Now what would you like to hear? Chapter 7, Episodes 31 and 32. Devas are defeated by Tarakasura. They sing stutis. Devi takes birth in the house of Himalaya. Janmejay said, Muni, you mentioned once that a brilliant light manifested on the crown of the Mount Himalaya. Please tell me the story. Vyasji says, Rajan, you are blessed, you are auspicious, and you have fulfilled the purpose of your life. Great souls have given you a sound spiritual foundation. That is why this innocent inquiry and sincere bhakti have flowered within you. Listen, I will tell you this ancient story. After the sacred body of Devi Sati burned in the Yagya Bhagwan Shiva roamed the earth and settled down in one place. He pulled in his attention from all sides and directions and meditated upon Bhagavati Jagdamba. All living things in the three worlds got deprived of auspiciousness. The whole world, including islands and mountains, lost their Shakti. The essence of joy, which used to flow from all hearts, dried up. There was sadness on all faces, and all were sinking in the ocean of despair. The Devas and the planets lost their directions. All homes were afflicted with illness. In the absence of Bhagavati Sati, the gods and mortals became arbitrary and ungovernable. At the same point of time, there appeared a powerful asura called Tarak. The ruler of the three worlds, Brahmaji, had given him a boon that he could only be killed by a son born of Shiva and his wife. This made Tarakasura very arrogant and aggressive, because now there was no question of Shiva's wife giving birth to a son. The gods became dejected and sad and went into hiding. They thought, Shankarji has no wife, so it is impossible for this son to be born who will kill this asura. We are most unfortunate. They decided to go to Vaikunth and tell Bhagwan Vishnu their problem. Sri Hari found a solution. He said, Why are all of you so worried? Bhagavati Shiva is always present like a kalpa vriksha to grant your desires. Bhagavati Bhuvaneshwari is not sleeping in Manidweep. It is only because of some mistake on our part that she is showing indifference. Nothing else. We should consider this a lesson. It is exactly like a mother who scolds or pets a child, but is constantly full of mercy and tenderness towards her children. This is how we should know Devi Jagdamba. Her reaction is in direct relation to our deeds, good or bad. At every step, a child commits transgressions, excepting a mother who will tolerate. So all of you become calm and peaceful and completely cleanse your mind of guile, pretense and insincerity. Go for refuge to the lotus feet of Bhagavati Jagdamba. Do not delay. She will solve your difficulties. Rajan, after giving this advice, Bhagwan Vishnu accompanied the Devas and they soon reached Giriraj Himalaya. All the gods began to sing the praises of the Devi. Those who knew the procedure and protocol of Amba Yagya performed this Yagya. All the Devas embarked on Tritiyadi Vrat. Some also sat in deep meditation. Others recited the Devi Sukta, that is invocation. Some became ascetics. Some Devas very carefully settled down to utter the profound Maya Bij mantra. Janmejay, many years passed. Then that self-revealing, luminous, splendorous flood of light of God manifested itself before them. The day was Friday, the 9th day of the bright fortnight, that is Shukla Paksh of the month of Chaitra, that is first month of the year. All the 4 Vedas stood in the 4 directions and sang stutis. That Jyoti had the radiance of 1,000 suns and the coolness of crores of moons. It glittered like a crore of lightnings. The color was red. It had no beginning and no end. It was neither of male nor female form. Rajan, as soon as the effulgence manifested, the Devas' eyes got closed. Then, when they tried very hard and opened their eyes, they beheld a most pleasing, divine form of the Devi. Her limbs were beautiful and she had a young appearance like someone just entering the stage of youth. Small bells and chains on her waist and bells on the anklets tinkled and enhanced her beauty. She wore divine gold ornaments like armlets, bangles and necklaces. A necklace of priceless gems adorned her neck. Her hair was jet black, blacker than a bumblebee, and fell in heavy tresses like the new leaves of the ketki plant, that is kevda. Her waist and hips were of elegant proportion. She had pressed between her teeth tiny rolls of betel leaves and camphor. Large golden rings hung from her ears and tinkled. Spread on her forehead were the black crescents of her eyebrows like an 8-day-old moon. Her eyes were like red lotuses. Her nose was high and straight. Nectar dripped from her lips. Her sparkling white teeth were like half-opened jasmine buds. She wore a necklace of pure pearls. On her head rested a jewel-encrusted crown bearing the mark of the moon. Entwined in her hair were braids of mallika and malati flowers giving out sweet fragrance. Bindi of kesar adorned her forehead. Her 3 eyes glistened with a beautiful luster. In her hands she held news, gourd, boons and promise of protection to devotees, that is Abhaydhan Mudra. She wore red garments. Her skin had the gloss of newly bloomed pomegranate flowers. She was decorated with all ingredients of Shringar. All the gods bowed in obeisance. She was no ordinary normal woman. She was the all-powerful, wish-fulfilling, universally pleasing mother of all creation, Mata Jagdamba. Her face was wreathed in smiles. This wonderful aspect of the goddess, possessed of form, gave darshan to the assembled gods. They prostrated in worship. Their throats were blocked with tears of joy. They could not utter a word. They somehow collected their attention, bowed from the shoulders, and began to sing stutis. Tears of joy rolled out of their eyes. The gods said, "Salutations to the Devi, salutations to Mahadevi Shiva, pranams to Prakriti and Bhadra." With all respect and protocols, we bow before the Devi. We take refuge at the lotus feet of that Devi Durga, who is of the tint of fire and flame, who enlightens with Nirmal Vidya, who is splendid and illuminated, the one who can be worshipped as the result of previous good deeds, and who delivers us from the ocean of worldly attachments. We worship that Devi who is of the form of life and who has created the faculty of voice and speech, which all living things manifest in multifarious ways. One aspect of the goddess is Kamadhenu, the wish-fulfilling divine cow. We worship Vagrupini Bhagawati, the embodiment of speech, who is pleased with our stutis and has appeared before us. We offer pranams to the destroyer of Kalka, to Vishnu Shakti, who is praised by the Vedas, to Skanda Mata, who is Shiv Shakti, to Saraswati, who is Brahma Shakti, to Dev Mata Aditi, to Daksh Kanya Sati, and to the destroyer of sins, Papnashini, Kalyankarini Bhagavati. We know the goddess Mahalakshmi because it is solely on her that we put our attention during meditation. May she continuously flow into our attention. We offer pranams to the Devi who assumes the Virata Roop. We worship the Devi who resides within all in the subtle form. Obeisance to her who assumes the form of Brahma. We bow our heads to that Bhagavati Bhuvaneshwari whose non-knowledge causes us to mistake the unreal for the real, and once we know her, our ignorance and delusions are destroyed. We worship that Bhagavati Bhuvaneshwari who signifies the status of the Supreme Soul, who is all intelligent and almighty, who is joy, perfect and intact, and who is the essence of the Vedas. We worship that Bhagavati Bhuvaneshwari who is beyond the Panchakoshas, that is 5 sheaths of the body, who is the witness of the 3 moods, who gives status and dignity to the word Tvam, and who embodies the universal soul. Our namaskars to Pranam Rupa, Life Force Devi. Namaskar to the Devi who makes the mantras effective. O compassionate Devi, obeisance to you again and again. This form of worship and praise filled the Devi with joy. That Devi Bhagavati Jagdamba, who resides in Manidweep, spoke in a clear, sweet voice like that of a koel. Sri Devi said, "All of you Devas have gathered here. Tell me what is the reason?" I am the Kalpataru, waiting to fulfill all the desires of my bhaktas. When I am in residence, why should the Devas worry about anything? I deliver my bhaktas from the ordeals and turmoils of this worldly ocean. O most fortunate Devas, you should accept this as the absolute truth. Melting with love, Bhagavati Jagdamba made this promise. The gods were filled with joy at hearing this most divine voice. Fearlessly, they began to tell the cause of their fear. The Devas said, "Parameshwari, there is nothing in the 3 worlds that is hidden from you. because you are omniscient and Vishwasakshini, who is silent witness of the action of the universe. Shiva, the terrible Daitya Tarak, is causing us great distress day and night. Sri Brahma has granted him the boon that only the son of Shiva and his wife can kill him. But Devi, it is not hidden from you that Shiva is living in grief and sadness after the loss of Sati. We who have limited knowledge, what can we speak before you? Ambike, that is why we have come. May our bhakti flow continuously onto your holy lotus feet. Our second prayer is for protection. Rajan, hearing the prayer of the Devas, Bhagavati Parameshwari said, My Shakti, who will be known as Gauri, will manifest in the house of Himalaya. You must work it out that there is an alliance between Shiva and Gauri. Place all your devotion at her lotus feet. Also, it is imperative that Himalaya worships me with full attention. Then only he will be worthy for Gauri to be born in his house. Vyasji says, Rajan, Himalaya was also present there and he heard these sacred words of Devi Bhagavati. His throat was choked and his eyes filled with tears of gratitude and joy. He said to the Devi, Jagadambe, you are so merciful to this dull and senseless person like me. In your great compassion, you are trying to make me great and worthy. Otherwise, I am just an inert and worthless mountain. O great goddess, even after hundreds of births, thousands of yagyas and ashwamedhas, and after centuries of meditation and tapasya, I would still not consider myself worthy to be your father. This is your generosity and compassion. This will bring glory and blessings. In all the three worlds it will be known, Jagdamba is the daughter of Himalaya. He is so fortunate and blessed. We should be grateful to him. She, within whom the entire universe exists, has herself taken birth in the house of Himalaya. There is no one who can compare with him in sacredness and holiness. My ancestors also will be gratified that in their lineage a son like me was born. O Devi, I do not know which place will be suitable and worthy for her to live. The same way that you have shown compassion, love, and kindness to me in choosing me to be the father, please also describe her, because she is beyond the Vedas or any other scriptures. O Parameshwari, to make me worthy, to fill me with the necessary knowledge and bhakti is completely in your hands. Vyasji says, hearing these words, spoken in utmost humility by Himalaya, the Devi's face bloomed with happiness. She smiled a heavenly smile, radiant and sweet. She graciously accepted to reveal the secrets and mysteries hidden in the Vedas and scriptures. Sri Devi said, I will tell you. Listen very carefully and with full attention. Just by hearing, you can know my identity. Parvatraj Himalaya, in the beginning there was only me. There was nothing else, absolutely nothing in existence. I was the Supreme Soul in the form of Satchit Anand. That formless energy is undebatable, indescribable, unequaled, incomparable and without name. From out of that, a Shakti manifested by itself. It was called as Maya. That Maya was neither chaste nor unchaste, truth nor untruth. In between the two, in the void between the two, there came into being a profound and exceptional essence. The glow of the fire and the luster of the moon are all parts of my Shakti. They should be accepted without any doubt or hesitation as my companions or helpers. Life or death of all living things is the work of those Shaktis. At the time of Pralay, that is dissolution, there remained no duality or multiplicity. Each and everything merged into that Shakti. Then, with the cooperation of that Shakti, I became the origin or cause, that is Bij Roop. At that time, the same Shakti became my support and my protective covering. That is why some of her faults and shortcomings have rubbed off on me. My causal form, assisted by consciousness, brought about the transformation of creation and illusion, and for this reason, that form is said to be inseparable from the divine source of the universe. Some people call that Shakti Tap, that is heat, some call it Tam, that is darkness, and some call it Jada, that is solidity. Those learned in the Shaiv Shastras have agreed among each other that it is fitting to call this Shakti as knowledge, Maya, principle, Prakriti, that is material cause of the universe, Shakti or Aja, that is unreality of the universe. Those who have made a thorough study of the Vedas say that, no, she is Avidya. In this way, she has been given manifold names in the Vedas. When it became apparent that this Shakti has insensibility and the capacity to destroy knowledge, the name Asati also became associated with her. Chaitanya is not perceptible. If visibility nature comes into it, it is called solid. Because Chaitanya is light itself, it does not get enlightened by some other source. If we say that light enlightens light, it cannot be so. It will become flawed with instability. The deed and the doer are diametrically opposite and can never become one. Therefore, my form is like light, self-illuminating. Parvat, the illuminator, is used to manifest or make others apparent. Just understand this. Therefore, the eternal permanence of my awareness or consciousness is proved beyond doubt. I am unseen. If I am considered visible, then my form is adulterated by the wakeful, sleeping or unconscious state. It is impossible to experience me in both my visible and unseen states at the same time. If I am experienced in my unseen state, the part of you which experiences or witnesses is your central nervous system. That is why the wise and learned of the Vedas call it eternal. The second, being the receptacle of love, becomes the embodiment of joy. Before, I was nothingness. Now I am not. I was. Even then, those with pure love in their hearts are my containers. All else is falsehood. I do not merge with them. This is very clear. Thereby, the indivisibility of my being is also proved. Knowledge can never be the attribute or characteristic of the Atma. Otherwise, matter or solidity can permeate into it. Matter and insensibility exists in some part of knowledge, but this has never been seen nor can it be seen. The same can be said for attention. So, this proves that Atma is devoid of, that is, unsullied by knowledge, happiness, truth, attachment and duality. This same Atma, when it is assisted by Maya, which has affinity to desire and action, and influenced by the maturity of the fruits of previous deeds and time, assumes a body to accomplish the work of creation. Himalaya, my form, which I have described to you, is also the embodiment of the Supreme Spirit, is inaccessible to thought, is unmanifest, and is possessed of strength, power, and force. In all the scriptures, this form has been described as the primal power, the cause of all causes, the consciousness bliss which has been transformed into the universal body as the energy manifested in every particle, the Adibhut, the primordial substance of the elements, and the embodiment of Satchit Anand. This divine aspect has also been described as the creatrix, having the universe as her form, as the ocean of divine knowledge, Nirmal Vidya, as the form of the syllable Hrim, and as the seed desire of the primordial being. From this very same form of mind have evolved step by step the element ether from its subtle state of sound, the element air from its subtle state of touch, fire from its subtle state of luster or luminosity. After this, from its subtle state of fluidity came water, then from the subtle state of fragrance came the earth element. Ether had only one quality, sound. Sound and touch were the qualities of air. Sound, touch and luster were the qualities of fire. Sound, touch, luster and liquidity were the qualities of water. And sound, touch, luster, liquidity and fragrance belong to earth. From this emerged the Mahatatvas, which is also called Ling or prime nature, the corporeal body of the Paramatma. Within lies the seed of the universe. As previously mentioned, this is the unmanifest causal body of the Parabrahma. Then, through the Panchikarana process, the Tanmatras or subtle elements are converted into 5 gross elements. I will describe the process. Divide each subtle element into 2 parts. Now, set apart the first half of each of the 5 elements. Divide the second half of each element into 4 equal parts. Mix the first half of each, which was set aside, with each of the fourth part. These 5 parts combine to form 1 gross element. Thus, 5 gross elements came into being. From the essences of the 5 elements, the 5 sense organs called Jnanendriyas, that is, ears, skin, tongue, eyes and nose, for sound, touch, taste, form, fragrance, came into existence. All these were interrelated to each other. After this manifested the consciousness, which had 4 different states. When it gets involved into Sankalp Vikalp, that is, resolutions and doubts, it is called the mind. When this conscience has the capacity to make sound decisions without doubts, it is called as Buddhi. When it begins to investigate or contemplate, it is called Chitta, that is attention. When the state of I-ness develops, it is called Ahankar or ego. The Rajasic energy in the elements, that is, the power by which activity or motion is produced, gave birth step by step to the Karmendriyas or organs of action. They were all interrelated. After this, from their same Rajas energy, the 5 pranas or vital breaths were manifested: Pran or life breath in the heart, Apan, that is flatus in the anus, Saman or balance in the nabhi, Udan, that is air which rises upward to the throat in the Vishuddhi, and Vyan, which pervades the whole in the whole body. Thus, the 5 sense organs or Jnanendriyas, which are ears, skin, tongue, nose and eyes, the 5 Karmendriyas or organs of action, which are mouth, hands, feet, anus and organ of generation, the 5 vital breaths or vasus, which are Pran, Apan, Saman, Udhan and Vyan. Plus, the conscience and intelligence have developed into 17 subtle bodies. This is what is called Linga Sharir or corporeal body of the Paramatma. Thus, the causal, subtle and gross are the cause of the separations between Ishwar, the formless, and the gross, the living cosmos of the Paramatma. Rajan, that which was known as Prakriti, also had two forms, Maya, that is illusion, and Avidya, non-knowledge. The nature in which pure consciousness is predominant is Maya, and the nature in which impurity is predominant is Avidya. The one which protects those that come for refuge is Maya. That which constantly abides the pure consciousness, Maya, is called Ishwar. This Ishwar is fully conversant with Parabrahma. He is omniscient, that is all-knowing. He is the creator of all and is compassionate and benevolent. Parvatraj, the reflection which fell on that part of nature that was predominantly impure, is called life. Life experiences happiness and sorrow. So Ishwar and life, that is Jiva, are connected with the aforementioned causal, subtle and gross. This connection makes them also into three. Jiva's connection with causal is called Pragya, that is wisdom. Connection to subtle is called Tejas, that is luminous, nourishing. Connection to gross is Vishwa, that is worldly or material. In the same way, Ishwar is also called Ish, God, Sutra, that is having the nature of a string or thread, called Hiranyagarbha, and Virat Pad, that is state of Virat. The Jiva, that is life, is individual form, and Ishwar is the universal collective form. It is this universal Sarveshwar who, in his compassion and benevolence, creates this manifest world with the support of the elements. Rajan, that Ishwar becomes empowered with my Shakti and performs this continuous work of creation. Chapter 7, Episodes 33 and 34. Devi shows her Virat Roop and again her Saumya Roop, that is, mild, gentle. Instruction and counsel to Himalaya. Devi said, Himalaya, it is my Maya Shakti that has created this entire universe. If you become spiritually subtle, you will perceive that Maya is in no way different from me. For the sake of function and transaction, it got the name of Vidya, that is knowledge, and Maya. In essence, there is no diversity. There is only one Tattva, and that is me, and after the creation, I get absorbed back into my original Tattva form. Together with Maya and their deeds committed with knowledge and understanding, I put the living beings in front and then only make my entry. If I do not do it this way, the cycle of births and deaths will not continue. According to the information divulged by Maya, there is extension in my work. For example, one Akash can become clear sky or cloudy sky. In the same way, I am one but can have many designations. And like the sun, which is most important and also cruel, it shines continuously on all alike, but it remains blameless and guiltless. So also I am never tainted with blemish, defect, or blame. Actually, the division between the soul and the Ishwar has been contrived by Maya. Similar to clear sky and cloudy sky, the difference between Jivatma, that is soul, and Paramatma, that is supreme soul, should be considered as contrived or engineered. Just as many life forms have come into existence by the influence of Maya, so also Brahma and other ruling gods who are under the subjection of Maya become diverse. Avidya gives rise to desires connected with body and senses, and avidya is the causal of the diverse life forms. Himalaya, the one which causes diversity in the desires for qualities, is Maya. Dharanidhar, that is, one who supports and sustains, this entire creation, well mixed and woven, exists within me. Because I am Ishwar, I am also Vishnu and Brahma. I am Rudra, Gauri, Saraswati and Lakshmi. I am Surya, Chandrama and the planets. Animals, birds, chandals, robbers, hunters, doers of cruel acts, doers of virtuous acts, distinguished persons, women, men, and the neuter gender, I am all of these. There is no doubt in this. Any object or substance that can be seen or heard, whether inside or outside, is pervaded by me. In this entire universe, there is nothing which is separate from me. If anything is considered separate from me, it is impossible. As impossible as a child from a barren woman. In the same way that a rope, even if mistaken for a snake or a garland, remains a rope, so also my divine form only gets diversified. There should be no doubt in this. Nothing can exist or get diversified if separated from me. Therefore, this entire creation exists due to me. Otherwise, it is nothing. Himalaya said, Deveshi, you have described your glorious and imposing Virata form. Please be compassionate and benevolent and show me that form. It is my pure desire to behold it. Vyasji says, Rajan, hearing this request of Himalaya, all the Devas were full of joy. They supported his request and said, O Devi, we also desire to see. The Devi who fulfills the desires of her devotees, Bhagavati Shiva, manifested herself to all those present. The Devas began to see that most magnificent form of Mahadevi, her Virat Roop. They say, the Akash was her head, the sun and the moon were her eyes, the directions took the form of her ears, sound of the Vedas and Vayu were the supreme soul. The universe was the heart, the earth was the loins, Patal was the Nabhi. Jyotish Chakra, that is heavenly bodies, formed the chest. Maharishi, that is a fourth of the upper worlds, formed the neck, and Janmejay, that is one of the 7 divisions of the universe, was the face. Tapolok, that is one of the 7 worlds which is just below Satyalok, abode of Brahma, formed the forehead. Indra and all the Devas were the forearms. Sound was the organ of hearing. Learned men say that the Ashwinikumars were the nose of the Virat Rupini Bhagawati. Fragrance was the organ of smell. Flames formed the face. Day and night were the two eyelids. Brahma was in the place of eyebrows. Water was the palate. Taste became the tongue. Yamraj formed the jaw. The teeth of Maheshwari were formed of love. Maya was her laughter. The creation was her glance, that is, kataksh. Bashful modesty formed her upper lip. The lower lip of Virat Maheshwari was attraction. The path of unrighteousness is called the back. The creator of the universe, Prajapati Brahma, was the ling, that is prime nature of the Virat Roop. The ocean was the stomach. The mountains were the bones. The nadis of Maheshwari were the rivers. Trees formed the downy hair on her body. Her age was the aggregate of youth and old age. Dense black clouds formed her hair. Morning and night, twilight and dusk were her raiments. Rajan, at that time, the mind of Bhagavati Jagdamba was the moon. The discretion was Hari, and Rudra formed her consciousness. All animals of the category of horses form the loins of Maheshwari. All the great lokas, from Atal to Patal, form the region from waist downwards. The most fortunate devas got a darshan of this most magnificent Virat Roop of Bhagavati Jagdamba. Thousands of rays of light were blazing from all sides of her body. She was continuously licking her lips. Her teeth made grinding sounds and her eyes rained fire. She held in her hands all forms of weapons. It was a powerful and almighty form with 1,000 heads, 1,000 eyes and 1,000 feet. The radiance was as blinding as the flashes of 1 crore lightnings and suns. It was an extremely awesome sight. It was ruthless and ferocious in appearance. The splendor and dignity filled the hearts with awe, and the gods began to exclaim. Their hearts beat faster, and many fainted. They had no recollection that this was in fact Bhagavati Jagdamba. The Vedas, who were sitting on all sides of this supreme, all-pervading form, gave consciousness and sensibility to the gods who had fainted. When they regained consciousness, the gods picked up courage and remembered the grand stutis. With tears in their eyes and love and respect in their voices, they prepared to sing the praises of the Devi. The gods sang, Mother, we are your humble children. Forgive our transgressions and protect us. Deveshi, we became afraid on seeing your awesome form. We are dull and blunt. What stuti can we sing to adequately praise you? Your form is unaware of the magnitude of your strength, valor, and prowess, so how can we comprehend you? O you who rule over the creation, who are decorated with pranava, who sustains all Vedic knowledge, and who assumes the form of the seed mantra incurs, we worship that Bhagavati Bhuvaneshwari again and again. The one who is the source of fire, from whom the sun and the moon have manifested, from whom all medicines have taken form, we worship that universal form of Bhagavati. The one who has given birth to life, breath, food grains, heat, cold, devotion, truth, chastity, sacred precepts, to that Bhagavati we bow and worship again and again. The 7-headed life force, the 7 fuels used in sacrifice, the 7 havanas and 7 lokas, the origin of which is Devi Bhagavati, are obeisance to you again and again. from whom is born the oceans, the mountains, the medicines, and all essences, to that Bhagawati our namaskars. To the one who has created yagyas, consecrations, and initiations, the sacrificial post, presents for Brahmins, Vedic hymns, rites, and psalm mantras, to that universal Bhagawati we offer our worship. Mata, from the front and from the back, from both the sides, from above and below, from all directions, we offer you worship and pranams. Deveshi, we pray, please withdraw this dazzling and awesome form and show us again that benign, mild, gentle, and completely beautiful form as before. Vyasji says, Rajan, Bhagavati Jagdamba is the ocean of compassion. Seeing the gods awestruck and almost paralyzed in fear, she hid her formidable form and instantly appeared in her most pleasing and gentle form. She held in her hands the news, goad, boons, and protection. Her body was soft and delicate. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and compassion. Her lotus-like face had a beautiful smile. When the gods beheld this desirable and pleasing form, all their fear vanished. With their minds at peace and their total attention on her lotus feet, they bowed deeply in obeisance. Sri Devi said, because I am Bhaktavatsala, who loves the devoted ones, I have shown this form of mine to you. Apart from this, nothing else can cause me to show this form. No amount of study of the Vedas, yoga, charity, tapasya or yagyas, nothing can help. Rajendra, now listen to the counseling or Brahma Vidya. It is Paramatma who creates life forms in their various designations and denominations. Then, the characteristics necessary for their particular function comes into them. Then, they get the ability to decide whether they will act in a dharmic or adharmic way. In their different lifetimes, they pass through various yonis or stratas of births and experience happiness and sorrows. As he advances into more lives, his tendencies and inclinations are formed. As a result of his actions, he merits a birth in a particular yoni or strata. He is never released from the cycle of happiness and sorrow, birth and rebirth. Like a watch, he has no time for stopping. His actions are in constant motion. The causal for this is only Agyan, that is, non-knowledge. Therefore, a man should always try to destroy avidya. When he achieves this, he is successful. The ending of mortality and the release from birth is totally dependent on destruction of avidya. This is the highest knowledge, the Nirmal Vidya. Himalaya, actions which are performed in the state of avidya cannot destroy avidya because both are against dharma. In fact, it is futile to try and destroy avidya by actions because nonsensical and meaningless actions creep in unawares, influenced by anger, hatred, and malice. Actions never cease. So, it is advisable for a human being to put all his efforts and attention on acquiring pure knowledge, Nirmal Vidya. Learned men say that by the performance of good actions, a man fulfills the purpose of his life. But since every human being aspires to unity with the Almighty, Nirmal Vidya is also absolutely necessary. Actions which are benevolent support pure knowledge but are not connected or related to pure knowledge. Because action and knowledge work in opposition. Like action causes the knot of illusion in the heart, whereas Pure knowledge pierces that knot and unravels it. They cannot exist simultaneously, just like light and darkness cannot exist together in the same place. O intelligent one, all activities prescribed in the Vedas have to be performed within the boundaries of pure attention and clean heart. Therefore, they should be done diligently and carefully. Those actions are forgiveness, endurance, patience, freedom from worldly desires, and Chitta Shuddhi, pure attention. These actions are worth doing. Nothing else remains to be done. After doing the above, in other words, after attaining the state of sannyas, he must live with a Brahmin who is completely learned in the Vedas and make a thorough study himself. He must be alert about himself at all times. He must meditate on the meaning of Tattvamasi. Tattvamasi is the indication of the union of the Jiva with the Brahma. The human being, convinced of this union, loses all fear and merges into me. Himalaya, first you get the knowledge of the meaning of matter, then the meaning of the spoken word or expression. The word Tat verily means I or me. Tvam is the living being. There is no doubt in this. Learned and wise men say that Asi is used to indicate the union of Tat and Tvam. If the words get adulterated by mispronunciation or misinterpretation, it makes absolutely no difference to the power of the union. Therefore, the union should become your aim and destiny. If it is done with pure attention, the union happens. Once you feel the bodh or experience on your central nervous system, the duality ends and the union begins. This is the state of Devdutt that is given by God, given to God. Therefore, without the material body, Brahma is called the eternal spirit or male. The body, which is made of the 5 elements, is the vessel for experiencing pleasure and pain, happiness and sorrow. The fruits of all actions have to be experienced by the body, and therefore it has to suffer the ravages of aging and sickness. Parvatraj, by the influence of Maya, this creation, which seems apparent and tangible, is actually an illusion, because this material body is another aspect of my own Atma, that which is endowed with the 5 sense organs and 5 organs of action, the 5 vital breaths, and mind and intelligence, is named as Sukshma, subtle body by wise persons. This subtle body, devoid of the 5 elements, is considered to be the body of the spirit. That which is composed of the 5 elements and experiences happiness and sorrow is called the gross body. It is insensible, ignorant, and undefinable. This causal body of the Atma is called the third body. When the subtle, causal, and gross bodies cease to exist, then only Paramatma is left. Within all the 3 bodies, the 5 sheaths, that is Panchakoshas, exist. When these are renounced, then one achieves the nebulous state or Brahmabhuj. Brahmabhuj is that form or state of mind which remains after Neti Neti, that is, not this, not this. This spirit neither takes birth nor dies. When you reach that state, it is as if it has not happened, it had never happened, because it is unborn, eternal, ancient, and everlasting. Even when the body is killed, this is never killed. Those who consider the Atma, the killer, or the killed, are both ignorant, because neither does it kill nor can it be killed. This Atma is minuter than the minutest, that is atom, and greater than the greatest. It stays in the intelligence or consciousness of living beings. It is beyond belief and doubt, and only by the grace of Parameshwar one can experience its grandeur and dignity. Then all confusion and distress vanishes. Himalaya, Atma should be considered the rider in a chariot. The body is the chariot. Intelligence is the charioteer. The mind is the reins. The senses are the horses. The Atma goes where the senses and mind takes him and keeps wandering among the sense objects and experiencing them. He who is full of avidya, whose mind is out of control and who is impure, will never attain Nirmal Dham. He has to keep on taking births in this world. He who has acquired Nirmal Vidya, whose senses are tranquil and who is pure and holy, he attains Nirmal Dham and never again has to be born in this world. He whose intelligence is a charioteer with wisdom, whose mind holds the reins with careful attention, only that charioteer can steer the chariot safely and bring the rider to my lotus feet. Listen to all that I have said carefully and introspect yourself. Then, with single-pointed attention, sit on the asan, that is prayer mat, and meditate. Only after the yoga should one start meditating on the meaning of the supreme mantra. This mantra is known as Devi Pranav. The mantra and the meaning both should be meditated upon. In this mantra, the sound Ha is the gross body, Ra is the subtle body, and E is the causal body. Hrim is me, myself. Thus, the wise one recognizes the three bijas, that is seeds, within the three bodies and meditate on them individually and in totality, both being my forms. After this meditation only should one put attention on my complete form as you see me now. Then close your eyes and meditate on Bhagawati Jagadeshwari. At that time, there will be a balance between Pran and Apan, that is the life breaths. The eyes should be closed and in repose. There should be no thoughts whatsoever, no desires. You should not find faults with anyone, nor feel jealousy. Sit in a place where your attention will not be disturbed. Then, starting with the sound of the universe, Ha, combine it with the lustrous and divine sound Ra, and merge it into the embodiment of knowledge E, and hold on to the total Satchitanand, producing divine mantra Hrim. And finally, meditate on that supreme universal form of mind which requires no speaker or words and is devoid of duality. Rajan, through this kind of meditation, the great and noble souls realize me. This is Ananya Bhakti, where the worshipper and the worshipped become one. He identifies with all my forms because there is no duality. This is God realization. Chapter 7, Episode 35. Devi imparts knowledge to Himalaya. Description of different yogas. Himalaya said, Bhagavati Maheshwari, please explain all those aspects of yoga which give complete knowledge, so that I can practice and become worthy of your Tattva Darshan, that is, the experience of the essence and principles of the Most Supreme. Sri Devi said, Giriraj, yoga is neither in the Akash, nor in the earth, nor in Patal. Those learned ones who are competent in yoga say that the union of the individual soul with the universal soul is yoga. O sinless Himalaya, there are 6 obstacles to the attainment of yoga. They are lust, that is kam, anger, that is krodh, greed, that is lobh, attachment, that is moh, conceit, that is mad, and jealousy, that is matsar. The one who is seeking yoga can, by its various practices, defeat these enemies and succeed in attaining yoga. Yoga has 8 branches. Yam, that is restraint of passions. Niyam, that is discipline. Asan, that is postures. Pranayam, that is restraining and regulating of breath. Pratyahar, that is austerity, restraining the sense organs. Dharana, that is steadying the attention. Dhyan, that is meditation. Samadhi, that is thoughtless awareness yoga. Seekers should practice this. There are 10 kinds of yam. Ahimsa, that is non-violence. Satya, that is truth. Asteya, that is not stealing. Brahmacharya, that is observance of celibacy. Daya, that is compassion. Saralta, that is innocence. Kshama, that is forgiveness. Dhriti, that is satisfaction. Parimit, that is regulated and temperate eating habits. And Pavitrata, that is purity. Parvatraj, it is written that there are 10 niyams, that is, codes of conduct given by me. Tap, that is devotion and penance. Santosh, that is contentment and satisfaction. Astik Bhav, that is belief in the existence of God. Dan, that is charity. Worship of the gods. To be devoted to the principles and dogmas of scriptures and sacred books. To have a sense of shame and desist from evil deeds. Sadbuddhi, that is knowledge of the truth, wisdom. Prayers and havan, that is burning away of negative tendencies. 5 kinds of asans, that is postures, have been told: Padmasan, Swastikasan, Bhadrasan, Vajrasan, and Virasan. Sit with both legs folded and feet with soles upwards on each thigh. Put hands behind the back and with the right hand hold the right toe and with the left hand hold the left toe. This is called Padmasan and fills the yogi's heart with pleasure. From kneeling position, sit back in such a way that the soles of the feet are firmly placed between the knee and the thigh. Straighten the body. Yogis call this Swastikasan. Sit on the feet with both heels pressed underneath and hold both feet with the hands. This is the Bhadrasan. Yogis hold this asan in great respect. Gradually, place both feet on thighs, close to the groin. Anchor the hands into the folds of the knees. This is Vajrasan. Sitting with one leg tucked into one groin and second leg tucked into second groin and straightening the back is Virasan. Breathing in through Ida, left nostril, for the length of time it takes to say Om 16 times is called Purak Pranayam. Then Retain this air in the Sushumna for 64 counts of Om is called Kumbhak Pranayam. Then release this air up to 32 counts of Om through Pingala, right nostril. This is called Rechak Pranayam. Those who are proficient in the Yoga Shastras call this Pranayam. This breathing technique should be repeated many times, increasing the time span of Purak, Kumbhak and Rechak. It can be repeated at first 12 times, then 16 and then more often. Pranayam is of two kinds, Sagarb and Vigarb. That which is accompanied by chanting and meditation is called Sagarb, and that Pranayam which is without chanting and meditation is called Vigarb. When the practice of Pranayam causes perspiration, it is called Adham or inferior. That which causes trembling is medium, and that which causes the body to rise above the ground, that is levitation, is called the superior form. Till this state is achieved, one must keep practicing. The senses keep wandering, unrestrained, among worldly attractions. To detach them in a strong and disciplined way is called Pratyahar. There are 12 points in the body where the vital breath should be held. Big toes, heels, knees, groin, rectum, genitals, nabhi, heart, neck, throat, between eyebrows and top of the head, that is Sahasrara. This is called Dharana. Getting your attention into single point and meditating on Adi Shakti is called Dhyan. The final state of oneness or union of the Jivatma, that is soul, with the Paramatma, that is the Supreme Soul, is called Samadhi. This is the Ashtang or eightfold yoga. Now I will explain the most superior mantra yoga. Parvatraj, this great body of creation made up of 5 elements, is called Vishwa, that is universe. When one gets freed from the influence of sun, moon and Agni, that is after realization, the Ida, Pingala and Sushumna come into balance, then there is union of Jiva Brahma. In this body, there are 3.5 crore nadis. Out of these, 10 are main, and out of these 10, 3 are the most vital. In the spine reside the sun, moon, and fiery light and brilliance. On the left side, the faultless white Chandra Nadi, called Ida, exists. It is verily the nectar-filled seed, energy of God's desire. On the right side is the sun channel called Pingala. It is the energy of action and creation. And in the middle is the lustrous Sushumna Nadi. Deep within lies the Swayambhu link, that is self-existence primordial energy, resplendent like 1 crore suns and containing the almighty powers of desire and existence, awareness and evolution, and action and creation. On top of it is the Maya Bij, that is the Satchit Anand endowing divine mantra, Hreem. And wrapped around in the 3.5 coils at the apex is the glowing golden Kundalini. Himalaya Raj, that divine Kundalini is not separate from me. One must meditate on the golden lotus which is outside it. This has 4 petals with the letters Va, She, Sha and Sa. One must meditate on these sounds. This is the Mooladhara chakra. Above this lies the Shatkon, that is 6-petaled lotus. Like the yellow flames of fire, it shines like a diamond. It has the letters Bha, Bha, Ma, Ya, Ra and La. This is the Swadhisthana chakra. It is of the nature of Swa and should be considered the center for creation, that is Param Ling. Above this, in Nabhi Desh, is the center which blazes like thunder and lightning. Because it shines like a mani, that is gem, it is called the Manipur chakra. It is also called Mani Padma. It has 10 petals with the letters Dha, Dha, Na, Tha, Tha, Dha, Dha, Ni, Pa, Fa. This lotus is the abode of Sri Vishnu and is the means of getting his darshan. Above this, shining like the sun, is the Anahat chakra. It has 12 petals, each bearing the letter Kha, Kha, Gha, Gha, Gnya, Cha, Cha, Ja, Ja, Ni, Ta, Ta. In the middle, blazing like 10,000 suns, is the Ban Ling, that is, emblem of Shiva. From this chakra comes sound without percussion. Because of this divine sound, the Munis call it Anahat. This lotus has joy-giving qualities and the Supreme Spirit resides here. Above this is the 16-petal lotus called Vishuddhi. It has the 16 sounds A, I, U, Ru, Lu, A, I, O, Au, Aha. It is the color of smoke. It also has the divine Hamsa form, that is divine discretion, to help in achieving Nirmal Atma. It is also called Vishuddhakya chakra and Akash chakra. Above this is the Agya chakra. Paramatma presides over this lotus. The will of God is transmitted from here. For this reason, it is called Agya chakra. It is extremely pleasing and is decorated with the sound Hum and Ksham. Above this is a chakra called Kailash, and above that is the Rohini chakra. O sinless one, I have told you all about the chakras. Crowning them all is the Sahasrara chakra. Paramatma in zero state abides here. For this reason, it is also called Shunya chakra. It has 1000 petals. This is the ultimate path of yoga. Now, what should be done, I will tell you. First of all, by means of pranayama, come into balance. Then with full attention on Kundalini, invite her to rise. Then, in complete thoughtless awareness, invite Kundalini to make her way through all the chakras and enter the area of Sahasrara. Then, meditate on the union of Parashakti with Parameshwar Shambhu. This will give you a taste of the divine nectar that starts flowing down from Sahasrara. This should also be offered to the deities who preside over the 6 chakras. The more you practice this meditation, the more efficacious your mantras will become, that is, Sarva Mantra Siddhi. There is no doubt in this. This releases a man from the perplexities of old age and death and other travails of the world. He gets awakened within himself the attributes of Jagat Janani, which is myself. There is no doubt in this. Revered one, I have told you the best and ultimate path of yoga. Now listen carefully. I will explain Chitta Dharana Yoga, the yoga of attention. My form cannot be influenced or divided by directions, time, or regions. One who gets totally absorbed and engrossed with full attention on my Devi form gets his union with divine very fast and acquires the pure knowledge that is Nirmal Vidya. Invariably, due to impurities of thoughts and desires, the attention wavers and one cannot achieve yoga. In such a situation, the sadhaka, that is seeker, should keep trying this practice again and again. Parvatraj, my hands and feet are most pleasing. Pure attention should be put on each and every part of my divine body, accompanied by song of praise. Then attention on my whole being. Meditate on my entire self. Himalaya, until the mind and attention get fully immersed in my being, one should keep repeating the desired mantra and perform the havans and pujas. It is only after yoga that a mantra becomes effective and grants Nirmal Vidya. It is reciprocal. Without mantras being effective, there can be no yoga, and without yoga, mantras have no meaning. So mantra and yoga should be done in balance and with pure, undisturbed attention. Then they can become the causal of divine union. In a house which is enveloped in darkness, one cannot see an earthen pot. But as soon as a lamp is lit, the pot becomes visible. Similarly, an Atma which is blinded by surrounding Maya can become visible in the light provided by mantras. Parvatraj, I have told you comprehensively about all the systems of yoga, but you need the guidance of a wise guru. Just by reading crores of scriptures, you cannot achieve anything. Therefore, one must practice under the guidance and supervision of a guru. Chapter 7, Episode 36. Himalaya receives knowledge from Devi. Description of Brahma Swarup. Sri Devi ji began to speak. Parvatraj, in this way, after getting yoga, you must meditate on the Brahma Swarupa Devi form of myself. Sit on an asana and with a bhakti which has no motives or strings attached, meditate on Brahma Swarup. What is Brahma Swarup? I am going to tell you. It is that which is the embodiment of life. It is that which stays in very close proximity. It is that which resides in the cave of the heart and is called Guhachar. It is that which is supreme and yet attainable. All those who make efforts, all those who breathe, all living things that open and shut their eyes, each and every one is contained within that Brahma. Truth and untruth, everything is that. It is beyond comprehension, cannot be understood by the mind. Know this. That which is light itself, which is extremely subtle, within whom exists all the lokas and the life forms that inhabit those lokas, that is verily this imperishable and permanent Brahma. It is the life in all beings, the sound in all beings, and the mind in all beings. That is the supreme truth and ambrosial indestructible tattva. O mild and gentle one, try to penetrate this mystery because it is penetrable. Become totally engrossed in it. O non-violent one, Pick up as a symbolic weapon or bow the knowledge of Vedas given in the Upanishads. Then fix on it the arrow, sharpened by devotion. Then pull it with fully concentrated attention and make the indestructible, eternal Brahma your target. Pranav Om is the bow, Jivatma's soul is the arrow, and Brahma is the destination of the arrow. Without any attachment and distraction, completely alert and with full realization, one should make this entry into Brahma and remain enmeshed and merged. That Brahma which encompasses and contains heaven, earth, the space between heaven and earth, Antariksh, all living things, all senses, the form of mind, Man-Buddhi, and intelligence and consciousness is the one and only Paramatma. Know this. Leave everything else. This is the only bridge that leads to the nectar-giving, ambrosial Paramatma. Just like the wheels of a chariot have spokes radiating from the central axle, so also all the nadis of the body remain collectively anchored in the heart. It is within the heart that Parabrahma manifests his various aspects. He resides in the present as Antaryami, pervading the internal parts of the universe and the individual. Meditate on this Atma to the sound of Om. This takes you beyond the darkness of ignorance, across the ocean of illusion, to the place of Brahma. May you always be blessed with auspiciousness. He who is omniscient, He who is omnipotent, He is verily the all-pervading, all-encompassing Parabrahma. He works on the central nervous system and regulates the functions of the body. He makes into His abode the hearts of all those who possess gross bodies. The steady and prudent, through their wisdom and knowledge, get to see that most joy-giving, lustrous vision of the eternal Brahma. Once they see that Purushottam, who is the causal of all actions, it cuts the knot of avidya and all doubts and false knowledge gets destroyed. Then he gets a glimpse of Nirmaldham, the residence of the pure, indivisible Brahma, radiating faultless brilliance. It is the giver of light to even the most bright and shining object in creation. Only can be known by the self-realized. In that self-illuminating Nirmaldham, the light of the sun cannot be seen, nor the light of the moon, nor the flashes of lightning. What can one say of that source of light itself? It is the one which gives effulgence to the sun and luminosity to the moon. It enlightens the whole creation. It is Brahma who is in front. It is Brahma who is at the back. It is Brahma who is on the left, and it is Brahma who is on the right. It is Brahma who is spread out above and below. This entire creation is verily Brahma. The one who recognizes and experiences this has succeeded in his realization. They enjoy eternal bliss and awareness. They have no sorrows and doubts. Parvatraj, fear comes when there is the other. But when one gets the Ananya state, where there is no other, then there is no fear. The actual truth is that I am never separated from such a soul, and such a realized soul is never separated from me. Parvatraj, believe this without a doubt. I am He and He is me. Wherever such a person resides, there you can have a darshan of me. I neither abide in the tirthas, holy places, nor do I abide in Kailash, nor do I abide in Vaikunth. I live in the lotus of the hearts of my devotees. He who reveres and respects a realized soul receives Rewats 1 crore times more than when he performs puja to me. He whose attention is fully merged and absorbed in me, his entire clan gets purified. The one who has given him birth becomes auspicious, and the earth which supports him becomes holy and sanctified. O foremost among mountains, as you desired, I have given you the full Brahma Gyan, Nirmal Vidya. This knowledge should only be given to a virtuous, humble, and modest eldest son who has deep devotion, and to other seekers who have these qualities. It is not to be given to others. The one who has parabhakti, the one who respects and reveres his guru, is only the one authorized to give this message, this Nirmal Vidya, to others. The one through whom this Nirmal Vidya is imparted, he is verily Parameshwar. You cannot pay or make compensation for this knowledge. That is why a Shishya always remains indebted to his Guru. The one who causes this knowledge to grow within you is more worthy of respect and veneration than your mother and father, because the life that they give you is destructible, but spiritual life is eternal and indestructible. Therefore, Parvatraj, one must never disrespect or rebel against the Guru. The Guru through whom Nirmal Vidya was born within you is the foremost person in your life. The Guru can save you from the wrath of Shiva, but even Shiva cannot save you from the wrath of the Guru. That is why, O Parvatraj, one must use body, mind and obedience to please the Guru. Otherwise, it amounts to ingratitude, and for one who is ungrateful, there is no salvation. It happened a long time ago. Chyavan Muni entreated Indra to impart to him Brahma Vidya. Indra said, I will give you the Vidya, but if you give it to anyone else, I will cut off your head. The Muni gave his promise. Later, the Ashwinikumars requested the Muni for the Brahma Vidya. When he told them that Indra would cut off his head, the Kumars said that they would rejoin the head. So the Muni gave them the Vidya and Indra cut off his head. The Ashwinikumars, who were divine doctors, rejoined the head and brought the Muni back to life. This Nirmal Vidya is very difficult to attain, and once you get it, you should consider yourself very fortunate and blessed. Chapter 7, Episode 37. Discourse of the Devi, different kinds of bhakti. The importance and magnitude of acquiring divine knowledge. Himalaya said, Mother, please tell me what kind of bhakti should be practiced by simple people occupied in self-interests, so that we can easily obtain Nirmal Vidya. Devi said, Rajendra, there are 3 paths of mine by which you can get moksha. They are Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga and Bhakti Yoga. Out of the 3, Bhakti Yoga is the easiest path, as it does not put strain on the body or mind. According to the temperament and qualities of a person, this is also divided into 3 kinds. The one who goes into bhakti with the motive of causing pain to someone, or for revenge, or out of anger, that bhakti is called tamasi. Giriraj Himalaya, the one who does not wish pain or hurt to anyone, but has selfish motives, whose heart is never free from desires, who is always greedy and avaricious, and who worships me only for the fruits he will get because of his feeble understanding of who I am, such a person's bhakti is Rajasi. The one who surrenders all his actions, one whose only actions are directed at cleansing himself of sins, who follows the injunctions of the Vedas to keep oneself occupied in good deeds, and whose every moment is aimed at pleasing me, his bhakti is Sattvic. This helps in attaining me. I can never be attained by Tamasic and Rajasic bhakti. Now I am going to tell you about the greatest form of bhakti. Listen carefully. You must constantly meditate on my qualities and sing my praises. I am a treasure house of the gems of auspiciousness and virtues. Keep your attention on my lotus feet like a constant stream of oil. Never entertain rational or irrational thoughts. There are 4 privileges attached to mukti. They are samipya or nearness or proximity to the divine, sayugya or ultimate union with divine, salokya or omnipresent company of the divine, sarshti or uninterrupted vision of the divine. One must never allow even a germ of anticipation or desire for this to rise within the attention. Always recognize and understand that there is nothing greater or more important than service to me. One should be so deeply engrossed in the worship state that even there is no knowledge of desire for moksha. With unbreakable, unconquerable bhakti and shraddha, faith and devotion, one should put attention on me and me alone. There should be no consciousness of any separateness between you and me. All living things are my form. This knowledge should be firmly established within. One must feel equal affection for self and others. Param Chaitanya embraces and envelops all alike. This fact should always be in your awareness. Have respect for everyone with the full knowledge that I abide within all beings. Parvatraj Himalaya, even a Chandal, is a form of Bhagawati. These are the sentiments you should have. Shed your differences and have no animosity or hostility. Visit my holy places, darshan, meet my collective bhaktas, listen to my scriptures, and keep faith and reverence in my mantras. May my vibrations always bubble within you, and may your body experience peace and tranquility. May tears of love flow from your eyes, and may joy and happiness overwhelm your voice. Parvatraj, I am the Parameshwari who created this universe. I am the root cause of all causals. My everlasting and causal activities are divine. Observe all activities and ceremonies as directed by me without miserliness. Himalaya, people should eagerly look forward to my festivals and celebrate them with enthusiasm and joy. These feelings should become innate. With raised voices, they should sing and dance in my name. There should be no ego. Vanity and self-conceit should be renounced. It should be understood that destiny will give only those fruits that we merit by our past actions. Do not worry about life and death. Bhakti that is performed in the aforesaid ways is called Parabhakti. When no other deity excepting Devi is worshipped, that is Parabhakti. When one does not even remember or think of any other deity, this is Parabhakti. Himalaya, when this kind of pure unadulterated bhakti awakens in the heart of a devotee, that very instant he becomes entitled to the dignity of becoming a cell in my divine body. The highest point of bhakti is Gyan. Even the ultimate step of renunciation and asceticism is Gyan. Because when you get the Nirmal Vidya, it is the culmination of both bhakti and renunciation, detachment. Himalaya, if at all any devotee of mine does bhakti but does not attain Gyan, then he goes to my divine Manidweep. There, without getting entangled in the pleasures, he bides his time. Girivar, ultimately, he gets the Gyan of my entire form. That is the moment of his moksha or release. Nirmal Vidya is the most unfailing means of obtaining moksha. All are my forms and I exist in all. Whoever understands this mystery can never fall into confusion. He who uses this knowledge in all things, who constantly meditates on Brahma, gradually gets absorbed into Brahma. Like someone is wearing a gold necklace, but because of illusion and confusion, it seems as if it is not there, it is lost. But later, when wisdom prevails, the illusion melts away and the necklace is visible again. Because in reality, it was there all the time. In the same way, Parvatraj, I am in the existence in all the forms. But because of non-knowledge, I appear separate and diverse. He who has achieved renunciation but has not attained Gyan and dies in that state, he gets a place in Brahmalok. He stays there for a kalpa, a day of Brahma consisting of 4,320 lakh years. Then he takes birth in the house of a deeply religious and honorable man. Then with bhakti and meditation, he attains Nirmal Vidya. Rajan, it takes many births and sincere efforts to attain this Nirmal Vidya. So, one should be constantly engrossed in acquiring divine knowledge. If there is any slackness or lack of dedication, it can cause irreparable harm. Because to get a human birth again is very difficult. Even if he gets a human birth, it will not be in the house of a realized soul or a man well versed in the Vedas. He will never be endowed with noble qualities like control over senses, self-restraint, tolerance, patience, fortitude. It will be almost impossible to have a competent guru and to actualize his yoga. Even if he has the fitness and the ability to use his sense organs, he will not be able to maintain the purity of body and mind. Only when there is an accumulation of punyas of many births, a desire for moksha is born within a human being. After all this, if a man does not make efforts for acquiring Gyan, then his birth is futile and worthless. Therefore, Rajan, it is imperative that one should get totally engaged in acquiring Nirmal Vidya through the practice of bhakti. On the path of knowledge, every step gives the fruit of an Ashwamedha Yagya. Like the ghee which is hidden in the milk, so also Gyan lies hidden in the heart of every being. A person should use his mind as a churning stick and draw this knowledge out. The Vedas have always declared that once you acquire Nirmal Vidya, you get released from worldly bondage. Himalaya, I have told you the essence. What else do you desire to hear? Chapter 7, Episode 38. Devi tells about her holy places of worship, austerities, festivals, and pujas. Himalaya said, Deveshi, tell me about all those places on earth which are dear to you, which are holy, and which should be visited on pilgrimage. Please also tell us about disciplines to be observed and festivals to be celebrated, so that the purpose of my birth may be fulfilled. Sri Devi said, whatever place on this earth is visible, all those places are mine. Every moment is for discipline, and all times are right times for celebrating my festival, because I am all encompassing and I exist in all forms. But still, Parvatraj, because I am Bhakta Vatsala, I love my devotees, I will name a few places. Listen with full attention. Kolhapur is the seat of my divine aspect of Lakshmi. She permanently resides there. In Madhupur resides Bhagawati Renuka. Then there is Tuljapur and Saptashringi. The places named after the presiding Devi are Hindula, Jwalamukhi, Shakambari, Brahmari, Raktadantika, and Durga. The highest place of Bhagavati Vindhyachali is the Vindhya mountain. Annapurna Sthan and Kanchipur Sthan are very important. The places of Devi Bhima and Vimala bear the names of the goddess. The great place of Sri Chandrala is in Karnataka. There is also a place called Kaushiki. The place of Neelamba Devi is on the summit of Neel Parvat. Jambunadeshwari resides in a place near Srinagar. Bhagavati Guhya Kali has her place in Nepal. The main place of Bhagavati Meenakshi is Chidambaram. Devi Sundari resides in Vedharanya. Bhagavati Parashakti is venerated in a place called Ekambar. Bhagavati Mahalasa and Yogeshwari reside in places named after them. Devi Neel Saraswati has her abode in China. Devi Bhagala has a sacred place in Vaidyanath Dham. I contain all the Ishwaris within me, and I am Bhuvaneshwari. My residence is called Manidvi Parvat. Shankar was wandering the earth with the body of Sati across his shoulders. Where the organ of generation fell is the place called Kamru. There resides Bhagavati Tripura Sundari. This place, which is adorned by Mahamaya, is the jewel among all the holy places. In the whole world, there is no place greater than this. It is such a magnetic and vibrating place that every month the phenomena of the female cycle of nature takes place. During that time, all the gods retire to the mountain top and stay there for that duration. The wise say that during this period, the entire earth of that place takes on a feminine hue. Know this, O Himalaya, there is no place which is greater or more sacred than this Kamakhya Yoni Mandal. Himalaya, the place endowed with majesty, the Pushkar region, is the seat of Bhagavati Gayatri. Amarkantak is the place of Bhagavati Chandika. Bhagavati Pushkarekshini presides in the Prabhas region. Naimisharanya is very holy. There the greatly endowed Bhagavati Lalita reigns. Pushkar is the place of Devi Puruhuta and Ashadi is the place of Devi Rati. In the place called Dhandamunid resides the slayer of the demons Chand and Mund, Bhagavati Parameshwari. In Bharbhuti resides Devi Bhuti and in Nakul resides Devi Nakuleshwari. In the place called Harishchandra resides Bhagawati Chandrika, and on Mount Shrishal resides Bhagavati Shankari. In Japeshwar resides Devi Trishula, and in Amarakeshwar resides Devi Sukshma. Devi Shankari reigns in Mahakal in Ujjain. In a place called Madhyam stays Devi Sharvani. In the holy land of Kedar resides Devi Margadayini. Devi Bhairavi reigns in Bhairav, and Bhagavati Mangala reigns in Gaya. Devi Sthanupriya lives in Kurukshetra, and Devi Swayambhuvi lives in Nakul. Devi Ugra resides in Kankal. The place of Devi Vishvesha is Vimleshwar. In a place called Athas resides Devi Mahananda. Devi Mahantaka lives on the Mahendra Parvat. On Bhima Parvat lives Bhagavati Bhimeshwari. Bhagavati Shankari presides over Vastrapat. Devi Rudrani lives on the mountain Ardhakoti Parvat. In the region of Avimukt lives Devi Vishalakshi. Devi Mahabhaga resides in Mahalay. Devi Bhadrakarni lives in Gokarn. Devi Bhadrasya lives in Bhadrakarnak. In a place called Suvarnaksh lives Devi Utpalakshi. In Sthanu lives Devi Stanvisha. Devi Kamala reigns in Kamalalai. In Changalandag in the south, on the seashore, lives Devi Prachanda. In Kurandal lives Devi Trisandhya. In Makut lives Devi Brikuteshwari. In Mandlesh lives Devi Shandaki. On Kalanjar Parvat lives goddess Kali. On Mount Shankukarn resides Bhagavati Dhwani. On Mount Stulkeshwar resides Devi Stula. Parameshwari Hrileka resides in the lotus of the collective hearts of realized souls. Parvatraj Himalaya, all these holy places are dear to the Devi. First, one must listen to the significance and greatness of all these places, then perform pujas as prescribed in the Shastras. Actually, Nagaraj, all these holy places exist in Kashi. Therefore, through uninterrupted worship and devotion to the Devi, one strives to live in Kashi. Station yourself there and you get a darshan of all the sacred abodes of the Devi and spend your days worshipping by mantras and pujas and meditate on the most sacred and divine lotus feet. This grants the ultimate boon of release from worldly bondage. Himalaya, the person who wakes up early in the morning and utters these precious names of the Devi, all his sins are instantly turned to ashes. During prayers for the ancestors, uttering these holy names gives them salvation and a place in heaven. Himalaya, you who observe all austerities and dharmas, I will explain disciplines, vrat, to you. This is for men and women alike and should be observed carefully. The Tritiya Vrat, which is performed on the third day of each half of the lunar month, is called by three other names: Ananta Tritiya Vrat, Raskalyani Vrat, and Ardha Andhakari Vrat. On Fridays and on Chaturdashi, 14th day of the lunar month, one must observe Devi Vrat. Pradosh, on the 13th half of a lunar month, is that Vrat of the Devi when in the dark night Shiva places his beloved on an asan and with all the gods dances for her entertainment. On that day one must observe austerities and perform puja to the Devi. This Vrat and puja is particularly pleasing to the Devi and should be done on every half of the lunar month. Himalaya, Observing Mondays as my holy day is also very pleasing to me. One must fast and abstain from distractions the whole day. Then in the night one should perform puja to me and then eat food. The Navratras of Chaitra and Ashwin are very dear to me. Rajan, there are many such regular and casual fasts. Those who are free from hatred and malice and jealousy and perform these disciplines get as a boon their self-realization. I count such a person as my devotee and one who is dear to me. Rajan, during these practices, one should decorate a swing and celebrate. There are also other festivals like Shayanotsav, swing, Jagranotsav, keeping vigil, and Rathotsav, chariot, and Dhamanotsav. It is necessary to celebrate these. There is a festival in Shravan, 5th month of the Hindu year, which gives me great pleasure. My devotees should celebrate this. They should serve food to my devotees and also to maidens and brahmacharis. Generously, they should perform puja with flowers and gifts to the unmarried daughters of Brahmins and brahmacharis. Those who celebrate these festivals regularly are dear to me. Himalaya, I have told you, in short, all these things which are dear to me. Those who have no faith or interest in these things should never be told about it. Chapter 7, Episode 39. Description of different kinds of puja to the Devi. Himalaya said, Devashri, Maheshani, Karunanidhi, Ambike, please they to tell us all the ways in which we can please you while performing your puja. Sri Devi says, Rajan, Parvatraj, I am going to tell you the precise and correct way to perform pujas to me. Listen to me with complete devotion and attention. My puja is of two kinds, outward, external, and inward, internal. The outward is again of two kinds, Vedic and Tantric. Himalaya, when pujas are performed with the mantras appropriate to the deity being worshipped, it is called Vediki. And pujas where mystical formulas are used for the attainment of supernatural powers, it is called Tantriki Puja. Thus, anyone who performs or participates in a puja without proper knowledge is in great danger of falling down and getting lost. First, I will tell you about the Vaidiki Puja. Himalaya, you were fortunate to have a darshan of my most glorious and majestic form, so extensive it had no boundaries and which was endowed with all the great Shaktis. That is the form you must worship by puja, praises, meditation and surrender. Parvatraj, this is the highest form of worship. With great care, with tranquil mind and single-pointed attention and without any ego, hypocrisy or arrogance, you must go to the lotus feet of that Devi. Throughout the puja, that image should be in your heart. The link between chanting and meditation should never be broken. With pure love and Ananya Bhakti, every action of puja and yagya should be performed solely to please me. If you can do this, By my grace you will get your moksha. He who is totally surrendered to me and who keeps me constantly in his attention, he is my greatest bhakta. It is my promise that I will deliver him from this bhavasagar. Rajan, Karma Yoga is not the only way to attain me. I can also be attained by Dhyan Yoga, Bhakti Yoga and Dhyan Yoga. Karma is not purposeless because by virtue of good deeds sins get destroyed and dharmic disposition is established. Dharmic disposition gives birth to bhakti. Bhakti is instrumental in acquiring the pure Nirmal Vidya. Good deeds which are performed because of knowledge of the scriptures and codes of law delivered by tradition is called dharam. The dharam which is contained in all the scriptures is only written instruction. I am of the complete form of knowledge and omnipotent, having unlimited power to do everything. Because the Vedas manifested from me, they are endowed with these same qualities. From the Vedas came Shruti, the revealed law which is authentic. In the light generated by Shruti came Smriti, code of law delivered by tradition, which is known as Manu Smriti and others. The authenticity of the Shrutis and Smritis have been substantiated by themselves. Therefore, the seeker of moksha should take resort to the Vedas for acquiring Vidya. Just as no one in this world can question the degree of a king, so also which human being can question the Shrutis which have manifested from me, the master of all knowledge? My commands should be carried out for this specific purpose. I created Brahman, Kshatriya and other categories. Shruti is my voice and language, and one must understand the purpose and significance of it. They are authoritative. Himalaya, whenever dharma declines and evil prevails, I incarnate myself. Rajan, that is why the Devas and the Daityas got divided. Those who do not act according to the truth and the divine laws which are congenial to me, for them I have created different kinds of hell. Those hells are so atrocious and hideous that just by hearing about them, the heart begins to tremble. Those who renounce the dharmas contained in the Vedas and adopt other dharmas should be expelled by the kings and thrown out of their kingdom. The realized souls should neither speak to them nor permit them to sit in the collective. Whatever other scriptures exist in world are contradictory and inconsistent with all the Shrutis and Smritis, and for this reason they are called Tamasi. The names of those scriptures are Vam, Kapal, Kaulak and Bhairvagam. These were fostered by Shiva to put one into illusion and delusion. It does contain some portions which are not against the Vedas. If learned men can identify those portions, there is no harm. To accept anything which is contrary in meaning to the Vedas is unauthorized. Therefore, it is desirable to only go to the Vedas for pure knowledge. This is the permanent and immortal Dhar. It is only through this that one can get enlightenment of Parabrahma. He who renounces all desires, who is compassionate to all living things, who is free from vanity and ego, whose attention is permanently anchored in me, whose life is surrendered to me, and who is the channel for spreading awareness about me, if that sannyasi, vanaprasthi, who has retired to the forest, grihasti, householder, or brahmachari, vow of celibacy, worships my Virat Roop, I will remove all his non-knowledge with the brilliant light of Nirmal Vidya. There is no doubt in this. Himalaya, Observing the principles and doctrines of the Vedas constitutes my first puja. I have just described it to you. Now I will tell you the procedure and protocol of my second puja. You may use an image, a Vedi, altar, a sphere of the sun or the moon, water, a diagram, a painted portrait, or the lotus of your heart. Place me, the Parameshwari, there and worship me. You should meditate on my attributes and qualities. Thus, Devi is the ocean of compassion. She is fresh and youthful. The tint of her complexion is exquisite like the red skies during sunset. Her divine form is of ultimate beauty. All her limbs are most pleasing to behold. Her decoration and ornamentation is flawless. Nothing is missing. She gets saddened by the sorrows of her bhaktas. The divine face of Devi Jagadamba is filled with smiles of happiness. Her crown bears the new moon and is adorned with peacock feathers. She holds a noose and gourd in two hands, and the other two are held in Abhaydhan Mudra. She is in the form of joy. With the mind absorbed in this meditation, get the samagri and perform the puja. Till you get the permission for inner puja, you must perform this outward worship. As soon as you become entitled to perform inner worship, you can discontinue this puja. In a very short time, this inner puja merges with the Nirmal Vidya. This unconditional Vidya is my supreme form. You must always keep your attention on this form of mine. Beside this supreme form, everything else in this created world is untruth. That is why, to end this cycle of birth and death, one must meditate on me. I am the witness and the Supreme Spirit. After getting self-realization, one must keep me constantly in the attention. Himalaya. After this, I am going to tell you about the outward forms of worship. Listen with careful attention. Chapter 7, Episode 40. Puja Protocols. Sri Devi said, Himalaya, wake up early in the morning and meditate on the pure 1000-petal lotus on your Brahmarandra. The meditation should be like this. This lotus is pure and white like Kapoor. My most supreme Guru is seated on this lotus throne. Her face is happy and shining. All kinds of ornaments adorn her. After this, meditate on Devi Kundalini in this way. When the primordial mother made her first journey, that is, when she arrived at Brahmarandra, then her form was a bundle of radiant cool flames. Then when she reached her abode Kundalini, she became golden, ambrosial in the sacrum bone. When she rises in the innermost channel Sushumna, this same supreme primordial Shakti gives darshan as an ordinary gentle lady. Her form is extremely pleasing. I worship at the lotus feet of that Devi. Rajan, after this, put your attention on the pinnacle of the risen Kundalini and meditate on my Satchit Anand Swarupini form. This should be the final step of your evening meditation. Then you may perform Havan. After the Homa, sit on an asana and perform puja to me. First, purify your body. The first Maya Bij Ram should be uttered. Then Ha for Mooladhar, R for heart, E for Hamsa between the eyebrows, and Hrim for the forehead. Then one by one repeat all the nyasas. The sentiment should be that my whole body is an altar, peeth of the divine. All the gods, including Dharma, are present in their seats. Then the meditation should be, by the virtue of my balanced breathing, the lotus of my heart is open. It is made of 5 great spirits. Seated on this throne is Bhagawati Mahadevi. Himalaya, Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra, Ishwar and Sadashiva. These 5 gods are called Panchapreta or 5 great spirits. They abide at my lotus feet, meaning that 4 of them form the columns of my dayas and 1 is the canopy. The 5 elements, earth, water, fire, air and ether, and the 5 states of wakefulness, sleep, slumber, auspiciousness or blessedness and beyond, Atit, are controlled and regulated by them. My almighty form is an unknown quantity. I am beyond all these states. It is a fact that Brahma and all the gods respond to the invitation and are present at my pujas. They should be properly welcomed. Then you should perform a puja of the offerings. Then chant the holy names of Sri Devi, which is myself, and make arrangements to give arghya, adorable, precious and valuable items worthy to be presented to me. First of all, purify all the vessels which will be used by pronouncing the mantra Om Fat. All the quarters or directions should also be purified by pronouncing this mantra. Then one must prostrate before the Guru and offer pranams. After worshipping me as your Supreme Guru, the Guru of all the Gurus, you must perform the Bahya Puja, outward puja as instructed by me. Rajan, my pleasing divine form, which has been enthroned in the sadhaka's heart, should be invited, Avahan, to be seated on the Singhasan. This should be accompanied by the Veda mantras and total involvement of the attention. All the formalities of offering a seat, invitation and begging permission to perform the puja, offering of arghya, washing of feet, offering water for rinsing the mouth, offering perfumed water for bath, and offering vestments, clothes should be completed with deep reverence and respect. 2 cloths, saris, should be offered. Ornaments, shringar items, 5 great perfumes, kunkuma, kesar, kasturi, aguru, chandan, kapur, fragrant flowers and other worthy articles should be offered with bhakti and humility. Then the proper welcome and reception should be offered to all the deities who come to attend the puja. Those who cannot perform puja daily should fix Fridays as their regular puja day. Now I will tell you the connection with the other devatas. First of all, you should pay obeisance to Mool Devi. She is radiant and enlightens the 3 worlds. After you have worshipped all the attending devatas, you must perform puja to me as Mool Devi, the principal deity. It is imperative that you try to please me by offering flowers, chandan, fragrant incense, clothes, vastra, naivedya, tarpan, water for libation, tambul, betel leaf and betel nut, and dakshina. I get very pleased when you recite the Sahasranama, 1000 names of the Devi that you have composed. Rajan, the Kavach, the Aham Rudrobhihi Sukta, the Devi Atharva Shirsha, and other great mantras should be chanted to please me and awaken my Shaktis. Then everyone should fill their hearts with deep devotion and love and very humbly pray to me, the Jagadamba, to graciously forgive all trespasses and transgressions. The devotion, dedication, and love should be so great that tears fill the eyes, voices get choked with feeling, and the hair on the body stands on end. Again and again, one should sing and dance to please me. All the Vedas and Puranas are filled only with my praises and glory because they have come out of my omniscience and my omnipotence. Therefore, you should make use of the Vedas and Puranas to please me. One should offer daily to me once everything, including body and soul. Perform homas, offer food to Brahmins and Suhagan ladies, married. Feed also the small innocent children. Then, in the same order as you welcome the Devatas, you should arrange their departure. O Himalaya, you who observe the highest discipline, my puja gets completed with the Hrileka mantra, the Hrimkar, as this is the origin, the source of all the mantras. This mantra is like a mirror, and my reflection keeps appearing on it. The single mantra causes acceptance of all offerings, however unworthy. After this, the Supreme Guru, who is also your mother and also your goddess, should be worshipped with offerings and samagri befitting the Guru. Nothing remains at any time unavailable or unattainable to the Bhakta who worships in this way Bhagawati Bhuvaneshwari. After relinquishing his body, he goes straight to my place, Manidvipa Nirmal Dham. He gets the form of the Devi and the Devas completely bow down to him. Rajan, thus I have explained to you the procedures and protocols of puja to Mahadevi. Put it into your attention and as per your means and privileges, get engrossed in my pujas. It will endow on you all kinds of blessings and auspiciousness. This knowledge, this Shastra that I have given you is the holy Devi Gita. You are not to tell it to those who are not my devotees, those who are enemies, and those who are cunning. If one gives out the secret, it is equal to the sin of disrobing your mother to public gaze. So keep the secret carefully guarded from unworthy people. It can be given to the eldest son who is obedient, virtuous, trustworthy, and who is devoted to the Devi. During Shraddh, if this reading is done in the company of Brahmins, the forefathers get authorized to enter the Param Dham of the Devi. Vyasji says, after saying all this, the Devi removed herself from their sight. The Devas were profoundly grateful for this darshan. Vyasji says, Rajan, in due course, Devi took birth in the house of Himalaya and was called Haimvati. This is the same Devi who manifested as Gauri and who was given to Shankar by Bhagawati Bhuvaneshwari. After this, Swami Kartikeya was born and he vanquished Tarakasura. Now, the manifestation of Lakshmi will be described. Rajan, it happened a long time ago. The ocean was being churned. Many gems were obtained. The gods had begun to sing stutis to Bhagawati Jagadamba for the manifestation of Lakshmi. To fulfill their prayer, Bhagawati Jagadamba herself manifested as Sri Lakshmi. On the request of the Devas, Lakshmi was given to Bhagavan Vishnu. Rajan, I have described to you the greatness and majesty of the Devi. This story of the manifestation of Gauri and Lakshmi fulfills all desires. This should not be told to all and sundry because it is a precious and valuable knowledge. O sinless Rajan, whatever you desire to know, I have told you in a condensed form. This story itself is pure and purifies all who read or hear it. Now, what else would you like to know? End of chapter 7.
The holy recital of Srimad Devi Bhagavat.
Jai Shri Mataji.